Hello. How are you?
Welcome.
I'm wonderful. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome back to another day of Stick with Cool Frog. I don't know. We're starting early. We're starting early for a reason.
Yeah,
We
I
want
think
to
this
see
is
how
going to be
far we can actually get into this trial of this triple X temptation.
XXX Temptation. As far as I know, that is the correct pronunciation. Although I'm not entirely sure. Don't quote me on
It's
that.
an interesting um, thought and ordeal. Apparently, there's some kind of um, armed robbery, unaliving
Yep.
that had occurred. Not
Four
really
years
sure
ago.
why none of the other like law tubers are really paying attention to it. We'll be diligently paying attention to not stream some.
Yeah, we're going to cover the X trial since nobody else is
Yeah,
going to
what's up,
cover the X
Canadian?
trial.
Yes, we're gonna do this.
I had
Yeah,
honestly forgot that this was even a thing. I mean,
I know.
I was there in 2018 when it. Well, I wasn't there, but I mean, I remember this happening in 2018, Jimmy, and I thought just the trial had come and gone. There was no television coverage, none of that. I didn't realize it had taken them this long to get to this. But when I saw that this was a thing yesterday, I was like, wait a minute. This is still ongoing. So yeah, I was super hyped to see that this was going, and I was like, who's covering this? Oh, everybody's covering that Murdaugh thing. Okay, fine.
Right. Everybody's covering the other guy, and it's like, oh, okay. Everybody's gonna cover the other guy. Sweet.
This is a
Okay.
pretty high
Let's try
profile
this.
case.
If they can do it, we can do it.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
I mean, we're,
we're just a couple guys giving our opinion and
mhm.
watching some interesting stuff. So, we are gonna actually do a little speed up right off the bat. We're gonna go
Yeah,
about
we're a day behind anyway, so
we're gonna go one quarter straight out. We'll
yep.
see. Maybe we'll go faster. Depends on how things proceed here. Um, this looks like it says 6 hours 35 minutes. It's not 6 hours 35 minutes.
No,
There's
there will be a lot of dead air and downtime, and one thing
which
that I
we'll be
did
able to see.
notice
So,
during the trial coverage that I was watching today, because I didn't get to see day one, when the jury is not present, even if the camera's on in the courtroom, the audio will be off, and we can probably skip all of that too, because nobody wants to just watch the no audio video, right?
right. No, exactly, and that's what you get during the day. Or whatever is you get these big open spans of break or whatever, where they're like, okay, now I
Hmm.
this next hour and a half, with your lovely super chats. So I mean,
Yeah, send them, send them
right.
all.
Let's do it. So we'll cover them around the spot. So, um,
Although really, kind of do the space done, I'll say fence cross. Someone pops up and then we'll figure it out. But if I kind of know,
Well, that mic is hot.
who's going second? Morning. How you doing? I'm good. How about coffee and tacos first? There you go. Did you test television? Yeah.
someone looks up at that dude.
Oh, there's something sussy looking about all of these dudes, but this dude wore a turtleneck 2 days in a row because I didn't.
But we don't need them. I can certainly leave the one up there and we'll just turn it around, but this one would be good if you got rid of it because they don't have
That's
to
terrible.
Yeah.
No, it's the short one on the end that the one in the bow tie. That's the one that makes me like, bro,
Say,
ain't you like, yeah, ain't you like nerd size? I think he's like 5'6". Yeah, and he's the only one with tattoos on his face, so that's also very sus.
Listen, I work really hard. However,
He just looked goofy. Look at him. Hmm.
if you want to ask, so
Yeah, they do a lot of like preparing coverage. I don't know how much of this you could actually skip
versus
if you want to just try jumping around. Oh, we got a judge, so
for a pool. That's correct. You want to add anything to your? No, just briefly, the court historically, we had set a deposition on December 28th. Prior to that, I had filed a motion to perpetuate his testimony.
Audience volumes loud enough?
Said take his deposition and alerted all the parties that if in fact the deposition were to move forward, to treat it with the same scrutiny as you would in trial testimony. In the event that you were not to be available, we would be reading it in. We set it for December 28th. The subpoena, which was filed, I got contacted by Zoom saying that the link had been compromised. We reset it for January 17th. And I'm sorry, it was served on January 17th, but we reset it for January 27th. He was properly served. I had the subpoena investigated by a California attorney.
I think the audio is fine. Personally, but I'm in the StreamYards with you, so I can't speak for the YouTube side.
Or anybody else reached out to alert us that he was going to fulfill his obligation for doing that subpoena was dropped off.
That's why I said audience.
Yeah, right. I mean, usually it sounds about the same on my end as it sounds in there. The only one we really got is Jimmy in the chat.
It says there's 5 watching. Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Hi, everybody. Feel free to join in the chat. Like, we do love the audience participation. Oh, this woman right here,
We'll participate as much as we possibly can.
The one that was in the bottom of corner of the screen, she's gonna be a pit bull during this trial.
I'm not haven't ruled on because
I want to be sure my controls are
there first. This is more
working as intended.
Subpoena and a potential witness's failure to comply with it. Unlike our previous motions of similar nature, this one appears to comport to all the things. There's good attachments on there, so it does appear that there was a valid substitute service on it. So here's what I will allow. Typically on the rule to show cause, what I do is say I authorize you to do rule to show cause, which is a subpoena under the court's direct order rather than from you. But I do always want a purge date put on there. So you will have to figure out a day when you can reschedule this and say, if you appear for this Zoom deposition, then they don't need to appear on a rule to show cause. If they don't appear and then you have, again, all the proper documentation, then a rule to show cause will be held on a certain date. And if the witness does not comply with that, then we talk about what other sanctions or remedies that might be available up to and including writ attachments. Okay. That's 2 steps down the line. So what I'm granting at this point is your ability to do a rule to show cause with a purge date. And any questions? There you go.
You know what a motion to show cause is, appearance to show cause is, right, Frog?
So they came up.
It's just the court telling you got to show up and explain why you didn't show up.
So it's not you.
Right.
No one in here.
And then go do the thing.
I didn't do it.
No one in the trial. It was damaged prior to us moving in here. So we'll just have to make do with what we got. At least it's communicating.
So we're not gonna have a ton.
We're not.
Okay. See, the nice thing about that is that the witness can actually do things without getting up from the chair, repositioning. What I will suggest to the parties, and I don't know if anyone has one of these or someone can procure one, but I have often found it effective if someone has a laser pointer so that the witness can sit back, kind of look at the screen, and instead of standing in front of it and doing that, can use the laser pointer to point here, there, and the other thing, and then not distract everybody else's view by them standing in front of it. So I don't know if anyone.
That's one too.
But that is a suggestion from the court to have them do that, and potentially they can either do it from their chair or they can stand here. Otherwise, in my experience, they stand right in front of the thing and they point, and then somebody's view will block.
I will try to throw one. Potentially.
Right, and it's just one that everyone would be able to use, and even when the witness isn't using it, if it's somewhere near the podium, if counsel wanted to point and say, well, I'm looking over here, you know, then you can direct their attention as well. And it just makes it easier than having to stand up. Just a suggestion. And-
Sounds like something maybe they should furnish themselves as opposed to making them furnish it so they had something to use. I mean,
Welcome back, Jimmy. How's the audio? The volume, anyway.
No
Frog
dongle.
has it on 1.25x speed right now, so if it sounds a little
I do.
fast, it's sped up.
But apparently this has some control to it. I don't necessarily want to be in control of this, so I can leave this somewhere if you know how. to do this. I will leave this over here, and
It's more just another one of those.
right.
Smoke with me, dog.
I'll leave it here, and Joe, you know how to use that?
No, not that part.
Okay, because I'm looking at my, sort of tech position here.
Oh, dope.
And I will ask. that,
Jimmy says audio's Gucci.
Whenever anyone is using any of the technology.
Nice.
if-
Very nice.
I will ask whatever party knows what they're doing to assisting the court, not necessarily assisting.
This
the
seems
party.
like a pretty nice courtroom compared to some of the ones we've been in.
Is greatly appreciated by everyone.
yeah.
I'm not saying George
fairly-
doesn't know how to use technology.
Fairly modern.
He should have taught in the last two trials.
Well, I decided I'm not gonna try to use it.
Where's I taught you?
It's probably my bad. Yesterday, I didn't learn a thing. You tried. One of the many things I know. Judge, as far as
Oh,
openings. I
sorry
used
about
to
that.
use That device.
Yeah,
with
tits and
the
ray
lights to have
guns.
it
I mean,
flush
you
the
don't
podium so that I can
you don't
just-
stay up late enough, clearly.
We could have- If the
movable.
state isn't going to use it, if I could just have a few moments to make that happen.
I believe they are going to use it, so when they're done, we can.
Judge Michael Usan presiding.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Is it Usan or Usan, you think?
Yeah, there's a plug here.
And in advance,
Maybe over here.
are you using outline again? Okay. Are you using
Is
evidence?
there one underneath there?
This lady for the state kind of
Okay.
No, there's one.
she
Oh,
she
there's one-
good. I'm not gonna lie, she
I
good.
wanted to address what he's going to show the jury before anything's been entered
Okay,
into evidence.
hold on, let's just figure out the power supply first.
So it just depends on whether the.
You're old. How old are you?
Long enough from over here.
I mean,
Do you want to unplug it now and I can test it out, or should we wait for a break and then?
Where's Alex?
She's, I think, in the restroom.
All right.
Or no, I don't actually, she wouldn't be. I don't know if she's back there.
She might be.
Gotta check on the Twitter blackout.
Okay,
Yep.
so then she might be.
Yeah.
Just as long as someone else who knows what's going on with the technology, you can pull it over and try. I mean, you might have to put it on this side rather than that side of the podium
Fine,
to
as
make it
long as
reach,
it's on one
or,
side.
someone will need to find an extension cord.
We can do that too.
man,
He's like,
I think this
what the heck?
I would
You should have had all this figured out already.
Plugging and unplugging it from here.
Judge is asking for you about it. Okay.
So you're using it for opening, right?
No, not for opening.
You're not using it for opening?
No, I just wanted to have it
Okay.
set up.
that ain't old. Shelly stayed up with us all night last night
Use it for opening, but
All
like-
night.
and
All
plugging
night. And
all
then
day
she started.
today.
She started
and
the
then-
early show.
Now, where-
Yeah, and then started the early show,
Right.
and then passed out at like 6. But I mean, that's pretty good. Like you do
He is, it's very fidgety.
almost 30 hours. Yeah,
Before
that's
we
pretty
move it and
decent.
turn it off, before you hit it, it will shut down on us.
So
But it says that she's still on Discord. So
I don't think she ever shuts it off.
potentially,
Oh, I mean, rancher years.
the remaining portion of the
Um,
thing, if
I've
someone
seen it go
computer has
off,
an extension
but
cord,
it's usually not solid green
primarily
forever.
like
It
it's
usually
sitting there,
goes
but if
to
Oh,
someone
yeah.
idle.
already wants to move it over here or something, it
Well, I
goes
mean,
that
she
far
said she's
long
going to
enough.
bed. That doesn't mean she's going to sleep. You know, she don't sleep very good. So she might be
Yeah.
laying in bed listening to us watching the X trial. Let me go ahead and do a little background research on who this guy actually was, because
Is it-
all
is
I
his
know is he
name-
was a
is
rapper.
it's extension, right?
It's a XXXTentacion. I don't know if it was He was 20 years old. Died June 18th, 2018, in Deerfield Beach, Florida. So this will be a state of Florida case. That explains why. Oh, never mind. I don't want to spoil it. But there's some testimony later that it makes sense now. Oh, he's a midget. He's 5'6".
Mid
Is this something you've seen before?
five.
Yeah, so
I don't know what he's proposing to display.
So there are a whole number of photographs from the investigation, as well as some bullet points of what it is that I'm going to talk about. I do not wish to disclose that to the state, special practice state.
Bullet points are certainly all right. As far as photographs go for opening, I mean, they haven't been admitted into evidence yet.
Code opening is what the parties expect that the evidence will show. Nothing that we say has been admitted into evidence yet. I think that it provides a lot of context for exactly what it is they're going to see during the trial.
I'm obviously objecting. Anything that's published to the jury, we are entitled to see. I may have
Oh, wow.
objection, I don't know.
he got
And
to 10 million YouTube subscribers before he passed.
show evidence
So he was pretty well known.
to jurors, and so I would be objecting to that.
I do have some issue with you publishing something that is not.
All right, take care. Have a good one.
Okay, so if he got in the state of Florida,
56.
56,
That's not
yeah.
that bad.
But I mean, that's in rancher years. I mean, in regular years. But he lives in rancher years, so he's like 105.
Without, at this
Because he's been
moment,
working on farms his whole life.
anything's in there that.
Mm,
Put it another way. So if it's-
quartering is a joke. That's why we call him the quarter pounder.
Be a state exhibit.
Well, that's why you call him that.
I mean, it's because he's fat and his content is like McDonald's. Like you can eat it, but it'll make you sloppy.
I don't know how when he's not willing to show.
Well, he will be.
Well said.
What we're saying is, I guess not, doesn't want to do it right now, but when you're done and before he talks, or we can do it right now. You just say, I was hoping to show these particular photographs. State looks at them and says, oh yes, these are ones that we're intending to offer. And if we can pre-admit them, then I see less harm in you publishing photographs that have not been.
Oh, Frog.
formally admitted, but
Yeah.
are being
Pop the
admitted
closed
by
captions
the
on.
parties. If it's a photograph of something you say, no, that's not part
Just
of
in
my-
case anyone has an issue with audio or keeping up with it.
That are gonna come up. If it's something that the state's going to introduce,
Unavailable.
It's hard for
Oh,
me to know.
man, they're available during the live broadcast and not available during the replay.
well, since, I mean, we're getting ready to do that, I'd
Lame.
rather not take the break and then have you go look at it, so.
Well, the harm, Judge, is that the state hasn't given their opening yet. And so from a strategic standpoint, I show the state all the photographs and items that we intend to show during opening, that gives them essentially what our defense is before they have given their opening. And that's not something that I want to do. And I don't think that I should have to do that. I'm willing to compromise and show the state what it is that we would like to show prior to my opening. And I see the harm in that. I don't think I should have to do that anyways, but I understand how the court feels, and so I'm willing to do that.
Judge, I'm objecting to any photographs being shown at this point. I think it's putting the cart before the horse to say pre-admitting. I'm not going to agree to pre-admit anything. I don't know what photographs exactly. I can't operate that way and make prospective arguments based on something I have no idea. Are we talking about 2 photographs, 10, 11, 15, 20? I actually have never, in my 17 years of practicing, seen photographs shown at this stage. I'm objecting. He can choose to enter photographs if he puts on a case.
You're right,
That's the only
though.
thing. I have no idea if he's going to put on one. So I'm not agreeing to that. So I don't have the ability to pivot in 3 minutes.
I'm not doing that. So,
It's trial day. So if there's
So-
something that there's a concern that I'm gonna all of a sudden change it. I just don't have the ability to pivot that way. So I'm okay with, because I know Mr. Kimmock has used like bullet points or something like that. So that's fine. But photographs, which could be prospective evidence, I am objecting to.
And I will say that in my very last trial, that was several months long with Assistant State Attorney Ross Meter, he spent his entire opening giving videos, and he works with his state attorney's office.
Hi, Tweety.
What's up, Twitty? Good to see. Good to see.
It's Halloween and we're dressing up as the lawyers from the YouTubies things. We're not lawyers, folks. We're not journalists. We're just two guys on the internet watching a trial and giving our two guys' thoughts.
There's your refund.
Give me a hint.
Okay, we will, thank you.
Judge, is your ruling that only the court is gonna view them in camera?
I'm looking at them now, though.
We don't wanna sniff in our boogers.
I knew when I could skip forward 5 seconds, I would be like,
I mean, you've
You
got that forward 15 button, and I mean, it looks like he's gonna be like looking through this for a minute.
go. We'll make him flip this a little bit quicker.
Yep. No. Two guys in a cacophony of thoughts, but just not right now while he looks at paper. What do I think about him looking at paper? That he should look at the paper faster.
I mean, I got him at 1.5 speed, and he's still looking at this paper too long. Like,
Too bad YouTube doesn't have a 4x speed, like a real fast forward button.
I mean,
That was pretty quick. He looked at the papers. And
now they're gonna look through.
They're gonna look at all the papers individually, apparently.
All the pictures.
I mean, for at least 3 X's for the XXXTentacion Trial, like at least a 3x speed. I mean, that makes sense, right? Okay. He's talking about something.
State you're not using this, correct? Can you move this back while y'all are?
Rather than moving it back. we can just-
Okay, I can't follow what they're saying.
Good idea.
I can't tell if he's addressing the court or what's being said.
State you're not using this, correct? Can you move this back while y'all are?
rather than
Yeah,
moving it back,
he really was.
move it right in front of the witness or something, if you want it on the witness, you know,
Good idea.
I mean, there were a couple of others. There's a reason I didn't know jack about his music. It's because I don't listen to it. But
because there's no witnesses that are going to testify during opening. And then it can be moved after.
the stories surrounding him and the allegations are fascinating.
I have,
You spent a long time looking at papers too.
They spent more time than the judge did.
Gotta make sure them papers are straight.
I have some concerns as to how you can address before we get to the objections. And one of those is the purpose of opening statement is to give a roadmap of where we are going. It is not a closing argument or an argument. I don't know exactly how you propose to do this, but I'm looking at a series of pictures which have, subtle differences between it. It's one thing to say, you'll see a picture showing the scene and showing a couple, another one to say, in this one, and then we'll be asking you later to look closely at this one and at this. That's more in the lines of an argument, not a roadmap. And I'm just concerned with the volume there that you're showing what appears to be a progression of things and things that you're making more argument about rather than you will hear from
Yep.
witness who will tell you this and that. And, opening statements and statements, not an argument. So,
I completely understand that, Judge.
That was like 300 pages. If those were all photos, that's way too much for an opening argument.
Right?
I mean, if there are
I mean,
arguments
you're
that are
practically
made
making an
already,
entire case out of your photo
well, the
album
court
right
was
there.
responding to shut you down. I don't know. I would prefer to avoid.
Yes, the person
doing
that's
that
in the
spot,
name
but
is
I'm
actually
putting you on notice now that
deceased.
if you veer into argument, I will quickly shut you down.
Been dead for 4 years,
Okay,
Tweety.
so there's several. I'll start, I guess, with what may
Well,
possibly
almost
be
4.
several of those proposed pictures are duplicitous. Several. Pictures of the outside of the house, which I believe is in the section of Michael's Day or something to that effect. I
Unalive
wasn't taking
in
notes, but there's like half a dozen of the
2018.
same thing. So that's duplicitous. Additionally, a lot of the photographs are stills taken from surveillance, which appears to be the surveillance of from Riva Motorsports, which would have been surveillance from the day of and some involving a homicide. Now, the state obviously intends to at some point show surveillance. However, these photographs do not, I believe, have appropriate authentication for several reasons. I don't know if the photographs have been manipulated, enlarged, if there's anything regarding the photographs that that have been photoshopped or whatever. I don't know without having an opportunity to review it against the original. And so my objection is based on that. Additionally, there are photographs taken out of sequence of how the surveillance was recorded. Lack of foundation, rule of
Jimmy
completeness, all
seems
of
to
these
think
issues that I
that
would
Drake
normally
is the one
raise
that
if
removed him.
defense were to
I
try to enter into
mean,
evidence, or if I were to try to enter some
they're trying
document
to cut in on
photographs
Drake's
out of order,
turf,
I
so
believe objections would be made against the state for that very reason, and I'd have to explain or have some type of foundation as to the purpose of why I'm showing it. So I'm objecting to all that. At this
Sweetie.
stage, what we have is, he wants to be able to, I believe, say, or if it's gonna be a roadmap, I would submit to the court its argument to say, this is what you will intend to see. Before we even know what the state is gonna present potentially, and at this juncture, it's hard for me to even object in a way that's meaningful for the record purposes, because I don't even know if they're gonna put on a case. I won't know that until they decide to announce that to the court and everybody. So this is really putting us in a precarious situation to be able to say, well, okay, we'll agree, or these are items that I may agree. That's why I'm not agreeing at this juncture.
I understand that. My thought was, and again, these are clips. I don't know if these are still clips that the state had presented to the defense and said, we're entering this one. And if you looked at it and said, yeah, that's states 5 that I intend to introduce, there might be some agreement. If these are exhibits that have been created by the defense from the video, then that's a different matter as well.
I mean, I don't think Jimmy's an expert.
We were just rated by Madcore Mofo and
Oh,
his
what's up, my
viewers.
mofos?
What is up, mofos? Good to see yous. Good to see yous.
This is exactly what.
We're impersonating Lultism.
Excuse me.
Come on in
And I'm
and
absolutely
watch
right.
the
The
show.
purpose of opening statement is to present to the jury what it is that we expect that the evidence will show. And this is what we expect the evidence will show. The state's argument is like, well, I don't know if they're going to put on a case. I don't know what I'm going to put on yet.
What's up,
That would inhibit us
Madcore?
from saying
Thanks,
anything
brother.
during
Thanks
opening
for the
statement.
raid.
This is what we expect. We think
Hello,
Welcome,
Susie.
Madcore,
for a long time. We think it's
and the mofos.
see what it is that will come during this case so that we can present to the jury the way the evidence is going to be presented over the next few months. And there's nothing, Mr. Boatwright has a due process right and a right to a fair trial. There is no statute or case or anything that I am aware of that prevents any party from showing photographs, videos, audio, making the opening.
Rules of evidence. These are items that have not been entered into evidence. We intend to publish. I'm objecting.
And the point on the sustained
And
something that the parties agreed, if it was their photograph that they had provided to you and that they said they had intended to introduce as evidence, I think it would be a stretch for them.
No, I'm pretty sure Snoop and Dre are still kicking it, but
Photographs that you have
only the young ones die young.
that before they would be published to jury would be subject to objection, authentication, and the entire rules of evidence. And I'm not going to let you pre-publish things that have not gone through that procedure. So
Vicky.
that's our ruling.
Hi, Vicky.
And
And
that's
Judge, if we get one.
Hi, Print of God.
Print of God. That
Susie.
bailiff looks like the TV bailiff. Yeah, I kind of, doesn't it? She's listening though. She's listening to everything. She ain't gonna miss it. Nobody get nothing past her.
versus State, 279 Southern Third, 784 out of the third district. In which the
Especially
state
not that
showed
jelly roll.
photographs during opening statements, photographs that in fact were not even admitted during trial, and the court ruled that because
Jimmy.
opening statement,
Vicky.
that it was not error.
And Mr. Kimmel, please read the site again.
Yes. 279 Southern Third, 784.
I didn't hear the last part, 7 what?
84.
Thank you.
The court's ruling.
What was the name of the case again?
Tweety, are you talking to the one talking or the one standing against the wall? Because
The court's ruling
I'm seeing the one
inhibits
against the wall being ex-law enforcement.
right to assistance of counsel, to due process and to a fair trial. This was the opening that we had prepared, and we object. I'm asking that the photographs be made part of the court file, be preserved for public review.
And Judge, we would join in that objection on behalf of Mr. Newsom to the extent that evidence that would tend to exculpate his client. would also tend to exculpate mine.
They're doing a bunch of motions to include or exclude evidence, and
Of these photographs at this stage.
it's all before opening arguments.
Opening statement or our intent to produce photographs at opening. We believe that-
Oh, the prosecutor? Yeah, she has that definite air about her as somebody who is very regimented.
Judge, if I could just add something regarding the.
She gets even better. as
Female
the case
attorney
goes on.
dressed in white. Yes.
Yeah, that one. She is the lead prosecutor for the state, and
She rolled the bailiff rolled her eyes at that attorney. She looked like she just rolled her eyes at her.
Oh, the court reporter or the recorder, the one sitting right in front there.
Say, girl, please.
Mm. They probably work together a lot.
They probably do.
I mean, there's only so many prosecutors for a jurisdiction, and only so many court recorders. So
Susie's, no one knows me.
Susie is one of us. No one knows me. I'm subscribed to your YouTube channel because of Vicky the T. I didn't even know you had a YouTube channel.
Also, for the record, there are several pictures, particularly it looks like the social media posts that do violate this court's prior motion limiting orders regarding gang symbols and things like that that are being displayed by one or more of the co-defendants. So I wanted to also point that out as another reason why it's problematic with respect to the pictures that are being shown.
No, she just going through her notes.
She's like, just don't show the pictures. Just do the opening segment. You can try submitting pictures later.
On a relevant to what you're trying to get to basis.
Right.
If you make a case.
Just say what you need to say. You don't need photos.
Not in
if
opening
you-
statements. It's a
Right,
statement. It's
right.
words.
You really don't, especially if you know that you got what you got.
Mhm.
So you just do the opening statement. Let's go.
I think the unfortunate part about it is they don't really. The defense doesn't really have much. Like the state's case is. from what I remember, it's been a long time, but it was pretty good then. I'm assuming it hasn't gotten much worse, if at all. If they're arguing over, like, actually admitting stuff for the opening statements right now, I just don't see that being very good for the defense. Did you unpause it? Because it seems to be frozen on my end.
It's moving. It's gonna start moving faster.
Oh, was it frozen on my? Oh, he was literally just that sitting that still. I could
Nope.
hear sound still, but like,
Have all the modern
it's,
technology.
wow.
Modern
you-
technology.
How can you
Uh-huh.
sit that still? Look at him. He looks like the screen is frozen. Like you hear sound still, but he doesn't even blink.
Murder was the case that the game.
I believe they're trying them for first-degree murder. All of them.
Armed robbery,
Oh, it's first-degree murder. All of them.
unaliving, first degree.
That's the
Good
charges.
evening, Dragon Man. How is it going, sir?
Moving at the speed of judge. Moving at the speed of government. Yes.
Like I get paid for this anyway.
For allowing
Look at-
something in and saying, empty to review the case. All right, having had an opportunity to review the case submitted by the defense, I would note that there's a difference between a court not being reversed for allowing something in and saying that the court should have let it in. Opening statements, again, are not argument. They are intended to be a roadmap. and
Begin. State of Florida.
The court has broad discretion
Oh yeah, Florida.
in this area, and having had a chance to review the voluminous number of photographs, which to this point are not coming directly from the state or party.
So should I say first-degree intentional homicide?
Not been authenticated or offered for such.
Would that be better for the algorithm?
Potentially.
The court is ruling that I'm not going to allow you to publish those potential exhibits to the jury.
Oh, he said shut down.
I don't know if you have more than one, but if you have a secondary, it will be marked as court exhibit 1.
Otherwise, I know that we're about to start typically after each opening, I'll know who's gonna get an opening or not. The Honor will turn to us and say, state for your first witness. Our first witness is expected to be in my office in about 15-20 minutes.
I got to be through all the openings.
I just wanted to let the court know, it would be possible after openings, depending on how long it takes, that we take a lunch break possibly.
Oh, well, certainly, first of all, hold on.
She says I'm hungry.
I don't think more than 20, 25 minutes.
I go to the McDonald's. I'll be done in 10. Gives me 10 minutes to smoke my joint before I come back.
Who's going next? Ken? You're much more verbose than, no, I'm good with Ken.
Yeah.
I'm good with Ken, I'm trying to.
I might go 15.
All right, so all three together, we're talking about an hour and a half. Give or take. Okay. Plus, there's about 15 minutes worth of my preliminary instruction that I still have to give now.
Oh wow.
So it is. We will certainly take a break before calling your first witness.
Looks like we've already reached our first break. How far are we in?
And potentially, unless you two want to go after lunch, depending on where we're at, we might just do all this and then, it's like 11:30.
This is only an hour in, so they're just kind of saying that, you will get one before you do this because we're going to do this, this, and this, and you're going to get one after, probably right after these opening speeches, and then they'll call their first witness. That's my thought.
anything else to be brought to my attention?
But everything, can I just put it up?
Okay, let's do that now. Also, one other thing, just let me put on the record, you're joining in or objecting to.
It's nothing you have to cry about, Jamie.
As you have no doubt and will continue.
Just go
to tell,
check
these
that
are two separate
DM.
trials being tried together. That's his opening, it's not yours. Yeah, they.
Thank you.
I'll go with that.
Why are you printing? It's okay. It's okay.
I know you don't remind me.
So I guess you're taking a break right now.
It seems like it. I mean, can you just do the hover thing over the bar where it shows you what the picture shows?
I'll be back.
Yeah, we're back. That's a short break. Oh, we're presenting the jury, I believe.
Parties may
Yeah,
be
but
seated, court will come to order. The parties
everyone's
present,
standing.
present.
And here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome back. I trust all of you were able to follow the court's admonishments. All right. Well, I think we should get underway now. Let me start with my introductory comments to you, and then we'll go into the openings. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Michael Boatwright, Trayvon Newsom, and Dedrick Williams. This is a criminal case, and the defendants have been charged with the crimes of first-degree murder with a firearm and armed robbery with a firearm. The definition of the elements of each of these crimes will be explained to you in great detail later in the trial. It shall be your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proven its accusations beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt against the defendant. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. The indictment, the charging document in this case, is not evidence and should not be considered by you as any proof of guilt. Now, it'll be my responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and to explain those laws to you. It will be your responsibility to decide what the facts of the case are and to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. That is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it'll be helpful if you understand how
Armed
the trial
robbery
is conducted. At
provides
the beginning of the
intent.
trial, each of the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement.
Hi, Lainey.
An opening statement gives the
We were
attorneys
humming because we were trying to find.
they believe will be
What's up,
presented
Lenny?
during trial.
How are you?
I remind you now and will remind you
Diane
throughout this
S.
case that what
Loftus.
the attorneys
Hello.
say is not evidence, and you are not to consider any of their statements as evidence. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and offered for cross-examination by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After all of the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will be given an opportunity to make their final or closing
You skip
arguments to
this?
you. And following the arguments of the attorneys,
I mean,
I've already heard this one before.
jury instructions are
All the
kind of a
evidence just
little
in case,
important
even among yourselves.
if we're going to be watching the trial.
During the course of the trial, the court will take regular recesses during which you're permitted to separate.
I mean, aren't they always really close to
During
the
these
same?
recesses, you shall not discuss the case with anyone nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts
Do
to
you
say
ever
anything to
really
you or in
hear
your presence
anything
about the
different
case,
come out
you
of
No,
will
that?
be on the jury.
Not particularly, and I've also heard a lot of state authority
The
cases,
individual
but
persists, lead them at once, and in either
what
event,
about
you
for all the people who
will
don't
have
watch
to
the lull tests like we do?
Exactly. Also, if you see any of the attorneys, witnesses, defendants, or anyone else
I mean,
associated with this case in the hallway,
If you want to speed it up,
offering a polite acknowledgement or simple head nod, understand they're not being rude. They are in fact following the orders of this court. This case
I'm
must be
down for
tried
that.
you only
Glad
upon
you're
evidence
here,
presented
Diane.
during
Glad you're
trial
here.
in your
I don't
presence.
know. That's the chat. Do you want to skip
Enjoy
the
yourself.
jury instructions
Accordingly,
and go straight to
you must
opening
not conduct
arguments?
any investigation of your own. You
I
must
mean,
not
I'm
do any independent research, not about any of these defendants, not about any of these counsel, not about this particular case, or the law that might apply to such cases.
If you guys want
And
to
this
skip
includes reading
the
newspapers, watching
jury
television,
instructions,
computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. And this rule will
I
continue
just
to apply
don't.
whether you're at the
How many
courthouse,
times
at
do you
home,
hear
or
jury
anywhere else.
instructions and
You must
how
not visit any
different
of
do
the
they
places that are
actually
mentioned during
sound?
the
they
trial.
really are all the same. Like they're very
Places
uniform.
discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case.
Don't talk about the case. Don't look up the case. Base your opinions on the facts presented before you. Don't.
You must not talk about this case face to face with anyone. You must not talk about this case through the use of an electronic device. You must not use phones.
Leany finds it interesting how the judge delivers.
Do not send or accept any
each.
messages related to this case or about your jury service. Do not disclose this. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, social media, or blog. Further, you must not speak with any of these attorneys, with any of our witnesses, or any of these defendants about any subject matter whatsoever until deliberations are complete.
I
Any
mean,
juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of our proceedings. A mistrial could result that would require the entire process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience not only to the parties and to this court, but to the taxpayers of our county.
yes.
Should you violate any of these rules, you could be held in contempt of court, face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying fines for both. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or any other electronic device must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other device is actually off and not just in silent or vibrate mode. Now, you may use these devices during any recess, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people and places involved in the case. Do not take any photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of these proceedings or of any of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure that your cell phone or electronic device is actually turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room, and you may not bring in with you into the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency during trial, during deliberations, during anything else, they can leave a message with my chambers, and we'll receive those messages and deliver them to you without delay. So contact phone numbers been provided for you. It's on the back of your jury card. Make sure family members or anyone who might need to get a hold of you in an emergency knows that number, because if they call your phone, it's going to be off.
Yeah, it's.
Someone will always answer that.
I mean, so uniform.
Now, if you'd like to take notes during
Yeah.
the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, you're not required to take notes if you do not want
There's
to.
anybody here that hasn't heard jury instructions or hasn't paid attention to LawTube?
If you wish to take notes.
Um,
And any notes that you do take are for your personal use. However, you may
Yep.
not take your notes.
maybe something that you might be interested in listening to once or twice, just to say you kind of catch the
Once we reconvene. Now, after both sides rest,
Look,
drift
we're
of it.
behind-
It was like,
Yeah.
you can't just assume that they're guilty. You have to actually take all the evidence into play
Yep.
and
Reasonable doubt and all that good stuff.
come up with a full jury to actually say, let's do this.
If you do take notes, please do not get so involved in the
I
notes
wish that stuff
that you become distracted from
would get blocked.
Remember, your notes.
Hi,
please don't
Clumsy.
get your memory of the events.
Hey, Clumsy, how you doing, dear?
Basically rely on. Whether or not you take notes, again, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by your notes or the notes of another juror should they choose to share them. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. And from the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant does or does not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in this manner, in any manner whatsoever. Finally, the attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure. It's their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. And when an
If I
objection
was
is made, you should not
sitting
speculate
in
on the
that
reason why it was
courtroom
made.
listening to
Likewise,
this
when an
guy,
objection has been sustained,
Oh no, I never hear
regular
this part.
speed,
occurred had the objection
I'd be
not been sustained,
freaking
nor what
falling
might have said
asleep.
had they been permitted.
Seriously, I'm like, oh my lord.
Usually I like to add on
At
This
regular
guy's
speed,
actually doing a
this
really
guy-
good job versus what I've heard a lot of judges do is explaining the whole
most of the witnesses who come in are
how objected to evidence is
unlike the attorneys.
should be disregarded, why it should be disregarded, because a lot of them don't
they've seen
ever
on
explain
screen
that
for
well.
years, trying to understand what the rules of evidence allow and don't allow. And I kind of liken it to this. Do any of you have a dog or cat at home?
hmm
Are you familiar with like with a
He's
dog?
gonna make it very plain case. This is the XXXTentacion murder robbery trial of a up and coming member of the, I will say, rap community, even though I wouldn't call it that myself.
So when a question that they believe might be objectionable is asked, the ear gets big, it telescopes over, they pop up, say objection. And sometimes before I've even had a chance to rule, the person on the stand, not having the telescoping ear or the benefit of the years of practice that they've had, simply responds to the question that was asked of them because there was a dialogue going on. And if I should sustain that objection, but the witness inadvertently blurted out an answer, I'm going to ask that you disregard that answer. Now, it is often said that a bell cannot be unrung, and so I can't, turn the tape back and pull that
Mhm.
sound away from you. You've heard it. But it is
Oh,
not
this is actually a really good. Like, we should clip
so,
this at regular
if you're an
speed
attorney, that if I tell you,
for like a really good
first of all,
explanation of
you
jury
have to go down to
instructions.
second thing. If you are in deliberations and someone should bring up something that was brought out and objected to,
I mean,
and that
he's-
objection was sustained, and I told you to disregard, it would be incumbent upon you to tell your fellow juror, wait a minute.
Until he's done this several times.
Deliberation. And other jurors say, oh, you're right, forget about that. Okay, can you all do that? I'm sure you can. All right, with those ground rules, we're ready to get underway with the opening statements. Again, this is an opportunity.
Yeah, but most people sitting on jury panels aren't like autistic internet nerds.
I'm like killing everybody's ears.
They do this from time to time throughout this entire trial. They, when they cut the audio feed, you'll get a lot of really, really nasty. See, even Leanie's like that explanation. It's good to have that explained because a lot of people seem to struggle with that. Oh yeah, it's a first degree intentional homicide trial, Clumsy. This dates all the way back to June 18th, 2018. This young 20-year-old kid, up and coming in the rap community, was allegedly robbed and shot in the neck during such robbery.
Council will give you their
He has since passed, and now 3.5, 4 years later, we're going to trial for it.
State Florida, do you wish to open?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear testimony and you're going to see evidence about 5 lives.
1.25.
5 lives that
Frog,
converged
this is opening statements.
of 2018, costing the victim in this case, Jose Onfroy, his life. The other 4 lives that you're going to hear about are Dietrich Williams, who's on the end over there with the bow tie. You're going to hear about Trayvon Newsom, who's in the middle in gray. And you're going to hear about Michael Boatwright, who has on a turtleneck. You'll also hear about Robert Allen, who's not seated here today, but you'll hear directly from him. He'll testify, he's in custody, and he'll tell you about his role with respect to what
Something up
happened
with them
and everything that
eyebrows.
happened with this homicide. Some of the
Too much
evidence that you're going to
pencil
hear
work.
first starts with the day before June 18th. The day before June 18th, on June 17th,
But
around
there's
8
no
o'clock at
bone
night,
structure
you're
where
gonna
she
hear
wants
from
there to be.
Tanisha
Of
Clark.
course not.
Tanisha Clark has a job, but makes side money by renting out her car to through an app called Turo. You'll hear how Turo is kind of like an Airbnb, but for cars. A person can put their car on the app for rental, and someone on the other end can rent directly from the person who is renting their car through Turo.
How
3.
many defendants
Clumsy.
are there? It sounds like there's 3 of them.
She
Yeah.
had no
Mhm.
connection to this case other than her Dodge Journey. She got prepared for it to be rented for 1 day. And so when she rents her car, she is greeted by Tony Robinson.
Leanie's
You'll hear how
already
Tony
knows a bit
Robinson
about this
was very
case.
close
Robert
to
Allen is the
and then
4th man. He's in custody, and yes,
She was
he
so
is.
close to Dietrich, she actually
He
refers
is the
herself
rat.
as his sister. They aren't related, but they refer to themselves. She refers to herself as his sister. And so Tony, who rented cars before for Dietrich.
Oh, she's a very competent
asked
attorney.
Dietrich for
Frog's
1 day.
being rough on her.
You'll learn that the defendants wanted to go to Disney World or take some trip. But you'll learn through testimony.
He said, "Leave him alone."
To take the car right around.
Jimmy's a G.
That was their plan. And so Tony Robinson, when she rents out her car, is greeted by Michael Boatwright, who's on the end here.
Oh no, it's
and is also
Robert
greeted by
Allen,
Robert
the
Allen.
4th man in the group.
They
He
take
testified today,
and by the next
and I got to
day,
see most of his
they're out
testimony.
riding around. And Robert Allen will tell you what
We'll see if we
they
can't
did
make it
all
there,
together. And
so.
he'll say that he was with all 3
We'll see.
co-defendants,
We'll see.
and that together their plan was to be able to rob somebody that day, and that they had all
I'm not
three
in
of their
I'm not in
permission.
a super hurry.
They had
Oh,
maps,
yeah.
and they had the capability of doing that. And so on that day, they drive to Riva Motorsports, and the day that we're talking about is June 18th. On that same day, on June 18th, the morning of, before the homicide occurs, you're gonna hear how Jose Envoy, who is commonly referred to as XXXTentacion, woke up that morning,
Tentacion?
woken up by his mom. You'll hear how
I'm
he
not
was
ever
a
pronouncing it
well-known
that way.
celebrity that
I thought he was a woman,
gained
Walls.
fame
Oh,
through a lot of his exposure through
the fourth,
social
the
media
fourth person
and
is
downloads and things like that, and was very much a self-made artist who
Ugh.
then rose up the ranks.
one
He
of
was
them.
wealthy as a result of his celebrity, and he also had a pregnant girlfriend.
I feel like
who
her
was
hands are
pregnant
saying
with his
squirrel.
first child. Jose that morning decided to go to the bank first. He lived out in Parkland and decided to go to Bank of America. You're going to see some surveillance from that, and you're going to hear from the teller who actually.
Oh, I doubt that, Tweety. I think she is
That morning,
100%.
after going to the bank,
Other than her hair,
to
she
go to
probably
Reba
changes
Motorsports.
nothing.
You're going to hear how he's also a regular customer at Reba Motorsports. And at Reba Motorsports, he intended on purchasing motorbikes, plural, possibly one or more, and that he'd done that before, and that was something that, you know, he wanted to do for himself and his friends. On that particular day, that morning, when he went to the bank, his intention was to withdraw.
You say she comes back wearing the same
$250,000 in cash
suit
to be able to make
tomorrow?
purchase later on at Reba Motorsports. The bank, you'll hear, did not have that amount on hand, and so they dispensed $50,000 to him from his account of his own money. You'll hear how later in the week, a few days later, he was slated to come back to the bank to collect the rest of the $200,000,
Oh.
and unfortunately, he never made it. What ends up happening after he leaves the bank, he puts the cash in what he often carried with him, which is a Louis Vuitton satchel. Also, you'll hear how his mother that day was concerned about him going to the Reba Motorsports by himself. She wanted him to be accompanied. A, because she knew, she'll tell you, that she expected for him to purchase some motorbikes and needed for him to ride back with someone to ride the motorbike and someone to be able to drive his car back, because obviously he couldn't do both. So she, you'll hear, asked a gentleman by the name of Leonard Kerr, who is related, not by blood, to the victim in that he is the uncle of Jose's younger brother. So Leonard Kerr accompanies Jose to Reba Motorsports. And Jose, you'll hear,
Thanks for
has a
asking,
very
Lenny.
expensive
Yes, Tadpole is
BMW
doing
hybrid,
okay.
which we don't normally see on the road, so it's very easy to spot.
Clumsy
It's
says,
a
"What's
sports
wrong with
car
her suit?"
that has butterfly doors.
I don't think
It's-
anything's wrong with it personally. I mean,
And
I wouldn't
Jose
rock it,
no,
but
there's something wrong with
driving
it.
this very
It's
expensive
white.
Sports car is also very
well, she's
identifying.
narrow.
Besides the fact that he's a celebrity, you'll
But
get to
that
see
don't
that
matter.
at the time of
Yeah,
his
it's not.
death,
It's not fitted
wore his hair and
correctly.
hairstyle with blue dreadlocks.
She's
So it
But I
really
don't
stood
see
out.
any. I don't see anything wrong with it personally. Like,
And on that day, he traveled to Reba Motorsports,
except for
unarmed,
too much slack in the
with his,
sleeves.
let's call him, for lack of a better term, step uncle, Leonard Kerr, to go purchase these motorbikes.
no.
And at that
There's
same
more to it.
time
There's
that
just
No.
Jose and Mr. Kerr are at Reba Motorsports,
I don't think so.
you'll hear how the four co-defendants in this case, the three of whom are on trial, traveled in the Dodge Journey to the same Reba Motorsports.
She's making a great
And
opening
while
argument,
two
though. Like,
co-defendants, Robert Allen, who's going to testify.
she's laying a roadmap for her case.
And with the bow tie, go inside the store to purchase neoprene.
yes,
masks.
toy box brand. That
They
one.
spot Jose inside the store. And this is all captured on surveillance, so you'll be able to see this for yourself in addition to hearing testimony about it. And so when they spot Jose, who has the blue hair and he has a very expensive gold necklace on and his Louis Vuitton satchel, they immediately, Robert Allen and Dietrich Williams, start communicating to the two co-defendants, Trayvon Newsom and Michael Boatwright, who are still in the Dodge Journey, waiting for them to come back to the car. And it's the communication, I'm not giving you exact words, but something to the effect of that they spot the victim who's inside Reba Motorsports. And they are automatically spotting the fact that he's a celebrity. And so when Dietrich Williams and Robert Allen
Dying
go
off
back
this
to the
blah
vehicle,
blah
now
talking
all
super
four
fast.
co-defendants are in the vehicle.
We do have it going
And
at 1 1/4 speed, so
the actions are setting
she's
up.
gonna be a little fast.
You'll hear about the layout of the parking lot of Reba Motorsports. There's only two entrances and one exit. One of the two entrances is one way, and so you can't exit. And the second entrance is an exit and an entrance. And the entire Reba Motorsports has surveillance inside and out. And the parking lot is encased by a fence. And
If you're
so
gonna order that many
they are able
motorbikes,
to position themselves just
why
across the
wouldn't you
street,
have
able to
them
see how
delivered
four
to
co-defendants
you?
in the
Like,
car, Dietrich Williams, who's driving, by the way, go across the street and
that's
back
what
in
I
their
want
car
to
and
know.
lie in
Like,
wait
if you're
for
gonna drop
several minutes
200
for the
grand,
victim to come out.
they can drop
You're
them
able
off
to
at your
easily
house.
spot his car because there's no other car like it in the parking lot. And you'll hear how they lie in wait.
Nah,
for the
clumsy.
victim to
She
come
has
out
that
to
issue. She
exit
looks
the
like a
only
human
exit
napkin.
of that parking lot. And you'll hear also, more importantly, what the conversation is in the
Tweety,
car
that is what it sounds
as they
like.
get ready to rob the victim. Michael Boatwright puts on his mask. Trayvon
No
Newsom
security
also puts on a
whatsoever.
mask. They have hoodies. They arm themselves with firearms. Michael Boatwright gets a firearm. You'll hear how also Trayvon Newsom gets a
And he's a
firearm.
5'6"
Amongst the
midget.
four of them, they decide who's going to jump out. You'll also get to see the differences between the four, because you'll note that it's very important, the physical differences between the four. Michael Boatwright is the tallest, skinniest out of the four. Trayvon Newsom is next as far as the height. And there's a big height difference between Michael Boatwright, Trayvon Newsom, and Dietrich Williams, who's the shortest and stocky build.
At
You'll also
5'6".
be able to see that day, Dietrich Williams has tattoos. His nickname is actually Tattoo Chucky.
Yes.
And
Never
in addition
wear
to the
red
fact
to the
that
cart room.
Dietrich Williams is
Always wear
very
blue.
short in stature and stocky compared to the two gunmen.
I don't know.
Robert
I kind of
is
feel
also
like
short, and he's also overweight.
this chick watched Camille
Significantly overweight
Vasquez
and more overweight
and tried to
than
imitate her style,
Robert
but
is
had to get it on
saying here.
Wish.com.
You'll note
So
that
it's like
there's
you can't
a
rock the
difference in
all
height,
white.
weight, stature, the way they walk, the
Well,
gait.
you have to
But as you
actually
look at the
appreciate
surveillance,
that the suit
you'll
doesn't
note
fit
and you'll hear testimony about who is
the
who
body just
and
right
how the
like it
difference
should.
between the four
But she moves
Because-
around a lot, so it's
And so when there
kind
comes
of
a point when
it's
you're
kind of
looking at the
okay.
surveillance and you
Well,
see two
but the
tall
thing is
gunmen
if it did
jump out of the
fit
vehicle,
the
Yeah.
body the
you'll
way,
be able to
the way it's
note,
supposed
I
to,
submit to you,
you might
that
not like that
Trayvon Newsom
either.
is one of the gunmen,
Right.
and
For sure, for
that,
sure.
Michael Boatwright is the other gunman. And so
It's very
Dietrich
modest
driving
with
cuts off
while
the victim
still making a
Jacket's a
statement.
little
as he's
long,
trying to
arms a
exit
little
Reba
baggy.
Motorsports. And as just like they planned,
The
they're
big
able to
bow
cut off
in
the
the middle of
victim so
the
that
white
he
shirt. I
can't
just don't
move
get
his
it.
car without either crashing it or whatever. And the two gunmen
Of
jump
course,
out
we're
and
critiquing
immediately
her as opposed to
put guns
critiquing
in
what
Attire.
she's saying.
victim's face
Yeah.
and in Leonard Kerr's face.
I actually
Testimony
like
about
her
Leonard
opening
Kerr
argument
was
so
able to
far
hear
because she's
what the gunmen were saying to the victim.
putting
Right.
down a
You'll
really
also hear
good, clear
testimony
path
about
to where
how
she's going to
Leonard
take
Kerr
this case.
ran for his life. And so as Jase is there, unarmed,
So I could really care
in the
less what
driver's
she's
seat,
wearing.
surprised by the two gunmen in this case, you'll hear how they start struggling with him, punching him, and that both of the gunmen at one point are trying to get his property from him. They're able to wrestle away from him the satchel that had the $50,000 in cash. And without any provocation, without any type of weapons or anything being used by the victim, you'll hear how Michael Boatwright fires several times, killing the victim at close range. You'll also be able to see the surveillance that shows this. Immediately after the homicide, when they leave the victim there to die, the four,
So she's straight shooting, very clear.
and then they divvy up the spoils of their robbery. You'll hear how the $50,000 is allocated between them, directed by Dietrich Williams. Who's going to get what amount, who's going to get what based on their participation. You'll also hear how immediately after the homicide, in addition to divvying up the spoils of the robbery, they then go on social media and start bragging about how they have all this influx of cash.
The collar has
You'll
no
hear how,
brakes.
in addition to bragging on social media,
I think like street
cash
bikes or dirt
crashing out
bikes, like
into
he was at Riva Motorsports, which leads me to believe they were
you'll
like
you'll be able to tell yourself in terms of their demeanor and how they
dirt
act
bikes.
with the spoils of the robbery. You'll also see that.
But he was buying like
shortly after,
150
they then
grand
start to
worth,
put in
so he was
a plan,
buying
because by now,
several,
because of the
at least
victim,
4 or
it's all
5.
over the news and the surveillance,
Have those
all
just
over the news. So
dropped
then
off to your
you'll
house.
hear how two of them immediately
If you're
hit
gonna
town,
pay that
go
much
out of
money
town to be
for
able to
motorbikes,
try to
you can
get
pay
out of Dodge, so to speak.
a couple $100 to
You'll hear
$1,000 for
testimony about
delivery.
where they go.
Right?
You'll hear
They'll be
testimony
glad to
from
bring
law
them to you.
enforcement about
Trust me.
how all
Oh
these
yeah,
suspects
absolutely. They're gonna
got
be
on
like,
their
all right,
radar,
on it.
how they were able to be
You could
tracked.
arrange this
by
on,
digital
on a
forensics.
phone call with your
We have
bank.
some physical evidence that was
Oh,
found
yeah.
later at properties of the defendants.
He was.
Here in particular,
Apparently, yes.
even though
We don't know exactly
Trayvon
what.
Newsom and Michael Boatwright are the two gunmen in this case. You'll hear how ballistics are found
Allegedly,
from
they took a
firearm
satchel with
ballistics found at the
$50,000,
Williams
which was the
home
remaining cash
that
from the
is able to be
$200,000 that they had
matched
brought, and they were
fire
going for a
projectiles,
very
excuse me, fire
expensive
projectiles
chain
and some evidence that's found from the
that may or
victim
may
in
not have
autopsy done on
existed.
scene, connecting him to the homicide as well.
Yeah,
You'll hear from
Tweety's
three
right there, like
employees
a dealership with
not
delivery
only
cars. This
knew
is
the
a
victim, but who
like
can identify and
ATV
know that
dealership.
Patrick Williams
They
is
would
a regular
deliver
customer
the
who
bikes
actually
to your
reviewed the
house.
thing and identify him as being one of the two people that came in that day
Mm.
to purchase the neoprene mask. You'll see the Reva surveillance. We'll talk about the layout of the Reva parking lot.
Tweety, U.S. News,
And
nailing
you'll
it.
learn
New money doesn't know the
exactly which
secrets of the rich.
defendant did what, how they helped each other to commit this crime. Williams cutting off the victim, for example, driving and making sure that the victim couldn't get away. While the
You
two
should never have been there with that
able
much
to
cash. You should have had your
possibly
bank
in a fashion.
wire the money to the place,
Also,
and when the transaction cleared, you get that delivered right to your
see
house.
how
You don't even got to go there.
the defendants shoot an unarmed victim several times as he's in
And
his car.
what Prince of God's saying there is it seems like it's an
You'll also
open and
hear
shut
about within
case.
hours of the homicide,
Maybe
how Dr.
that's
Journey was still
why
found in the possession of two of the defendants.
so many of the law
Nobody's
troopers
covering it.
decided to go
and
with the
abandoning
other
car in Lauderhill.
No, that
Murdoch
might be
case
it.
and not
That might be
actually
it.
cover
You'll hear how
this
the
one
detectives
because they all
Mhm.
have the same
tracked the
feeling
defendants
that
and
Prince of
tracked the
God's
car
thinking.
down, ultimately
Which
tracking
that-
it back to
might
That may
actually
be
find
the
it to
case.
be a more interesting case because there might be some interesting stuff that actually comes up.
Right.
You'll hear from witnesses that the defendant spoke to before.
I hadn't
during,
even
and after
considered
the
that. I
homicide.
just was wondering why nobody's
You'll
covering
also hear
this.
from law enforcement officers.
Because it took
Right?
them 4 years
Crime scene
almost to build this
investigators.
case
You'll get to
against
see
these
the evidence that
defendants.
was collected. You'll hear from the associate
Since
medical
nobody's
examiner
covering it,
who performed the
take
Yeah,
a
autopsy
we're
couple
gonna-
nobodies can cover it.
and will give you the
A
determination
couple nobodies can.
of
I love that.
cause of death.
Nobody's covering it.
You'll get to see autopsy photos. And as difficult as it
That's
is,
a that's a that's a
you'll understand
catchphrase right
what
there.
exactly the cause of death was and where, how the injuries led to the victim's death. You'll see crime scene photographs, you'll see video.
The frog and his sidekick,
But also
the hideous
when
one.
the defendants are going around and spending money, for example, at Champs or Just for Feet immediately after the homicide with the spoils of the robbery, you'll see that as well. So you will see surveillance from various parts of the investigation. Physical
Toy
evidence
box
of the
brain
property
declares
that
a
ties
race
all the defendants together.
if they get convicted.
And-
No, he's
I
not
hope that at the
getting
end of the
tried,
presentation,
Toy
evidence
box.
that you will
He's
hear about and
gone.
see,
He was robbed
you're gonna realize that this is
at
a tapestry
gunpoint,
that you will see
and
woven together,
several
puts the victim squarely
firearm
in
shots were
the
discharged into his
victim's
neck.
and
He's
actions.
gone.
June 18th,
They're trying the people who
which cost the
committed
victim
this
his life.
against him.
And at the conclusion of this evidence, you'll find that Dietrich Williams, Michael Boatwright, and Trayvon Newsom are
We
guilty
lost a rapper that nobody really cared about.
guilty of armed robbery in this case.
But I mean, he had 10 million subscribers on YouTube. Some people cared about him, not me, but some people. Yeah, it's definitely a reversism because everybody here is a person of color. Nobody here
Over 4.5 years,
on trial
Michael has been accused of a terrible murder
is racist.
he did not commit.
They're all fine,
He has had
Okay, hold on.
Stunning.
Hold on.
upstanding gentlemen who did nothing wrong. Mm-hmm.
This
I
guy's
know that,
voice.
Jimmy.
This guy's voice is a little low for me.
Oh,
The
you want to turn it
second,
up?
the second
I'll shut
he
up.
started talking, you were talking as well. And
All
I'm
right, I'll
like,
shut up.
no, you're fine.
He doesn't step to the microphone like 60% of the time, from what I recalled.
Okay. So then each one of these these guys has their own lawyer with him. That's
Mike Gohagan is a XXXTentacion supporter. Like, that is probably the most surprising, revealing fact of the case that I've heard since I've been following it. Leni says, "Wait until Robert Allen talks." Yes, that Hopefully we get to that tonight. Go, Frog.
I was just kind of looking through the chat real
Oh.
quick. I see Kay's with us. What's up, Kay?
Oh, he is so quiet too.
It's just so quiet. Yeah. And that's I'm like hold up here because you were talking. I'm like I'm missing this. Now I
It's
want to
spray
make sure. I
painted
want to.
on.
The other reason I pause this is just so each one of them has their own lawyer. So each one of them is going to
Oh, yeah.
have their own opening. So there's going to be 3 people doing openings.
What's funny though is no, I don't think that's the case because I think every single one of these attorneys is a state's attorney. So there will be one person like speaking. I think they are. I'm not sure on that.
Okay.
I only watched so much of this, but I don't think there's going to be like 4 openings for or 3 openings for the defense. We'll see though, because
I thought that's what he said though. Is he was going to be like
oh,
so long. The other guy was going to be 10 minutes. The other guy said he might be 15.
well,
So
okay.
it's going to take some time for these guys to actually do their opening statement.
Mm. The openings
Okay.
do matter.
It's doing well. I'm glad you're with us. Hope everything's going good for you.
Come in. For 4.5 years, he has had this accusation branded about across our community and across the world. And finally, Michael is getting his day in court. Michael Boatwright is not guilty. The police in 2018 arrested the wrong man. On behalf of Michael, on behalf of his family, on behalf of the entire team, we thank you for being jurors in this case and for your attention.
Okay, they're all gonna get.
And exactly,
It
Diane.
looks like yeah.
The
He's only
openings,
talking about Michael Boatwright. Like
no, right? These openings do matter.
they do.
They're going to dictate a lot, and that's why we want to try catching and paying attention to them as much as we possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
So
I want to start by talking about the things that I think we agree on, the things that we know about this murder. June 18th, 2018,
Pause it
Jose
again.
Onfroy decided he was going to go to a place called Riva Motorsports to buy a bike. We know of only 2 people he told of his intentions: his mother,
A bike.
Bernard, and his girlfriend, Genesis Sanchez. His
You got
mother
200 grand.
asks a man named Leonard Kerr to go with him. And you will hear that she had never done this before, that this was a new decision that she had made. But Leonard Kerr goes along with Mr. Onfroy. You will hear that Leonard Kerr and Cleopatra Bernard, again, Mr. Onfroy's mom, go to the bank in Coconut Creek, the Bank of America, together. There they meet Mr. Onfroy. Mr. Onfroy takes out $50,000 in cash, and Mr. Kerr and Mr. Onfroy then proceed to Riva Motorsports. You will see the video of Mr. Onfroy and Mr. Kerr arriving at Riva Motorsports. You will see the BMW that Mr. Onfroy is driving pull into the parking lot. You will see the 2 of them walking into the store together. You will see the 2 of them conversing with folks within the store, mostly Mr. Onfroy. Shortly after Mr. Onfroy and Leonard Kerr arrive at Riva Motorsports, you will see a Dodge Journey also arrive at that location a few minutes later. And you will see on the surveillance video 2 men get out of that Dodge Journey. One of them was Dedrick Williams. One of them was a man named Robert Allen. You will see them on the video very clear as day. That is the 2 men who get out of the car, the Journey. You will see them walk into Riva Motorsports, and you will see the 2 of them essentially go through multiple rooms in Riva Motorsports. And you will see the 2 of them go to a cash register, kind of near the back of the store, where Dedrick engages with the clerk to buy a mask. You will see on the video, while the 2 of them were there, Dedrick sees somebody that he knows. Sees a man named Keith Grayley, a man who is tall and who is skinny. And you will see the interaction that the 2 of them have together. And it is an elongated interaction that these 2 men have together. Eventually, you will see Dedrick effectuate the purchase of the mask. And you will see the 3 of them, Dedrick Williams, Keith Grayley, and Robert Allen leave the store together. At this point, you will see Robert Allen and Dedrick Williams go back towards the Dodge Journey, and you will see Keith Grayley kind of walk off across the parking lot. I'm going to ask you to pay very close attention during the video of that man, Keith Grayley, and everything that he does that is captured on surveillance video. In any event, you will see the Dodge Journey then pull out of the Riva parking lot and go across the street. At no point will you see Michael Boatwright on surveillance video. You won't see them. You won't see anything
I
that
agree
looks
with
like Michael
Susie.
Boatwright. It doesn't exist. You won't see it.
In
You
the
will see that the
regards to
Dodge-
the image,
What's going on?
Susie was talking to Kay about the lead prosecutor lady's full image. I think she's trying to way undersell herself and just went too far with the hair. Like you could have done more, you could have done less.
There's so much more that she could have done, but yes, so much less that she could have
Yeah.
done.
I mean, I think she was trying to go for like staunchly professional. And
Like she walked up to her
she just oversold it.
her stylist and said, "I need to look like I'm a professional, and look at me.
Mhm.
I look like I'm a ragtag. Help me." And they went and they did what they did, and that's what she looks like.
She's very confident though when she makes her opening argument, so like I'm ready to hear the whole defense. I'm not gonna do any more fashion commentary. I don't have it in me.
Kay is funny as hell.
Oh, Kate is hilarious.
I know, she's so funny. All right, let's see this.
The Journey at that point go essentially back into a parking spot across the street where there is a home. And you will see the Dodge Journey sit there for an extended period of time. Meanwhile, Mr. Onfroy and Mr. Kerr are still in Riva Motorsports. They're still, I guess, discussing whether they're going to buy something. And the Dodge Journey sits there. But it doesn't just sit there and nothing happens. Two very important things happen while the Dodge Journey is in that spot across the street. One, a second car pulls up and parks next to the Dodge Journey. And you will see that on the surveillance video. You will see someone get out of that second vehicle, and you will see that person open up the trunk and remove something from the trunk. Now the view is blocked a little bit. There's trees there, so it's not easy to see. You can't see who that person is. You can't see anything about them. But what you will see is somebody get out of the car, somebody open the trunk, and then him or her kind of move around there.
So it kind of sounds like he's trying
You will
to
then see a third vehicle.
sell an illicit
And
exchange.
At this point, we've got the Dodge Journey and we've got an SUV that are kind of parked next to each other. You will see a third vehicle come and
That's a hard sell.
park in the street behind those first two vehicles. And you will see some sort of interaction between somebody
Diane, here's
from
little
those two
tadpole
vehicles
coughs.
and the third vehicle that pulls up directly behind. Again, at this point, we're using Riva surveillance video, and it's capturing something both across the parking lot and across the street. So it's small.
Yeah, Tadpole's had a cough for
but
the
you
last
see
2
very
days.
distinctly those
He had a
three
fever
separate
yesterday.
cars there.
That broke.
Meanwhile,
There's a little sick boy.
you will see that Mr. Onfroy apparently decides not to buy a bike or decides to leave at that point to do something else before buying a bike. We don't know. But you will see Mr. Onfroy and Mr. Kerr walk out of Riva, go towards their BMW. The Journey is still across the street. You will see the BMW go to exit the Riva Motorsports parking lot area. And you'll see there's essentially, there's like the driveway to come out, and there are these fences on either side of the driveway. Just as the BMW comes to pull out to leave, you will see the journey
I'm with Clumsy.
come out of the parking spot that it's in, and you will see the journey come and park directly in front of the BMW. Essentially,
Has nothing to do with anything.
and in the next few seconds is when Mr. Onfroy lost his life. You will see two masked gunmen get out of the journey. You will see them both go into the driver's side door, the driver's side window. The window was down. And you will see there is a struggle between both of those masked gunmen and Mr. Onfroy. And the struggle, it lasts a number of seconds. This isn't a bang bang thing. There's a back and forth that you will see on that video between both of those masked gunmen and Mr. Onfroy. And you will see very clearly that they all make physical contact with one another. And that's going to be important for something here. You will see Mr. Kerr, who was in the passenger seat, almost from the moment that the gunman got out of the van, you will see Mr. Kerr flee. You'll see him, the door flies open and he runs away. You'll see there's a struggle. You'll see one of the gunmen go around to the other side.
Many he defends criminals for a living.
Two people on essentially either side of Mr. Onfroy. And at that point, you will see a
He has
gunman
learned
step
to
back and fire.
extrude the truth in best light for his counsel,
The two gunmen then get back
for
to
his
the journey.
client.
And leaves the area. At no time will you see Mr. Goldbeck.
Oh yeah, I'm aware. I was explaining to
Faces,
Clumsy what
gunmen. You will not see any identifying characteristics
feels wrong about this
of
guy.
those gunmen. And I
Right.
want to be very
Eleni.
clear about
Oh yeah, you.
boat race.
My bad.
The question that you are going to be asked. You will see two people from that journey go into the store, Dedrick Williams and Robert. Neither of those are Michael Goldberg. The state is going to try to convince you that one of those masked men was Michael Goldberg. They won't be able to.
No, you're right. He is very animated.
Evidence will not show that because Michael wasn't there. The evidence is going to show on June 18th of 2018 at 4 o'clock, Michael was home. He was asleep in his bedroom at 1617 Northwest 15th Street in a home that he shared with his grandmother. He was not at Riva Motorsports, and he was not in that Dodge journey. You will see.
Objection, gentlemen, please go sidebar.
Oh. Oh. I hate this because every time they cut the audio, you get that hard static feed. And oh, that'll just blow your ears. And then you get this slight little feedback as the audio is dead. That's always fun. You can skip the sidebar because you literally don't get to get anything from it whatsoever. Yep. Clumsy has the way of it. Sidebar with no alcohol? Well, this is not the bar I want to be at. Allegedly, the gentleman in the turtleneck was the shooter. Michael Boatwright.
The one that he just said was laying in bed.
Yeah. They're all young. The victim was 20 years old. I don't think anyone here, even now, 4 years later, is over the age of 30. It's a bunch of kids trying to play gangster. Only you're playing with real guns in real lives. Bowtie was there. Everyone here was there. Like, you'll find out that they were all there. 100%. Under 30. 100%. That's not even at open for debate. Most people over the age of 30 don't even know who the victim in this case was. I'm actually surprised that anyone here does, but some people here do. Mike Gohagen actually listened to Triple X's music, which is something I never would have expected.
Councilman, proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we're back.
So, as I was saying, at 4 o'clock, June 18th, 2018 is the time of this murder.
Clumsy, I think they knew who he was, but I don't think they knew him.
1617 Northwest 15th Street in Fort Lauderdale. He was at home, at the home that he shared with his grandmother, a woman named Nadine Isaac. You will see, let's talk about the Dodge Journey and what happens with that Dodge Journey after it leaves Rita Motorsports. You will see the Dodge Journey appear on surveillance video a number of different times in different parts of the county after the murder. You will see, the first time you will see it appears at 4:25.
Yeah, Tweety, it seems like it.
You will see the Journey pull up on a road next to an apartment complex called the Driftwood Apartments. And you will hear that is the area where Robert Allen, again, the man that we see in the surveillance video with Diedrich, where Robert Allen lived at that time. But you will see the Journey doesn't turn into Driftwood Motorsports. You will see that it turns away, or excuse me, doesn't turn into the Driftwood apartment complex. It turns away from the Driftwood. And you do not see the Journey again for another hour. And it was in that hour between 4:25 and 5:30 that Michael comes into the picture. The Journey went to a number of different places, but it went to Michael's home. And Michael, at that point, came into the came into the Journey. And you will hear that was because Robert Allen asked him to park the Journey at the Driftwood apartment complex. And at 5:30, you will see the Journey pull into the Driftwood apartments. You will see it park at the Driftwood apartments, and you will see two men on surveillance video get out of the Journey. This is now an hour and a half after the homicide. And you will see the two men that get out of the Journey at that point. One of them is very clearly Michael Goldberg. You'll see that he's wearing shorts, he's wearing a t-shirt, he's wearing a backwards cap. You will see him walk right in front of the surveillance video at between 5:30 and 5:31 p.m. Now you will hear that Michael's home.
I'm very curious about this.
Just a very short few miles away in Fort Lauderdale from the Driftwood apartment complex. They're close together. And
what are we at?
See that when Michael is on that surveillance video, that neither him nor the man that he is with are carrying anything that looks like a gun. They're not carrying anything that looks like money. They're not carrying anything that looks like a Louis Vuitton bag. You will get to see Michael's demeanor as he's very kind of lazily walking on that sidewalk. It is not the video of a man who has just committed a murder. The evidence will show that night that Michael was with, at different parts of that night, both Robert Allen and Trayvon Newsom. The evidence will show that Michael took some very stupid photographs with some money that Robert Allen had.
Some of the money.
Right
Oh,
now,
that's a bad statement in your
absolutely
openings.
And the evidence will show that at some point, Michael learned that someone named XXXTentacion.
Shit.
And you will see that
Oh, dear God.
much later, that Michael starts to get nervous about the fact that he moved the car, that he handled some money
Yeah.
after the homicide.
Yeah, I mean,
His phone,
Then he gets nervous.
his phone download,
I mean,
Googled accessory to murder.
oh, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Accessory to murder.
Yeah.
I submit
he's
to you that
looking for
those searches in the phone are very
the
strong
best case
evidence.
scenario.
Not like throwing your buddies under the
state
bus
Is
to
alleging that he was the shooter.
potentially
in
get
this
something
case.
a little less.
And yet the evidence will show that his phone searched the
Because
term.
I'm sure his buddies are going to try fighting the whole rap,
He
right?
knew he
I
had been in
mean,
the journey
isn't that what you do?
and after
Oof.
the murder.
I mean,
And he knew that he had moved the journey after the murder. So in his mind,
this doesn't look
he
like a
starts to have
cooperative
what accessory to
defense.
murder means.
This looks like every
2
man
days
for
later,
himself.
Diedrich Williams, 2 days
He
later,
did it. No, he did it. No, he
Diedrich
did
Williams
it.
is arrested. And Robert Allen, who knows he's also on the surveillance video, starts wondering, could I be next?
He did
asks
it.
Michael,
Everybody points fingers and then tells
who
these
the
other
boat
guys to
was.
go ahead
Heard
and figure it
the
out.
state's opening, it said,
You
"Two
tell
men
us
Well,
if
the
you can figure
reason
it out.
that Michael
If you
Boatwright,
can't figure it out and you can't put your
And
fingers at
you
it,
will
guess
hear
what?
that Robert
You let
Allen,
us go.
who knew that he
the
had
reason that
been on
Michael
surveillance video
Boatwright's
and knew that
attorney is going to
what his
take the
role
most
in
time
this homicide was, you will
is
hear that
because
he
he's
stayed
the
up here,
alleged gunman.
and law enforcement had to come get him up in Georgia. Michael did not. Michael came home. He came back when he gets Robert up there. He comes back to Fort Lauderdale, and he comes back to 1617 Northwest 15th Street in the home that he had been living in. You will hear on July 5th of 2018, Michael is pulled over by police.
Yep.
He's arrested, and he's eventually charged with this murder that he did not commit.
Danielle's here.
Yep.
Let's talk
Hey,
a little bit
beautiful.
about how the
How you doing?
police
Hi, Danielle.
there. All right. I want to talk about their investigation. I will remind you that this was the summer of this is the Broward Sheriff's Office that was investigating this homicide.
June
Summer of
18th,
2018. Scott
2018.
Israel was the sheriff. And the Broward Sheriff's Office was under an extraordinary amount of pressure to solve this crime. Their credibility as an institution was at stake. And then all of a sudden we have a celebrity who has been murdered.
Yeah.
And they wanted to solve that crime as quickly as they possibly could. So BSO sees the surveillance video in Riva, and they learn that a Instagram account by the name of Tattoo Man Chucky has Diedrich is Diedrich's Instagram account. And they see that the person in the surveillance video is wearing these very distinct orange slides. Orange, they're like Crocs or sandals, but very distinct orange. And police see on Instagram, Diedrich Williams has these very distinct orange slides. And police go to Diedrich's house. They search his house, they search his car, and they arrest Mr. Williams. The entire search of Diedrich's house, they do not find anything linking Michael Boatwright. The entire search of Diedrich's car, they do not find anything linked to Michael Boatwright. It is at this point that police learn three very important facts. One, they learned that the woman who actually rented that Dodge Journey, the Journey that we see in the surveillance video, was a woman named Tony Robinson. And she tells police that the day before the murder, that she was with two other individuals who rented the car with her.
Tweety Yost knows the answer between Crocs and sandals is never Crocs.
If
Just
she's asking about the
just-
case,
No.
they were
never.
distinctively Croc style slides.
Disgusting.
I don't agree with it, but that's what they said.
Horrible human being. Orange. There's
mean-
nothing wrong with orange shoes. I don't have a problem with the color, but it's the fact that they're Crocs. So,
You do
no.
know you're gonna have to defend that position against somebody who you hold very near and dear, right?
Oh, I've already told her to try something else, and
Okay.
one
okay.
day she'll listen to me. One day she'll find
I
the
doubt it.
proper shoe on her foot, and she'll be like,
I
"Oh,
doubt
he's
it.
right." Because I'm never wrong. Anyway,
Yeah, no, I don't trust her to make that kind of good decision for footwear.
Florida inmates definitely wear orange Crocs.
Uh,
Good one.
I
Daniel.
had to wear. I, as a Michigan inmate, had to wear like olive green cracks, slides, if you will. They were Bob Barker's, so they were not the worst thing in the universe.
Okay.
You ever
Sharks
wore?
come from Costa Rica, and they're orange too. Oh, cool. There's some badass Converse orange. Yes, absolutely. Learning a lot about Darth tonight. Yeah, it's amazing what you kind of can learn about people as you know
I
listen to
mean,
them.
I have some stuff to say about this just because I've been through the courts a few times on a couple of different charges. I am not in prison. God save the Queen.
All right. Any man who wears sandals or flip flops should be shot like a. Obviously, that's why it was like.
This is why we don't read Mr. Terrible's chats 94% of the time.
Well, that's why it was most likely blocked by the YouTube gods beforehand.
Yeah.
She says one of them was Robert Allen. She says
I can't
one
say
of
I've
them was
never been
someone
arrested.
So that was essentially
I wish I could.
instance one for BSO regarding someone. Two,
Hmm.
police search Dedrick Williams' cell phone. And in Dedrick Williams' cell phone, they find a name, Lil Boat, with the phone number 754-207-1410.
Lil Boat.
And third, the reason that Michael
Break out another 1,000. They'll break out another 1,000.
207-1410. And those phone
Man,
calls
this man can like carry on and on.
From there, with BSO, it was full-on tunnel vision.
Interesting.
Michael, the phone that Michael.
Tweety's never been arrested. Danielle's never been arrested.
He must have been.
I
So
have.
July 5th, 2018, Michael's in a car. He was stopped.
I've definitely
arrested.
been
There are
arrested
two
several
phones
times.
that are found in his possession.
Yeah, me too.
And police search.
Sometimes
one
for
of them
stupid
that has
shit,
the number 754-207-1410.
sometimes for really scary shit.
In this phone, they find some photos that Michael had taken.
Okay, so then as we say that, and people are listening to us and they're like, "No, wait a minute. Why, you usually go on the internet to go listen to lawyers talk about this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Why would you want to listen to a couple guys that have gone through this kind of stuff that have been arrested? That what's the point? Well, because they got a different perspective on it, as opposed to
Yeah.
actually looking at it like a lawyer. You got us
Yeah.
looking at it like not lawyers, and giving you an honest opinion from the side of the criminal. That hey,
100%.
maybe this, maybe that.
People have been caught up in some stuff. We're not choir boys. We're not street preachers. We're people have been down through there. But why are we covering this?
Somebody
Because
else is.
hashtag nobody's covering this. So two nobodies covering this. That's the truth of it. Like, why are we covering this?
Tweety
Nobody's
says I
covering
tried to
this.
get myself arrested and failed. That's the problem right there. Is you tried.
Yeah.
You don't try to get arrested. They're just gonna laugh at you.
Yeah.
You got to actually go and do something stupid.
I've done a whole bunch of stuff
On
stupid.
purpose.
I've done a couple of things I've been arrested for. I've done a couple of things I've never been arrested for, and I've been arrested for a couple of things that I never did. So I run the whole spectrum of all of that. Yeah. Rock on, kid. I was born in the 80s. I grew up when we were still free range children. And some of us were left unsupervised long enough to do just stupid enough stuff to let us know our paths don't go that route.
Right.
We're not doing life in prison,
No.
but we can understand how we could have been there at some point.
Oh yeah, if it wouldn't have changed my attitude and started changing the way I did things, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
That would have been the next step. Lucky for me, I kept myself from going there.
Oh yeah. Same.
'Cause ain't
Same.
nobody gonna do it but the person themselves. Anybody
Mhm.
that lands themselves in jail is their own damn fault.
Oh yeah.
Just saying. It's never. Oh, I didn't do it. Yeah, no, you did. That's why you're here. All right. Anyway, let's hit this.
After the murder, and they find his Google searches. And that was essentially the case against Michael Boatwright for 4 years. It was the phone, and it was the photographs. It assumed a whole number of things. It assumed that that phone was actually in Michael's possession at the time of the murder. And it assumed that only someone who had committed a murder would be searching about XXXTentacion, this celebrity who had just been murdered in Broward County, and most of Broward County had heard about. In fact, there was evidence that police ignored about the phone. There was evidence that that phone was not in Michael's possession that day. And that comes from two very important sources.
I see T3's
One
around.
was Tony Robbins.
What's up?
Tony Robbins
I
was
did see
convicted of
T3 showed up.
And she told police that after the Dodge Journey was in a crash, she received a
It's good to
phone
see
call
you.
from Boatwright, not from Boatwright's phone. She says she received a call from Michael Boatwright, who was using Robert Allen's phone on June 18, 2018. And you will see evidence in that phone that a number of other men
Oh no,
had
you weren't.
used that phone before. That this was a phone that was used by multiple people in Michael's community. That it was not
Did you
just
sleep well,
Michael's phone.
Shelly?
And
I was wondering
but
the same
police
thing.
ignored
I
that.
hope she slept
They
well.
had
Hey.
this location information. They had these photographs,
Say what?
and they had a crime that they needed to commit. That they needed to solve in a short period of time. And Michael was arrested. And that's
No,
where the case stood
damn.
for 4 years
Damn.
until last year, the state made Robert Allen. They said, if you plead guilty and you testify against Michael, we will change your charge from murder.
That's why she was on green light on Discord all night.
Robert Allen is the only person that you will hear from that puts Michael Boatwright at Riva Motorsports on June 18th, 2019. And he has a whole host of reasons to lie. In law school, they teach us don't promise something in opening statement that you can't deliver on during the trial. Let me be very clear. If Robert Allen testifies in this case, he will lie. And we will prove that he is lying.
Ooh.
Police ignored an extraordinary amount of evidence that Michael was not the killer, was not involved in this case. A day after his arrest, BSO searches Michael's home. They go through that home with a fine-tooth comb. They pull out a whole bunch of stuff from the home. They do not find a murder weapon. They do not find lots of money. They take a whole bunch of clothing, pants, shirts. None of that has any of Jose Onfroy's DNA on it.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
The police
I hope you
process
can prove that.
all of the BMW. So they take the
Big
BMW
claims.
that Onfroy was in, they tow it back to their facility, and they process that whole thing. And you will see that Mr. Boatwright's fingerprints aren't on the outside of that BMW. They are on the inside of that BMW. Mr. Boatwright's DNA is not on the outside of that BMW. Is not on the inside of that BMW. Nothing on the BMW links to Michael Boatwright. You will hear that police processed Mr. Onfroy's body, right? His clothing. They took swabs from underneath his fingernails. They could see that he had been struggling with both of the masked men in this case. And you will hear that Michael's DNA is nowhere to be weapon in this case was never found. You will hear that no money was ever found in Michael's possession. Police, you heard during the state's opening that Leonard Kerr could hear the men who were masked making demands of Jose Anfroy. Could hear his voice clearly. Police never did any kind of voice lineup with Leonard Kerr to try to match it in any way to Mr. Bowden. You will hear that right after the murder, in the moments after the murder, police received a number of leads as to who had committed this murder that were never followed up on. You will hear that police searched Mr. Anfroy's phone.
Mm-hmm.
The phone that had been in Mr. Anfroy's possession was taken, it was downloaded, and it was searched. And you will see that there are a number of items in that phone that should have caused red flags to any thorough investigator.
Danielle, I was kind of thinking the same thing. It's like, is the lawyer or what's the judge paying attention to at all?
Did extensive social media research on all four of the people that were charged in this case. In particular, you will see that police looked at Dedrick Williams' Instagram account. It is a very voluminous Instagram account. And there are a number of people.
I assume, Susie,
in photographs.
that his voice projects better in the room than it does on the microphone.
Close with.
So he may be losing us. He's probably not losing the jury.
Those men are Michael Boatwright. And you will hear about a man named Sherrod Clayton. Police learned that Sherrod Clayton was babysitting Dedrick Williams' kids at the time of this murder. And you will hear the police interviewed Sherrod Clayton. You'll see that Sherrod Clayton is a tall young man. And you will hear that that Sherrod Clayton told police that in the hours after the murder, Dedrick Williams came home, and that he came home with a number of other men. And when police showed Sherrod Williams a picture of Michael Boatwright and said, "Is this one of the men that was with Dedrick after the murder?" He said no. He emphatically said no. And the police ignored him. The state is going to be able to show a number of things. They're going to be able to show that Michael had contact with that jury, that he was in that jury, both before, in the day before the murder and after the murder. They're going to be able to show that a phone that he sometimes used was at the scene of the crime at the time of the murder. And they're going to be able to show that Michael had spent time with Trayvon and Dedrick and Robert Allen after the murder. But that little bit of smoke doesn't cause a fire that can be used to convict Michael Boatwright. The state will not be able to prove to you that Michael himself was present at Riva Motorsports and that Michael himself participated in any murder. You're going to hear a lot of information in this trial. The quantity of that information will be extraordinary. You've already heard a lot of information from me. The judge will tell you at the end of this trial that it isn't the amount of information that you hear, but it is the quality of that information. And for all of the information that the state will present, there will not be any hard evidence of any quality that Michael was involved in this murder. The overwhelming question that you're going to have to answer is this: are you sure, beyond all reasonable doubt, that Michael Boatwright was at Riva Motorsports on June 18th, 2018, and that he participated in this murder? They won't be able to prove that to you because he wasn't there. And at the end of this case, the only true verdict based on evidence and on the law and on justice will be one of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the next opening statement, we're going to take about a 5-minute comfort break so the parties can go to the restroom and what have you.
Give us 5 minutes, Frog.
Last few opening statements if they wish to do so, and then we'll break for lunch. But we'll take about a 5-minute comfort break here, which you can do.
5-minute break.
Spacious another 30, 40 minutes.
Well, the first guy, Clumsy, is actually defending the one they said fired the shots. So he's going to speak the longest because his client is the one that's actually up for doing the murdering.
With respect to, first of all, with respect to Ms. Boatright's motion for mistrial based on the court's instruction, I just want to follow into the record, citing two Mosley,
What
MOS
is my dog doing?
402 Southern Second 559 out of the First District, and I quote pertinent part: "A trial judge has a powerful tool at his disposal to protect constitutional privilege. The jury instruction has an affirmative constitutional obligation to use that tool when the defendant seeks its employment. No judge can prevent jurors from speculating about why a defendant stands mute in the face of criminal accusation, but a judge can must
Little Boatwright is the guy in the
use
turtleneck.
any power of the jury instruction to reduce that speculation
Right.
to a minimum. In this case, Mosley requested jury instruction should have been given, even though the co-defendants requested that such instruction not be given. It is not reversible error to give the instruction over a defendant's objection, but it is reversible error to refuse to give an instruction when requested to do so. As the United
Thank
States
you, Rabbit.
said in Carter versus Kentucky, the significance of a cautionary instruction was forcibly acknowledged in Lakeside, where the court found no constitutional error even when a no inference instruction was given over a defendant's objection. The statutory the purpose of the instruction is to remove from the jury's deliberations any influence of unspoken adverse inferences. Was deemed so important there that it outweighs the defendant's own preferred tactics. This case was favorably cited in Andrews versus State 443 Southern Second 78, in stating it is reversible error to refuse to give the cautionary instruction where the defendant requested, but as the majority expressly recognizes, it is not reversible error to give over a defendant's objection, and it cites to Carlton versus State going back to 1933 as being fairly well settled law in the state of Florida. I would also look at Rosa versus State 696 Southern Second 1299 out of the Third District. Again, taking the same stand that in Lakeside versus Oregon, the United States Supreme Court ruled that the trial court may advise jurors not to draw an adverse inference from the defendant's failure to testify. The trial court may so instruct the jurors even if the defendant objects to such instruction. The Florida Supreme Court reached a similar conclusion in Andrews versus State 443 Southern Second 78 and Grissom versus State 492 Southern Second 1324. The court's comments brought the issue of the defendant's right not to testify and the fact that no inference is to be drawn therefrom to the attention of the jurors prior to any discussion by the parties. And finally, out of our own fourth,
If I was the guy in the middle,
in Greedy,
I would decline to testify. Because the guy on the far end in the blue and orange is the accused gunman,
court states in this case,
and the guy on the other end is the accused mastermind. And if I was just this lad in the middle, I would just remain as neutral as I am and like say nothing.
at trial, such
Florida,
in the
Clumsy, is Florida case.
is not error.
Yes, this is Florida.
Over the objection of a
But yeah, you have a point. You
Yeah.
really do. I mean, when you actually come down to it, if he just shuts up, this is
Like
absolutely
he's
nothing.
not been mentioned so far. I would just completely decline all involvement. Like I was not there at all. I'm not gonna say anything on my behalf.
Why are you
Yeah.
here, sir? The color of my skin. I don't.
I mean,
You just never know. You just never know what the reason is.
nope.
That why he's
Oh,
actually
you're
there.
gonna have to do a lot of this. Like they're on adjournment. You're okay. There you go. You're back to video.
okay.
Okay.
The jurors of what the attorneys say. Requirement.
I don't believe it rises to the level and meets the burden.
Yeah. Bring her back because she does actually make really good arguments. Like
during his
Okay.
opening. Some of it could have been construed as prejudicial against my client, and I would move to settle at this time.
Yes, Florida.
I object. Okay.
Broward County.
This is not anything that we didn't already know, with respect to the inextricably.
Y'all hit that
intertwined
like button for me.
evidence amongst the three
Yeah. We'll lull
potentially
your
one person
commentary
and
now.
against the other. It's actually probably expected, given the type of trial that is proceeding with co-defendants. So I don't believe it rises to the level and meets the burden of severance.
All right, yes, I mean, I made my ruling on that, I don't think it rises to the necessity requirement of like a proven issue. And thankfully, I have and I will continue to remind the jurors that what the attorneys say, it's not evidence. Okay, but.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
There's not evidence, so
Okay. Let me know when they're ready to go and then bring them.
this is defense opening number 2, right? The James Corbin clone.
The guy in the bow tie is innocent, according to Mr. Terrible.
Okay. Well, appreciate your input.
Well, that's what he's here for, his input.
Of course, that's what I
Like
said. I
Mr.
appreciate
Terrible.
it. Like,
Really like Mr.
I can't say he's wrong, so I can't argue against him. But
How many law enforcement officers are in the courtroom?
9.
Yeah, there's several. There has to be like 2 for each
I
individual.
counted 9.
Like two for each individual, no matter what, because they're personal.
And then the court staff.
And then the court has theirs, right? For what,
Yeah.
1 for each.
Yeah.
Or one
So-
for 2, maybe, depending
Yeah,
on you know.
so six apiece, and then 1 for each. Yeah, I did count 9, so imagine that.
All right, do the 1 person I can actually see because the monitor. But that's all right. All right, bring them up.
All right. All right.
You did?
There we go.
Danielle. Thank you.
Oh, Danielle, you're a sweetheart. Thanks for buying my man Fryer coffee. He needs one. He needs a couple of beers for this nonsense. I mean, Michael Hagan is correct. They're all innocent. None of them have been proven guilty in this court of law.
Right?
That's the presumption of innocence
Afternoon, how are you guys?
in a nutshell.
I want to take this opportunity again to thank you guys for your sacrifice and for your attention on behalf of Deidre and on behalf of my entire team. I really thank you for your sacrifice and for your attention. This case, I was retained on this case almost immediately. So on June 19, 2018, I had the opportunity to, as many criminal defense attorneys and prosecutors that handle homicide cases, I was able to go to Reba. So the first thing I did, I went to Reba. And when I got to Reba, is the first time that I understood exactly Mr. Onfroy's impact. When I got there, there was an entire block of candles and pictures, and I'm talking about the entire block. And I knew who he was because even though I'm 50 and I like rap music and stuff, I knew who he was. I knew him.
Yeah, I mean, he's Hispanic. He loves rapping and stuff.
I understand exactly what type of an international celebrity he was and what type of impact he had. Now,
I never even listened to his music.
And I understand that idea because at the end of the day, a life is a life. And my life is equivalent to anybody else's life, no matter who you are, even if you are an international celebrity.
Oh, this is a good argument.
What you're going to see in this case is that when it comes to law enforcement and the way that law enforcement deals with certain cases, it's
Danielle,
different.
he's running at hyperspeed. Remember, he's like
Yeah,
1.5 speed or something, or 1.25 speed.
Yeah. We're taking his huge energy and then ramping it up just a little bit further.
To properly set the stage, and I know Mr. Kim touched on it.
We want to get caught up so we can cover this shit live or
certain topics
mostly live.
in a similar case.
We're a day behind, so we want to get through a day and a half today and a day and a half tomorrow, and then get back to live on Friday.
There you go.
Like I was saying,
We can do this lawyer stuff. Like,
tragic incident that affected Broward County. It affected
we're not
the citizens
incompetent.
of Broward County.
Just not
It
lawyer.
affected BSO. So when
Of course
you're
not.
talking about
We're,
law
of
enforcement
course,
agencies with their back
we're
against
just
the wall,
two nobodies covering this.
in February of 2018. Then
Because
all of a
nobody's
sudden,
covering
arguably
this.
one of the most famous entertainers, literally in the world, is killed in Broward County. That's where BSO was.
At the time, he was
Broward County
blowing up. Like,
And
it
all of a
was
sudden,
really
they need to
ridiculous.
Figure this out quickly because it affects everything, and the evidence is going to show that their way to figure it out quickly is they give this case to Detective Kersey, and you're going to meet him. And he's a very experienced.
How many
detective.
people do you know
Matter of fact, he's the-
that
he's
are
the same
20 years
detective
old that have
that's
10 million subscribers on
We'll get into
YouTube?
that when he's on stand.
I bet you don't know
What they
any.
do is, what
This
they do
dude
is
did.
they try and
At
wrap
20
it up
years.
really quick. And I compare it to a gift wrap. Not just a regular gift wrap. I'm talking about the kind you get at Macy's, the professionally done one. That's what they want to do to make it look really nice. And so that the detective can take it to his division chief, and then it goes up the chain of command to the captain. And then that little gift wrap box, the solution to the problem, goes to the state attorney's office.
Grab it.
Eventually gets assigned to an ASA, and eventually they bring it to you. But as jurors, your job is to really look in the box and find out exactly what happened in this case. And you're going to see that when Mr. Kim was talking about tunnel vision, this case was all about tunnel vision. And now,
I think it's almost 30 million, Tweety.
doing misdemeanors, federal cases, state
I
cases.
can't put that. I think it's 26.8 or more.
By the time you get to the Marlin Stadium,
Objection
And there-
argumentative, Judge.
Oh,
One more before you anticipate we will see.
okay. So, as jurors, just because they're saying someone did something, your job is to really look at the evidence and find out if they did it or not. Now, the positive thing for you all and for Dietrich is that there's different types of evidence. There's testimonial evidence, which you're going to see people testifying, taking the stand, swearing to tell the truth, and testifying. There's circumstantial evidence, okay? And then there's something like video evidence. And the good thing about
I
video
agree,
evidence is
Clumsy.
that you all sitting here can look at a video, and you don't need ASA Shields, or you don't need Detective Curcio to tell you what the video is. You have two eyes and you can figure it out. And in this case, and the evidence will show, when you look at that video, okay, and you're going to see how Detective Curcio testifies, I want you all to remember this moment and to think about the distinctions in what a seasoned homicide detective is telling you what a video shows and what you all are looking at, and see the distinction and ask yourself why. Why would a seasoned homicide detective make those distinctions and testify that way when I'm seeing with my own two eyes? And you're going to figure out that it's part of the gift wrap, the solution. Let's figure this out quick.
I mean, this man is actually killing
a solution, a resolution to the
testimony.
nightmare that was when Mr. Onfro was killed. Because no doubt about it, for Broward County, for everybody involved, it was a nightmare. Now the video, it's going to show Dietrich there. Okay, you're going to see it for yourself. Now, what the prosecution has hitched their wagon.
It's 1.25x,
I've
Tweety.
also touched on Robert Allen, and I'm here to tell you that Robert Allen, first of all, he sat in jail for 4 years. It's not like if that guy was like.
I think chat thinks we're going too fast for them. Let's slow it back down to native speed and let's cover this in time. Like, we'll skip all the nonsense, but if y'all want it at this speed, we're just trying to catch up so we can get to the live.
Robert Allen. The answer is no. Robert Allen is the one that puts him in the car. Robert Allen puts him behind the wheel. Robert Allen.
this guy at 1.25 is hilarious.
I mean, he's doing a lot.
And the fact that they need that from him, judge him for yourself.
But chat apparently wants it at regular speed, so let's give it to him.
Ask yourself if I can believe him and whether or not I can convict someone on his testimony.
Well, Mr. Terrible, you're gonna learn today.
The
Mike,
video
go ahead.
which,
What did he say,
you know,
man?
when he was pretty thorough about his explanation of the video. The next time you see that dog, it's in an accident. And it's in an accident like it got T-boned by another car. Totally unexpected.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be
My
fast.
client
Like,
in the car? No. My client's not in the car.
you got that good Peruvian. Mike Gohagen with the win.
Now, television is a very.
I'm not gonna speak anymore on it, but I'm just like, yeah, I'm well aware. Mrs. Terrible is a boomer a little
No,
bit.
keep it there.
Which I never have
So
done.
now Diane's asking us to put it back.
Like driving a motorcycle, I'm envisioning like a really fast.
Oh, on 1.25?
Try to get from point A to point B in the fastest amount of time.
Put it back.
So
It's
what
funny.
happens, you lose everything in the periphery. Okay? And what happened in this case is that they
Do
did-
it, I guess.
they wanted to
I don't know what the
solve case,
audience
close the
wants.
case, close the case so quickly
Do you want it at full
that they
speed or do you want it at
and
accelerated
other evidence
speed?
that didn't comport with what they wanted, what they believed.
Now you can actually feel it.
Yeah.
The evidence will show.
Tomorrow we get to make up a lot of time because there's a lot of dead air.
So listen, you're gonna hear from Detective Curcio, and I'm gonna cross-examine him, and I'm gonna get a lot of things out. But for instance, when they around 2021, the evidence will show that Tanel Carter, Diedrich's ex-girlfriend, came forward and said, "Hey, I want to make sure that you guys know that Diedrich wasn't driving. That now she basically was altering her statement." And you would say to yourself, "Wow, that's big, right? That's a big thing because this is a very important case. This is, as you can imagine, one of Broward County's more important cases simply because it involves a celebrity, which shouldn't be, but it is. Okay. And
Once he finds his accent endearing.
that they're relying on to put him in the car, that they're relying on to put him behind the wheel. She comes forward, and the testimony will show, the evidence will show that they didn't do anything. They didn't bring her in to re-interview.
No, I got a lot of ones.
Nothing. Because it didn't comport with the narrative that they wanted.
125.
We'll keep
Yeah.
it.
In the same breath, before X died, he said, "If anybody kills me, it's
I have no issue with it.
Do you think that for one moment, here today,
I'm
days
just
after the event, he's
trying
still
to
going right?
perpetuate for you
You
kids.
have to be
Guys,
paid
before that, if
attention
anybody kills me straight, do you think in that time span?
'Cause
that
he
they
covers
went
a
and
lot
arrested
real
and talked
quick.
to him? No. Do you think sitting here today, years later, any detective has ever asked?
There are going to be some parts of tomorrow's testimony, which was today's testimony, then I'm going to ask him to slow it
Is
down.
involved in, God forbid, in a murder, and you say, "Hey,
Just so everybody can
so-and-so,
hear
you
what
better
was.
believe so-and-so's gonna get investigated." But in this case, they didn't do it. They didn't do it because it didn't comport with their version and their narrative. And as law enforcement, I think that they have the obligation to do so. Another issue. And the evidence will show that before Mr. Onfroy was killed, there was an individual by the name of Antonio King, aka 600 Breezy, that posted on YouTube saying, "When I get off of probation,
Mike Gohagen don't like this scumbag attorney either way, and I hate this. My head. When they cut the audio, when they do sidebars, they cut the audio, and it always is staticky as
Their
shit.
white noise machine is.
I hate to say it, chat, but we're all gonna have to suffer through this. If you're gonna suffer along with us, there's a lot to hear about this. But damn, does that actually suck? A lot. Okay.
Antonio King, 600 Breezy, literally came here to Florida and took videos by Mr. Onfroy's house, threatening him. Okay? Fast forward, he's shot by 2 masked men. Do you think BSO ever investigated this? Do you think anyone in Broward County ever, went to ask him any questions? To this day, years later, that's never happened. So ask yourself why? Why would they not investigate it? Because it doesn't comport to the narrative that they want. And that's going to be a motif.
I mean,
Consistently the same issue. It's not what they want here. It's not what they want here. So they don't investigate it, and they have an obligation to do so.
yeah, and he's not wrong.
Hear from Pierre Patrick Bernard, Mr. Onfroy's mom, and she's gonna sit there, and she's gonna tell you that the reason that she wanted security with Mr. Onfroy on the day that he was shot was because of the issues that he had with Drake and Migos. She's gonna tell you that, okay? Now, what issues does she have? There's issues where Migos was attacked by him, but the important thing is that the mom is gonna tell you that that's why I wanted that security with him, okay? So, do you think anybody's ever talked to them? No, and that's unacceptable.
It is.
Curcio himself is gonna sit there and tell you, okay, the Crime Stoppers, did any name consistently come up? He's gonna tell you, yeah, Drake. He's gonna tell you that. But they never investigated it. And you know what? Celebrity is not a cloak of invisibility. If you're part of a case, you're part of a case. And they should have.
I mean, Jimmy YouTube is saying the same
I
shit.
guess.
It's not for detectives.
I mean, Jimmy YouTube was in here saying the same shit. I would love for him to jump on with us.
Is as a juror.
I threw him a link a long time
I'm
ago.
the attorneys to ask questions, and your
Okay.
job as jurors is also
I don't know why
to ask
he's not.
questions, okay? I mean, you can't really verbally do it like I'm doing it.
Clumsy?
You can ask questions
No.
to yourself.
There's only so
No,
many
it's
people
not.
that got a link.
Okay?
Your
Because I figured it
your
would be a
goat
regular
is worth.
show issue, so
we can
you,
figure out what the
Yeah.
truth is in this
Shirts
case. And I feel
and
really
Jimmy.
blessed to be here for Dietrich. I feel really honored to represent him, and I'm looking
I'm
forward
really glad
to
we're
you
doing
guys
this
get to the truth.
actually, because
Get to
this
the
is
truth. You guys are gonna find that Dietrich
something I
is
probably
absolutely-
would not have
Thank you so
done.
much.
Sir,
Someone needs to do it.
look like
Counsel for Mr. Newsom, Michelle?
anybody else that's actually live.
Nobody's doing it.
Thank you, Danielle, for the $3. It's awesome.
Selected for this jury, my condolences if you're not, but we know you're gonna do a fabulous job. We appreciate the responses. Trayvon Newsom wasn't there that day. He is an innocent man wrongfully accused.
Tweety YouTube, bring your
And guilt by
booty up
association
to the
with an
panel.
investigation that didn't
Belly up to the bar.
that needed
Come
to be
sit with us, have a sip,
Robert Allen is the unfortunate
discuss this
of
thing you've
Trayvon
seen.
Newsom. Unfortunate in the sense that when he was dead to rights, caught involved in a first-degree murder on video, no question, it's him, it's his face, he's there, he's involved. The police looked into his social media and found friends that might fit the description of the people that you see in that video jump out of that car with guns. But you cannot tell for 1 second who those two people are that jumped out of that car. So what you have to do is look at what the evidence will show.
This might be my
By the way,
favorite attorney for the defense.
But in this case, I'm going to tell you what the evidence will not show. The evidence will not show that any firearm was ever recovered that could be matched or linked to Trayvon Newsom. The evidence will not show that anything from a thorough search of his home where he lived with his father and his sister, including digging up his entire backyard because they heard the money was buried there, turned up anything that was linked Trayvon Newsom to this terrible crime.
I mean,
The evidence will not show that Trayvon has ever made a statement of admission or any statement that would link him
the
to this
dyed
terrible
hair
crime, to any third party
is
or
too
anyone
much.
else.
He doesn't need to do
Yeah.
that.
The evidence
But I
will
mean,
show
he
no
does
DNA
say a
whatsoever
lot.
found on the body of Mr. Onfroy or on that car. Although you see a tussle going on, you see they allege he goes around the
This
car
is
and gets
just
actually
enough.
into it. No DNA whatsoever linked to Trayvon Newsom. No fingerprints linked to Trayvon Newsom. No cell phone evidence places Trayvon Newsom anywhere near that scene of the crime that day. No credible eyewitnesses. No proof Trayvon was ever at Riva that day. No less that he's that shadowy
Yeah, I
person
like
you
this
see in the
guy.
video jump out of the car
Yeah.
and appear to brandish a firearm.
He makes a really good, like,
Now, the state has told
good
you
solid statement.
there's evidence found at the homes of the defendants. Not Trayvon.
Like if they ever tried to make it into a movie, you'd be like, this would be Pacino,
Because
you
it's
know.
not Trayvon.
It would. It would.
You will see a video of Trayvon later on in that car because he knows these guys. Mr. Allen testified that Trayvon had been staying at his house for a few days before this. This is friend, Ms. Turndall. And you'll hear that later on, and you'll see, an hour or two after this terrible thing happened, Trayvon's in that dog church. The photos together. They're living together, but he is not the person that was at the scene that day participating in this homicide. And the vast majority of evidence will show that when you look at it reasonably and without the blinders on. My co-counsel so aptly just pointed out, law enforcement seems to have about this case. You'll see he
Y'all go share this out to your friends. Let them know where you're
got out
at.
of the car, walk into an apartment, casually walk back, get into the car again. Not the
Say,
slightest
come
sign
talk to
of
us.
them not knowing that
Come
they
hold a
used to, or
conversation.
later
He
on,
actually
juries
reads
will
his
look what's going on.
chat.
Nothing to suggest that this terrible crime
Yeah.
had just happened or that he has been a part
We're
of.
doing what the lawyers do.
And you've already
The
heard that
lawyers.
was in a car accident shortly later that day. But what you haven't heard yet,
Nobody's covering this.
goes to that scene of that accident.
That's a
Because
hashtag.
he's got a license to claim that car back. You've been in a horrible murder, attempted robbery in that car 2 hours before, and you go to where that car is now in the hands of law enforcement and say, hey, can I take the car back? My buddy's rented this car. And by the way, he had nothing to do with renting the car. But Mr. Allen asked him to go pick up the car. It's the only one with a license. Did he do that? Is that evidence of guilty conscience or exactly the opposite? Use your common sense. The evidence will show that the state's star witness, their cooperating witness, was there at Reba that day. Unmistakable video evidence. He had no choice.
The visuals, Diane, are absolutely amazing.
Police had already figured may have been involved. You heard two people took off and went to Georgia. Trayvon Newsom found out the police were looking for him. His father came and hired me and voluntarily surrendered him to Detective Kersey because we knew we'd have our day in trial someday down the road. And the evidence was never going to be able to prove he was there because he wasn't. When you see Robert Allen testify, when you look at him, when you have a chance to look at his demeanor, how he handles himself, the first thing I think you're going to realize, maybe it's going to show you, is this is not a person you would ever trust in life if you ran into him on the street. You would immediately be leery of him. Never trust him. But then when you hear he's made different statements along the way, trying to get his statement consistent with the theory that the state wants to present here, you're going to know that is no one you would ever believe in any fashion, particularly not in a courtroom when he's testifying in a murder trial. You will find the sum total of Robert Allen's involvement in this.
Does anyone remember that crazy guy with the dreads?
He's not reliable.
They represented himself from Florida.
And you'll follow the court's
His
instructions.
name was Rodney something.
That is the only testimony. In this case,
And he
Yeah.
was held during the opening statements.
just one witness. No physical evidence whatsoever.
What about him?
I'm not familiar with that, Clumsy.
Sense will tell you it goes in the other direction. He would not have
I
done it.
remember the crazy guy.
He also posed for some stupid photographs with money.
Rodney
Whatever he
something,
said to
yes.
Try to show his guilt. But you'll see there's been many other times when these guys have posed with money. They impress girls, they impress their friends, they act like they have
Oh, he would yell.
social media.
Yell during
Yell
opening
during
statements.
his opening statements?
I don't.
Do and
I
say to
definitely don't know who you're talking about.
posing with that money,
And I didn't before either.
taken in a robbery earlier the day or not. You won't hear any testimony, but it doesn't establish anything because he's done it many times in the past.
The only Rodney I know from court proceedings is Rodney King, and that was a California case, not a Florida case.
In opening, the state says that the evidence will show that the two co-defendants who went into Reba
I might have missed something.
were communicating by cell phone with the people in the car.
You may, I mean, even Ricada covered it. This guy or whatever. So he's like, he like actually seriously
Solid evidence.
We
tried
up the
to
ball,
actually
we put down.
defend himself
Somebody
in
has a cell
court.
phone, whether it's their own or they've loaned it
Solid
out,
citizen style.
nothing to link to Trayvon Newsom.
No, so
And got his, he's got his
This is the
ass
worst, man.
handed to him.
that's the worst case.
Again, what the evidence will not show.
Uh,
DNA, no fingerprints, no cell phone evidence, no credible eyewitnesses. Nothing that you would expect, no cell phone hits, nothing that you would expect law enforcement could find if in fact Trayvon was that person.
I want Juju to join
In this case, that he's presumed
our
to be innocent.
Discord.
The evidence that the state has will come nowhere near close to eliminating that presumption of innocence. Thank you again for your attention. I won't have a whole lot to say to you during this trial, because not a lot of this applies to Trayvon at all. Take your notes. Be careful at what applies to who. Always ask the question, if someone says they, do they really mean Trayvon? Because the vast majority of times, when they say they, there's no evidence Trayvon's even in the statement. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's a strong opening
Gentlemen,
argument.
at this time, we will break for lunch before I send you out.
A breaking for lunch. Thank God.
You're not formatting definite or fixed opinions.
We get a good hard fast forward before we come back.
During the course of the trial, if regular recesses, separate, go about your personal affairs. During recesses, you shall not discuss the case with anyone or permit anyone to say anything to you or your private case. Anyone who attempts to, tell me your jury.
Are we halfway through yet, Frog?
If you see counsel, court's order. Sharp.
Yeah, we are.
All right, parties present, jurors are absent. Anything else to discuss?
We'll go through rule at this time.
Rule of sequestration is invoked.
I love how the
Any witnesses?
lawyers whisper to each other to corroborate stories.
Judge, could we also just specify, since this case is being live streamed, that
Roddy O'Neill.
parties should instruct their witnesses that they may not watch it?
Yes, thank you. So all parties should instruct their witnesses that the rule. of
Yeah,
sequestration
Juju, come
also includes.
grab Discord.
Live stream presentation of this court.
Darth Hideous, number 9999. Not a gap in the middle. Come join us, please.
Of course, with direct and three potential crosses, I don't know that we can ever know exactly how long that will go, but you reasonably hope that we do this week. 4:45,
Start time for tomorrow, Judge?
10:30 scheduled for them.
I just reiterate my request and pull out what we need.
You know,
Regular court proceedings, shit, nothing.
This is all just shit nobody wants to witness. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of the wall. That is where the camera goes when there's nothing to hear. Pan forward on the timeline, like, and then pan back when you.
Tweety asked who else died this year. The only one that I can really seriously think of is Twitch took his own life.
Yeah.
The guy from Ellen.
R.I.P. Yeah.
And there was another guy that was in the bathtub, wasn't he?
I don't really know if too many people have taken their life this year because it's still very early in the year. We're getting to the point where we're gonna get a bunch more names.
Those
There's
are last year.
Valentine's
Never mind.
coming up.
Those are all last year. Never mind.
I can't think of nobody
it's
this year.
February, so it's like there's nobody that I can actually think of right now that's actually
But-
died in the last month.
I mean, when we get beyond Valentine's Day, we're gonna hear a number of names. It's unfortunate, but that's how this happens. Okay. We're gonna get all the way through this tonight and into tomorrow's stream today.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Clumsy, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Give me 2 thumbs up if you're great. Give me 1 thumbs up if you're meh, better than 50. Give me a thumbs down if you're less than 50, and 2 thumbs if you're just close to 0.
Usually, Friday morning, because he's gonna be in session.
Right.
Or with,
For Fridays,
These
Really, Mr. Terrible? Is that true?
every Friday I have town call usually runs.
okay, I got a thumbs up.
Veterans
So
Rush to Hospital?
I'm happy to hear that Clumsy's getting back together.
I never laugh at anybody. It's more of a.
But if you want to do your second deposition, first date is Friday morning.
I want to know if this is true, so I can.
Fetterman got rushed to the hospital. Yeah, that's.
I suppose to him, would.
I was okay. Like, I don't want anyone to be hurt just because of where they are.
5:30 local time, which is when we would be down here, and it's 3 hours ago.
Okay. That was right.
Move that right away.
Yeah, There's just so much nonsense that goes on with this trial and so little actual fundamentals that I think that's why nobody wants to cover it because it's like so much dead air. They do 6 hours of coverage a day in 6 hours of trial, and maybe 2 3/4 of it is relevant to the case. We're almost done with day 1. And day 2 is almost as trash with what I watched through of it. Okay.
Laugh right into that microphone for us, we can all hear you.
Come back.
So just
This is actual viable one.
Thank you, may be seated.
Come back another 5 minutes or so.
You just go right up on it. I just want to be wet.
There we go.
Will you please stand right here, facing the clerk to be sworn before you sit?
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, may be seated.
Thank you.
First witness.
Please say your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Cecilia Ramos, Ramos.
Council, you need to-
Later, Jacob, man.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ramos.
Good afternoon.
Yep.
How are you doing?
I'm well.
So this is a big room, lots of acoustics. I can barely hear you back here because of how this is all built. So if you can just talk right into that microphone for us, we can all hear you. All right. Good.
They really don't give
Who do you work for?
that
Bank of America,
And how long have you worked for Bank of America?
6 years.
understand
And when you first started working for Bank of America,
microphone
what position?
enough credit.
Teller,
All right, and what, I guess, year were you hired to be a teller for Bank of America?
2016.
And do you currently still hold the position of a bank teller with Bank of America?
No.
Do you currently still work for Bank of America?
Yes.
And what is your position now?
I work for the fraud project.
And what do you do for the fraud?
ATM debt, credit card, and account fraud.
Okay, so are you the person that when we see fraud on our accounts, we speak to you on the phone to
Yes.
identify the fraud? Okay. All right, so back, I want to take you back to 2018. Were you working for a particular branch of Bank of America?
He's very
Yes.
proud of her new position.
And how long had you been working at that particular location at that time?
Like a year, maybe 2 or 3 months.
Was that your first branch that you started working for?
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about June 18th, 2018. Do you recall that day that we're here for today?
Yes.
All right. Do you know a person by the name of Jose Envoy?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Thank you,
person?
Juju.
Coming into the bank.
Thank you,
He
Colby.
was a bank customer?
Yes.
Oh, hi.
How long have you been a
Juju.
customer of that particular branch since you have been working there?
Since I've been there, I've been going there.
Juju, get Discord,
I've been
please.
Going to the bank since I've been there.
All right. So was he a regular customer that you would see?
Yes.
That was
Do you
them.
recall his stage name?
I know.
XXX.
Is that what you would call him?
I would call him Jose or John.
All right. So did you know that it was XXX back then in 2018?
Yes.
All right. So can you describe your relationship with Mr. Onfroy while you were working for Bank of America?
We're friendly.
Friendly? Okay. Would you routinely help him as a customer of the bank?
I would always help him. Yeah.
Wish I could turn it
So
up a little bit.
let's discuss June 18th, like I mentioned earlier. Do you recall the last time that Mr. Onfroy came into Bank of America?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about that particular transaction that day?
So he came into us for 250,000, but I was only able to give him 50,000. So
Why were you only able to give him 50,000?
because you have to order the money, well, that amount, before we can just give it out to you.
I'm gonna ask you to just, Your Honor, may I move the microphone? May I approach and try to?
Don't have that kind of cash on hand.
All right. So you
Oh,
said
that's good.
order it?
Yes.
So is that not something that you, is that not the amount of cash you would have on hand at the bank at a given time?
Not for that, no.
All right. So you said you gave him 50,000. Was he okay with taking that 50,000?
Yes.
Much better now. Did you have a plan in place to at least get him the other $200,000 that you did not have on hand that day?
Yes, we were going to order it
Okay, was he supposed to come in later that week?
Wednesday.
Yes. All right. So do you recall what day this was that he came in? A few days before? All right. So talk to me a little bit about the $50,000. How in fact was that deposited to Mr. Encore?
Well,
I mean,
Okay, and what are your bills?
100.
100. Okay. And you said in 10,000 sacks, right? How are they wrapped?
They're wrapped in a band.
A band, all right. And is there anything
yeah.
on those bands to identify that they've been withdrawn from Bank of America?
Well, we initial them when we count.
Did you initial them?
I did not. Coworker did.
A coworker did, and what were their initials?
Steve.
All right, and is that standard protocol and procedure for Bank of America to do that?
Yes.
All right. Now, was there any markings on any of the $100 bills that were given to Mr. Encore that day?
No.
How do you just not order this shit? Like, how,
Now, with
how do
Mr.
you
Encore,
want people with cameras to show up and people with guns to miss this?
what you recall Mr. Encore doing with the cash that you gave him?
He put it in his Louis Vuitton bag.
And have you seen that Louis Vuitton bag previously?
Yes.
Was that something that he brought in with him routinely when he gave his bank customer?
Yes.
Yes. I'm gonna just slow you down a little bit. I know it's nerve-wracking getting up there, but we need to get down the record properly, so just make sure that I'm allowed to finish my complete question first, and then I'll have you answer, okay? All right. So now, the Louis Vuitton bag we were talking about, do you recall when we were working in that branch, that particular branch had surveillance cameras within the actual bank?
Yes.
Did it also have surveillance cameras on the outside?
Yes.
Your Honor, now showing defense counsel is previously marked as states. Exhibit A for identification.
Zillers has posed even objection to this shit.
All right, Ms. Ramos, if you can take a look at this for me, I'm showing you it's previously marked as states A for identification. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My signature.
And what is it?
Seal it on.
No, what?
Oh, it's definitely like the bank.
Okay, and you previously took a look at this video, correct?
I did.
And you did that with myself and Mr. Shield?
Yes.
And those videos fairly and accurately depict the transaction that took place on the day we were just talking about with you and Mr. Encore, when you gave him $50,000.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence, which we previously marked as exhibit A for identification.
Hold up, pause it down, Frog.
States A for identification shall be received in evidence as states 1.
Frog.
Where's my mouse? There it is.
Do you notice only the attorney for the shooter made opening arguments? And then we went to break. And then we came to the first witness. Michael Boatwright is the guy who is alleged the first
No, that's interesting.
defendant. And he is the alleged shooter in this case. And neither other defense counsel made an opening statement whatsoever.
Maybe that's
Yeah,
why
it is.
lawyers have cameras on, because people think they're falling asleep all the time.
It's very interesting that this is exactly how this happened to happen. This is the first degree intentional homicide against aspiring rapper XXXTentacion, as they've been repeatedly naming him XXXTentacion Trial from 2018. Yeah, he was a up and coming child in the hip hop rap industry. He was 20 years old on the day
See at the
that
top of the
went
screen here, it
for it.
says extension murder case.
Yeah.
Suspects face trial in armed robbery.
Yeah, it was an armed
Happened in
robbery
Florida.
gone wrong, allegedly. There's a whole bunch of other theories beyond
Go
that.
back. They're doing this now. This is
Yeah.
like usually this is day 1 from yesterday. There's day 2 that happened today.
Yeah.
It's just like nobody's covering this. Oh, okay, let's cover it.
This just came up today. Like, this literally just went on to trial yesterday.
Right.
We're trying to
You
catch
knew.
up. I watched a lot of today, and I asked Frog if he would cover it with me. He was like, "Let's go." So let's go.
Sure. Let's try it. Let's have some fun with it. Let's see what happens.
Let's talk about it, because this is nobody's covering it. 2 nobodies, and we're covering it. Let's go.
Google it. Stop being dumb. No.
I mean, Juju, you're fine. We're just experimenting with.
This is what it is. This rapper dude.
Yeah, I mean, he was a rapper. He was very successful in his limited time. Yeah, he also did a lot of allegedly very terrible things himself. There's a lot of speculation around this case. We're just trying to get to the bottom of it.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Let's go.
part 1 happened yesterday.
Yep. And we're just catching up now.
Okay.
It looks like we might have lost connection.
We got take.
Not connecting. Okay, what on? Okay, go ahead then. No, that's not it.
Still flashing?
Now it's flashing. Now it's solid.
Okay.
I don't know what this has to do with the opening arguments. Oh, we're on the first witness. Holy shit. Never mind. I didn't realize we got to this point.
So technical difficulties. That's
Keep going. Try again. Shit.
I'm just gonna boot up.
This actually, when you're still running Windows 95, this is what happens. The government needs to spend more of its money on what it's supposed to do, and less of its money putting it in its own
There it is.
pockets.
December 7th, 2022, down in the bottom corner, 80 degrees.
Yep. Yep. They're struggling to bring this up. We don't have it.
Yeah, rank. Please stand up and just point where you see yourself. Rank. All right, Ms. Ramos. All right, Ms. Ramos. Are these all the cameras?
This is literally not you're not doing this, right? Like this is the court doing this.
I'm not doing shit.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted people to know, like, it's not FAR trying to find a file. This is the court trying to find their own ass with both hands and a flashlight.
It's really quiet.
Juju, I wish I could talk to you about this at length on Discord, but it seems to me that you don't have Discord, because if you did, I know where I would find you. Could you please get it? Like, for the community, for our squad and our team. Clumsy, could you please tell Juju to listen to me? Death Hideous number 9999. Not a single space in the whole mix. Alright.
What are they
doing?
doing?
I'm not even I'm so confused right now with what they were doing. I thought this was just some shit they played in the middle, but apparently this is a exhibit. Is this an exhibit? Is this a hypothetical? Man. We built a whole spot there, Juju. If that's not anything positive, I don't know what is. Clumsy, if you're here to tell Juju a confirmation, now would be the time. I'm still not so sure about this animation because these are not real people. This is an animated cartoon. This is a hypothetical nonsensical bullshit. Look at the woman looking at the cartoon. Do you recognize this cartoon? I mean, I'm. You don't have anything to lose. You don't have to pay a single penny to get on Discord. Just go to discord.com, get the software, download the Discord app on a mobile device if you just want to do it on mobile. Add Darth Hideous with the D and the H capitalized, number 9999 if you just want to communicate. I need to get you to a place. I'm sorry. There's nothing going on in this trial, except for some cartooned up nonsense.
This is some strange video. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the weirdest shit I've seen in a trial. I don't know why nobody else is covering this. Look at this weirdo nonsense. Where are my legal representation or my legal commentators when I know this is just ridiculous bullshit?
Why are we watching this guy's transaction?
Tweety says DMV recording. This is not a recording. Do you see a single human being here? This is a cartoon of what allegedly. Yeah, I know, Leanie. That's why I wanted to cover it because I'm never going to watch Hayden the Gaiden cover this. And if I can talk about it with Frog from nobody's covering this, we'll be the nobody's covering this. That's like a collegiate university jacket. It's not a trench coat. It's not an overcoat.
What are they?
Wait.
What
it's
are they
a long coat.
Recording for? What is this prove?
It doesn't prove anything because this is not a recording. This is what a actual animated mock-up of a recording would be. Like, I'm almost certain this is not real. The color is just like way cartoony. If this is a recording, like, I will shit my pants. No, I'm just kidding, but legitimately, like, the color rendering on this is just way dog shit. Like,
This is just
how perfect is your your security camera footage to get footage like this with colorways in this? I mean, yeah, he's the guy with the blue and green dreads standing right behind this lady right now. But I don't know how this doesn't get picked out of the pages of a comic book at this point. Like, I've seen a bunch of camera footage in my life. There's
I
nothing.
don't like standing at the DMV to begin with. Why do I want to stand at the DMV with somebody else?
Yeah. That's my point, Susie, is I've never seen a security camera that makes you look actually better than you are. I've never seen footage that's so clear in my entire life off of a set cam foot.
Thanks, Laney. I'll fix it.
Oh, Lena's not on your Discord? I could get her that link in 5 seconds.
I'm still gonna fix it. You can get her one though.
Yeah,
I gotta send one to the
I know she's
YouTube.
on expert, so makes it super easy.
Oh, sure. If y'all haven't already, please like, share, subscribe, do all those YouTube like things. And then go down below and hit darts and do the same.
I
Once
mean,
we're done standing in the DMV here, maybe we can move on.
hold on, I might be talking trash. Oh, it appears I am.
During your encounter with Mr. Envoy during this time, what was his demeanor like? Fine. I think he's happy.
How is this so cartoonish in the
Would you wear
rendering?
this jacket?
I would.
Maybe.
No, I would 100%. I also wouldn't be in a cartoon rendering of video camera footage. Yeah, I mean, I would rock his jacket a lot. But I wouldn't be in this spot. No, I wouldn't have been in this spot at all, specifically at all, ever. Juju. Yeah, it's a varsity style jacket, Mike. I don't know if it's a Letterman jacket, but it's a varsity style jacket. I would rock it. Like, especially when I was younger. Probably not today. But definitely when I was 20. I doubt it. Like, you're asking a 5'6", 125-pound midget if he has a Letterman's jacket? I doubt it. He doesn't even have proper security. The fact that this is rendered out to look like a cartoon just disgusts me at all regards.
It's taken so long for them to watch this video. What are they doing?
Are we still? No, we're not in opening statements anymore. We're in testimony. Like, I'm not entirely sure what's going on here at this point. This is why I thought this was very interesting.
Louis Vuitton bag is worth 4K.
Yeah, the satchel that he had all the cash in.
You know what would be going on? The whole time that you'd be watching this,
That's me
everybody
right
would
there on
be
the counter.
super chatting and throwing dollars at people. And then
Well,
people could actually
I
be
highly doubt it.
reading super chats while we're watching this.
I mean, if we were lawyers and stuff, we're just two jackasses.
Allow, is that what's going on here? And
Oh,
there are other people that you have to fill out, is that what's going on? And Mr.
look at one man's falling asleep at the counter. Like,
Amos, during this entire transaction,
would you be there?
allow,
Look at the people behind him. They look annoyed.
you have to fill out paperwork, but not right there, no. Okay, but at some point there's a log filled out with this amount of cash being withdrawn? Yes.
God, I wish this was a camera actually capable of rendering such images. If this is a state's case piece of evidence, I really don't like it.
This is garbage.
Yeah, like, I'm a prospective juror at this point because I'm not an attorney and I never will claim to be one. I'm just somebody that's prospectively sitting on this jury, like looking at this, like, is this what the state
I think
brings?
we seriously just watched 10 minutes of some dude standing in DMV for what?
I mean, he's falling asleep. Look at him. He's not even concerned or interested. But I mean, this is a finance office at Rivas Motorsport. I see a bunch of people who are actually like about motorsports, like getting very annoyed behind him and leaving. Oh, he was 20 when he, yeah, that on this day, allegedly clumsy, he was 20 years old. This was the day that he left the world to never be seen again. And he seems very bored with all of this. And if you have the kind of money that he supposedly had at the time, you just get somebody to order these vehicles for you and have them dropped off at your house. These are dirt bikes. These are not like legit motorcycles. These are not cars. These are dirt bikes. You can get a 5-pack of them dropped off at your house for about $2,000. You just pay the extra money and don't go through all of this, and don't make us see you cartooned up, because like I don't believe any of this footage is actual footage. It seems like excessively rendered footage to show that my man fell asleep at the counter. Like I don't know what that proves. I mean, yeah, he was definitely very like I think Tweety US News said earlier, young money doesn't know the secrets of old money. But it doesn't take a whole hell of a lot to find out. There was no point in the world where you needed to go through any of this. There was no point where we needed to go through any of this. You could have just made a phone call to your account manager, if you had one, and been like, hey, I want this money delivered to this place, wired through, and I want this delivery at my house in 2 days. Okay, so your friend's gotta hang out a little bit longer. That's good. You don't gotta be in this spot. I know he didn't. I mean, he didn't care because he didn't know well enough to care. That's my whole. He thinks he's just having fun. He doesn't know what's about to happen next. He's a child playing a man's game. And he never had any damn clue what was about to go up next. Because he would have had security. He would have had all the precautions to prevent this case from being tried today. I don't know what to say, so I'm not gonna weigh in on that. Hey Diane, welcome back. I don't actually know the answer to that question, Clumsy. He does have one child, according to the research I've done.
Where was this out of?
I
You just did a
struggle
little
to
bit of
remember
research.
that.
There's something out there that says there's.
I mean, everyone can look this
Some sort of-
man up. Like he's not like a low profile figure. The research I did says he has one child. I don't know if it's from a girlfriend that was pregnant in this spot or a previous. And I will not claim to be an authoritative expert on like the man's life, his home life before this. I know there was some allegations that happened against him before this, and those are kind of gross. But I don't know if this trial is going to touch on them, and I'm not going to try to touch on them like slander a dead man in his name. Looks like everybody else is looking it up.
This is the young lady that was working with her.
Yep.
Speak up.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reynolds. How are you? My name is Mauricio Padilla. I'm gonna answer a couple questions, okay? How often would you see Mr. Osborne at the bank, would you say?
Maybe like 5 times, not that much.
5 times in total?
Sure.
Maybe like a month, maybe like 5 times.
Okay. And what was the the majority of the time you see him would be taking that money.
He would.
Correct, Tweety.
The $250,000 request, was that something that was normal?
No, not on this.
So the fact that he was asking for 250,000 was above the average of what he would usually ask for?
Yes.
Okay, and what would you say was the average of what he would usually ask for?
It's funny that our chat knows so much about this case when nobody else is covering it but us.
Or is that
Right.
slow motion, or is that a real time? Was that real time? What we're watching? You know?
This is why we needed to
You know
cover
how
it.
long that process took? Because I don't know if what we're looking at is almost.
No.
Now, when after this occurred, I'm assuming that detectives came and talked to you.
Not right after. I think it was like, we closed at 4. So then the detective came in.
The same day of June 18th?
Same thing.
Okay, do you recall which detective it was?
No.
Okay, so walk me through it. You're ending your day at 4 o'clock. In comes a detective and they bring the news to you.
Well, I was out.
Yeah.
He didn't break like that, 'cause I left before he even broke the news. My coffee or something.
Michael Hagan says the deceased child should be around 2 or 3 right now, and I think he's right.
So we closed at 4 o'clock.
He was 20 when he passed.
Work at the end of the day.
I don't know. His child could be 3 or 4 at this point because he is alleged to have one child.
No.
Yeah, question.
I think you guys can answer the question. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did he ever ask
So TR says he's stopping in to say hi in hot light before bed. And he says,
Smoke that like
"Hit
button."
like I'm tired, LMAO.
Yes.
So he's
Congrats
actually
on
going
your
to
CDL.
hit the like button like
Yep.
he's tired. Like y'all should as well. Just hit it, smash it,
Has anybody ever asked your
make it your friend.
your call history?
No.
When you
Click the
finally
bell.
spoke with law enforcement, was it at the bank?
Select all.
And did you give a recorded statement or a written statement?
Recording, yes.
And the recorded statement that you gave, when you first met with detectives at the bank, did they talk to you about the reason they were there and have a conversation prior to putting you on the recorded device?
I can't remember.
Did they ask you, or do you recall, did they ask you if you knew?
He passed, Clumsy.
No.
In the video, was he, at one point, was Mr. Onfroy on the phone?
Yes.
Did you hear him on the phone?
No.
Did you guys have a conversation during this transaction?
We did.
Okay, and what did you guys talk about?
He was telling me how people was like punching his name, saying that he was selfish. I was just trying to get him, positive feedback on that. So.
He was saying, before saying that he was selfish?
People were, yeah.
Did he discuss anything else with you at that moment?
That he was going to do an event on the weekend. That's why he needed the money.
Now, your particular bank, you can do a wire transfer, correct? Instead of giving somebody money, you could transfer funds to the bank?
At the bank?
Yeah.
No. You can do a wire.
You can do a wire?
Yeah.
I have a quick question, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reynolds.
Good afternoon.
You indicated on direct that you were friends with Mr. Osborne.
We were friendly, yes.
How long did you know him?
Since I've been to the bank,
How long was that?
so maybe a year and 2 months or 3 months.
Okay, did you know he was coming to the bank on June 18th?
No.
Okay, so he just showed up?
Yes.
Was he alone?
So yes, he was waiting, yes.
Okay, do you know if anyone was outside waiting for him?
No.
Michael Hagan
That was not
actually makes a
normal
good
for him,
point.
correct?
No.
And why do you say no?
Because normally when he comes in to withdraw large lumps, there's other people with him.
And in fact, you would say he had an entourage?
Yeah.
You just stated on direct that he was withdrawing to do an event?
Yes.
You know anything else about that event?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Oh, no questions, sir, thank you. Correct?
Yes. Please, clear over.
Ms. Ramos, you indicated on cross-examination with one of the attorneys that 250K was the largest he had ever seen, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so for
Yeah, it's a lot.
$100,000
It is a lot.
withdrawal that you also mentioned. Were there other large withdrawals as well?
50,000, and I can't remember, I was maybe 25,000.
But is it safe to say it was typically large amounts of money he was withdrawing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, typically, if you can't recall, how long does the process usually take as a bank teller for someone to withdraw such a large amount of money?
Maybe 30 minutes, maybe.
So it's not a short process.
No.
I mean, when you got the good platinum pass, you take advantage.
That you gave a statement to police, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall that date at all?
No.
Would anything help refresh your recollection of that date? Do you have a copy of your statement with you?
In the back, though.
I have a copy for you. May I bring with them?
No, the teller is just here to verify that the money was there. Not part of the robbery,
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
so far as any of us
Yeah,
know.
no.
2018?
2018.
Teller's not part of it.
Nope. Just there to
Yeah,
verify the transaction
talking
happened.
about, I guess, what people were saying about him, right?
Yes.
And then he also mentioned you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Padilla about the event that he was taking the money out for, correct?
Correct.
Was that in fact a charity event?
I'm not sure.
Okay, you don't recall? No. I have no further questions.
No further question.
Some extra shirts.
Shirts.
What is it?
Go ahead. We're practicing lawfism and just offering nobody commentary on a legal case.
What do you think?
So we're just sitting here watching Judge Judy or something like that?
No.
Not Judge Judy.
No, I actually was present in the universe
Exactly.
for when this came down. And I'm like, wait, nobody's covering this in our sphere. Some people might want to know about, like, how this went down. Maybe I should do it. And then Frog was like, no, I'm going to do it. It's like, okay. I like it. So far, it seems like it's a very rough argument to make.
So you were like almost present there. Now,
No.
is this the criminal element being present there, or is this
This is-
a bystander being
This
present there? Is what you mean.
this is literally something I witnessed happening in my lifetime. Present there. I
Oh,
thought
so
this
you were a
case-
witness. You weren't a participant. Okay, I just wanted.
I was, yes, not either of these things. I actually realized that this case, these charges were brought like 3.5 years ago. And I thought they had already been closed up. But
I'm not really sure why they
today.
actually caring about where he got the money from or why he got the money or what that the money was
No,
actually
they
from the bank.
just want to actually solidify that he
That
had
he
the
had money on him, and that was the reason
Yeah.
why he was being.
I mean, they're gonna make a whole bunch of different type of cases for why he
And
was
it is
robbed.
kind of rare to withdraw that amount of cash.
Yeah, I mean,
only reason that you
$200,000. That's a lot of money
Right.
for a 20-year-old.
So is the argument that he withdrew too much money, so therefore he
No.
deserves to get robbed? Like what is
No.
like what?
No, the argument is actually like he was robbed coming into this place for a gold chain. And there are a whole bunch of other speculations that go along with this case, into and including a gang affiliated hit. We'll look more into that later. But right now, all we have on record,
You're asking the questions. So where was he
Yeah.
robbed at? We're gonna find out.
yeah,
We're gonna find out.
yeah, we're almost to the end of day one, so the opening arguments.
My next witness is Mr. Leonard Kerr. He has counsel, Mr. Michael Enton, that's here. And Mr. Michael Enton raised to me that he wanted to address, if possible, any concerns that may come up regarding attorney-client privilege because he is represented by counsel. I'm not aware that any questions that I ask will elicit that type of response, but I told Mr. Enton that I would bring it up outside the presence of the jury, so.
Judge, I represent Leonard Kerr for the last several years, and he would be asserting his privilege as to any private communications that would be covered by attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what the questions are, and I don't know if they're gonna get into that, so.
I judge for the record, as far as I know, that's something that he does himself, not necessarily does for you on behalf of the defense.
We're at the end of day one.
You folks have way more knowledge than I do, whether or not that's likely to come up.
If we're at the end of day one, it's kind of interesting
I'm not putting you down, I'm just saying.
how they're able to move along with opening statements into day.
They don't actually open with opening statements in day two. I think
No, they did opening statements. No, they did, first witness and all in day one. I mean, to give it to them,
What
they actually
happens
did a good
next?
job. They didn't,
Just because
sit
I
there and.
expect Mr. Kerr's testimony to be lengthy, at least even on the record, and I know that there's,
yeah,
I'm sure they
Of course
want
we
to.
do. Make best use of our-
this is actually a better case to watch, like from a fundamental standpoint,
Just so that the other witness.
than the shit the rest of autisms are watching.
Because of layout.
If parties are assuring you that this
It's probably a more direct case, though. I was just wondering why nobody was covering this. Like, this is way more high profile than Alex Murdaugh.
So, that last question that she asked or whatever, she was, are we gonna put any of them, back, in jail or whatever? And he said, no, we're gonna let her.
Lini agrees with me. It's more interesting than Murdaugh. So at least there is a reason I brought this up to you, because like, this is the other case that Long Time is covering, and nobody is looking at it.
Mr. Kerr, please.
Someone
Here,
needs
please,
to.
Mr. Kerr, be sworn before you sit.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Karen. Give me a seat right there. Right there. Right in line. Thank you, sir.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Full name is Leonard Kerr. My last name is Kerr.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kerr. I see that you talk a lot softer than me. Do you mind just pulling up a little closer and you can talk right into the microphone so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Introduce yourself to the jury, please. Tell us your full name and where are you from?
My name is Leonard Kerr. I'm from Jamaica. And I'm the
I'm nervous as fuck.
This guy right here.
uncle of
He's nervous. He's so nervous.
He opens tomorrow's
We'll
testimony.
break that down a
Like, he
little
doesn't
Now,
get to
you're
be
originally
done
from Jamaica,
today.
yes?
Yeah.
So the accent that we hear, it's your Jamaican accent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you move to Florida?
This is the step uncle that I
And
said
you've
gives
been a
no
resident of Broward County
testimony.
ever since?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You said this is his step uncle?
Yeah, this is the step uncle of the deceased. He starts his testimony today. He gives you nothing, and you will like it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a whole rough segment of
It's
just
like
like
the U.S. government. Awesome.
I don't even know what to say about this guy. Like, imagine so many non-answers in a row. You'd think he worked for my man Joe.
I'm not making you pancakes right now. I got a 3-year-old asking for pancakes at 11 o'clock at night. Yeah, right.
I mean, try again, kid. But no, listen to this guy
You mentioned
not
that
talk.
you have a nephew.
Yeah.
That is Aiden, you said?
Aiden Kerr,
Okay. Who is Aiden's father?
Adrian Kerr,
And how is Adrian Kerr related to you?
that's my a smaller brother.
Okay. Who is the mother of Aiden Kerr?
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra? What's Cleopatra's last name?
Cleopatra.
And do you know if or how Cleopatra Bernard might be related to anybody in this case?
Just say unfried mom.
Okay. So Cleopatra Bernard is the mother of your nephew, and she's the mother of the victim in this case, John Say Offroy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How old is Aiden now in 2023, if you know, approximately?
Approximately
12?
Yeah.
Okay. So 4 or 5 years ago, safe to say he was around
3 or 4 years ago.
7 years old, somewhere around there.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, talking about 2018, were you close to your brother,
Mhm.
Aiden's father?
Yes, ma'am. Very close.
Very close. How close?
As close as we can be.
Best friends?
Everything.
What does that mean? Tell us. Tell us about your relationship with your brother.
He's my closest brother. Everything, almost everything we know about each other.
Best friends?
Best friend, everything.
How many years between you and your brother?
Everything.
Since we know each other.
Yeah,
Well, how many years apart are you?
I mean,
Everything.
this ends up being a very overwhelming theme with this
How old is your
witness.
brother? Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Safe to say you're close in age and grew up.
He's from Jamaica.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you back to 2018. By extension, you being close to your brother, were you also close to your brother's son's mother, Cleopatra?
Yes.
How so?
As close as like she would ask me to do things for her.
Things like what?
Like if she like back then she would ask me to like go somewhere.
Shizzy, where's not
You have
night,
to speak
y'all?
up so that I can hear you and all of us
Not
can hear you back.
shizzy.
I didn't even see Shizzy in
Nice.
the mix before that.
Go to the store.
That's the. You gonna come pop in here quick and say night, y'all?
My brother or something.
Yeah, that's
Back
what
in
I was
2018,
saying.
what were you doing for a living?
I was a cook.
Okay, what kind of cook? What kind of food did you cook?
Jamaican cuisine.
A what?
We have adapted his style. He
So like grilled chicken?
respects it.
Fried chicken,
Outright.
chicken, oxtail, fried chicken. Fried
Sounds
fish,
delicious.
jerk chicken, curry goat.
All
Straight
right.
up fried
And would she ever
coverage.
ask you to cook for the family?
A lot of times she maybe asks me like, sometimes just say maybe need like some on a fish like on a weekend. She ordered from the shop on a jerk chicken.
Yeah, hit that like.
Sometimes she asks
Subscribe.
me to do something. She
Cool
doesn't
frog.
like anybody else, and I just drop it and move on.
Okay, so you would actually cook for the victim in this case? on occasion.
Yeah.
Sometimes when his mom asks me to prepare something from the shop.
And what was your interactions
You're
with him during
correct,
this time?
Heidi.
How would you say your interactions were with him when you would cook for him or just do various things for the family?
Interaction with Jesse.
Yes, with Jase.
I just drop the food and move on.
Okay. Were you friendly with him?
Not like I wouldn't say that.
Yeah,
What I'm asking is not if you were friends with him. Were you friendly?
XXXTentacion was a
Were
rapper.
you cordial with him?
Yeah, if I go there and I drop the food, he was like, he would greet me and I move on. Just drop the food, move on. 'Cause
Okay.
I have to go back to work or anything like that. So I don't.
Who has to go back to work?
Me.
Okay. Now, did there come an occasion where you actually
This
accompanied
is
Jase
Look at Shizzy
to motorsports?
Sweet.
showing out for
I
the
wanna talk to you about
homies.
Had you ever,
You're a
prior
real
to
one,
the
my
time that
dude.
you're gonna get
Good
into
job.
where you were accompanying him to Reba Motorsports, had you ever done that before?
I never accompanied. I went there to meet him already.
Okay. Had you ever assisted Jase in a similar fashion like that? Like going to help him with anything, whether it was food or car, anything?
Yes, the time when I went there before, I would say I assisted him at the time.
Tell us about that.
Okay. His mom called me, asked me to accompany her to the, I didn't know where I was going, but she asked me to
God.
go there. And when I reached, I realized that he went to buy a bike. When he went to buy a bike, I drove his mom back to the house.
Okay, so the time that you're talking about, was it prior to June 18th, 2018?
No, it's before that, long before that.
Long before that. So when I say prior, that's what I mean, before
So
June
yeah,
18th,
prior. Like
2018.
Yeah,
You accompanied
he doesn't know
Jocelyn's
what
mother
words mean in
to
English.
assist Jose
rough.
from driving a new bike home.
Yeah.
Okay, and well, do you remember the shop that you assisted, where it was? Or the name of the store?
actually, when I just got that is actually almost when I just come here, so I didn't remember exactly if that was the shop I went.
Okay, but you remember it was a bike store, like
Yeah.
motorcycles?
Yeah,
Okay. And whose car did you drive back?
Cleopatra car,
And what did Cleopatra drive back?
just a car,
And what did Jose drive back?
just a ride the bike that he brought back home.
During that time, do you recall if there was any security guards with the three, or you, Jose, and Cleopatra?
I don't know if there was a security guard there.
Did you see any?
No,
Okay, so you didn't see any security guards that were accompanying Jose that day?
no, ma'am.
Nope.
Now, let's talk
This
about
is
June
my
18th,
worst problem.
2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Start with earlier in the day before you went to Reba Sports. How is it that you even ended up with Jose that day to accompany him to Reba Sports?
First and foremost, I was at the top agency. I was trying to get a tag for a car. Then I leave and go to Western Union to send some money to my mom back home in Jamaica. Cleo called me and asked me where am I. I tell her, she asked me if I'm doing something. I tell her, no, not right now. I'm going back to the house. Okay. When I went to the house, she pulled up by the house and asked me if I could accompany Jesse somewhere. I tell her yes. Which she picked me up in the car and she take me to the bank,
What bank?
Bank of America.
Do you remember what city the bank was in?
The bank was right off, I think, 441 and Chancellor Road right there.
And where?
441 and Chancellor Road.
Okay, is that Coconut Creek?
Yeah, right over there.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you going with Cleopatra to the Coconut Creek Bank of America?
She told me that she wanted me to accompany Jesse somewhere. After, on my way with her in the car, she told me that Jesse is at the bank. That's where we're gonna meet up.
Okay.
And she dropped me, leave me there. I wait until Jesse come. Me and Jesse headed, we drive out. On our way,
Let me ask you something real quick first. Did you go inside the branch?
I don't remember if I did one. After some I don't remember if I did go inside.
Okay. To your best of your recollection, did you wait outside for Jose?
I think so.
And how did you know what Jose was even driving? Were you familiar with his car?
I know Jesse car.
Okay, what kind of car did Jose have?
He did have a BMW.
What kind? Describe it if you don't know the model number or the model line.
Just a little two-wheel BMW car. He did have a black
I'm sorry?
two-wheel BMW car.
Okay. When you say little, are you familiar with BMWs?
It's a small car. I don't know the model.
Okay. Was there anything distinct, for example, about the doors?
When the doors open, it flip up in the air.
Okay. So what some people commonly refer to as butterfly doors, they
Yeah.
open up
Yeah.
like almost like a wing-like fashion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was at the time in 2018, was it a newer model car or an older model car? Was it like a vintage antique or was it a newer model car?
For me, I would say
It was a custom new model
Okay.
car.
All right. And so you waited by the car for Jose?
I think I wait outside.
And how long were you waiting outside?
I've been waiting for a while, long while, maybe like about half hour, 45 minutes.
At some point, did Jose come out?
When he come out, he was about to go to drive out. That's the time.
Okay. Who else is with you at this point, with you and Jose?
Just me and Jesse.
So what do you do next?
I went in the car with him and we were driving.
Who was driving?
Jesse.
And what position in the car were you?
I was in the front seat.
Front seat passenger?
Yeah.
The type of car that is there any room for anybody to sit in the back?
I would say there's no room inside that car because the seat is all the way back.
Okay. So is it a sports car? Is it a wagon?
I
Tell
would
us
say-
what kind.
I would say it's a sport car.
Okay. Now, from the bank, where did you go next?
To the bike shop,
Do you know what the name of the bike shop is?
Reba Motorsport.
I'm sorry?
Reba Motorsport.
At any point, did you know why or where you were going, first of all?
I didn't know where I was going until we actually reach there.
Why is that? How did you not know?
Because his mom just asked me to accompany him somewhere at the time.
Okay. And what about the conversation between you and Jose? Was it ever revealed to you where you were going on the drive there?
No, because we weren't talking like that on the way like that or something.
Okay. Once you arrive at Riva, what do you do next?
Jesse was walking around looking on the bike, looking around. I was like behind Jesse, just looking around on the bike as well. On the bikes inside.
Okay, were you with him the entire time when you went inside?
Yeah, I was beside him.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of bikes he was looking at?
Actually, he was looking at all the bikes inside, every bike that was inside.
At that point, were you aware why you were there?
I figured more or less that he was going to buy a bike at the time because he was looking around on the bike, all the bikes.
Okay. Do you recall what, if anything, Jose had on him in terms of like any type of bag or anything like that?
Yeah, he had a Louis bag over his shoulder.
Okay, do you remember the color of the Louis bag?
It was like a black.
The microphone is sensitive, so you'll have to be careful.
Okay.
Say it again?
It was a little black shoulder bag that he had a blue bag.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you, during the time that you were there and you were walking around, did anything stand out to you about the Louis bag that caused you to say something to Jose?
Yeah.
What is that?
I see like the money was one money shot, like I touch him and I say, close the bag, the money coming out. And he said, okay, bro, and he put it up. That's it.
When you say money, you're talking about US currency cash you saw sticking out of the
US,
bag?
yeah, it was US.
Were you able to tell, are we talking, and I understand you may not have counted it, but was it a large amount, small amount?
I just see a point of the money.
A what?
A little piece of the money pushing.
Okay. And once you indicated, well, why did you indicate for him to close up the bag? Why did you say that?
Because the money exposed it, and I was like, why you going out like that? So I just tell him the money just put it up.
Okay, so you were looking out for him?
Yeah.
In order to tell him so that nobody else would see it?
So, yeah.
Okay. Now after you tell him to close up the bag and he does, what do you guys do while you're in there?
Still walking around, we went upstairs,
What's upstairs?
bike as well.
How long would you say you were in Riva Motorsports looking at motorcycles?
5 minutes to an hour. He was
Okay.
talking to the sales rep as well too.
About potentially making a purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did Jose purchase that day?
He did not purchase anything.
Do you know why?
Maybe he don't see the bike that he did want
Okay.
at the time.
What, if anything, next happened when you then are get the purchase of bike? What do you do? What do both of you do?
We walk out into the car.
Okay. And the same BMW sports vehicle that you drove in?
Yes, ma'am.
So who's driving now as you're trying to leave?
That's it.
And where are you positioned in the car?
Same
Oh,
position.
thank you, Clumsy.
Who, if anybody, is in the car with you?
Clumsy just
Oh,
gifted
yeah.
a membership.
Now, before we get to when you
Oh,
got,
thank you.
what was Jose's mood like when you were there with him?
He was in a happy mood.
Close this yeah.
Like, what, give us some, if you could describe his demeanor.
Actually, he was just when you come outside. Actually, when you come outside, okay. We were walking to the car.
You get a membership, and you get a membership, and you get a membership.
They asked him for a picture.
Ah, there it is. JMK has been gifted a membership by Clumsy Clairvoyant. Congratulations,
glad for that.
JMK. Welcome to the Frog Army.
I see the guy.
Yes.
Just
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And potentially asked him for a picture and he said no.
Yeah, I think I'll put that in this.
Okay, now, how about inside the store? His demeanor. Describe his demeanor. You said he was happy. How do you know?
He was just walking around looking at the bike. Yes. You know, he was asking the sales rep to speak on all the bikes and maybe, you know, but he was like, I don't see the bike, like, you know, you can see that you definitely don't see the bike that you want.
Okay, so now take us back outside. You're leaving. He just denied a photograph for a fan. And how long does it take from the time you're inside to walk to the car?
I mean, like 2-3 minutes to walk to the car.
All right. Were there any other cars that looked like Jose's car in that parking lot that you saw?
No, man.
No.
You are
leaving, do you know how many exits or entrances there are to Viva Sports?
No, I don't know.
Too many.
So tell us then what happens next. You get in the car with Jase, and what happens next?
Okay, you get in the car. You drive, and at the exit, you stop. You look to the left. I look to the right. When you look to the left, by the time you look to the left, I see a car just coming down block the entrance, pull by the entrance. After the car pull by the entrance, two persons jump out of the side to us, jump out of the car. One go on just side, one come on the side that I'm on.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. When you say two persons, what gender were they?
Men,
Were you able to tell what race they were?
no,
Why not?
kids.
Were they wearing anything to obstruct their identity?
Because not everybody looks at that.
Say it again?
I can't remember where they were dressed at the time.
They're human beings.
Just, I don't remember.
Okay, was there anything covering their face?
That's the thing I can't remember.
Okay, so you don't recall, if anything, what the two people looked like that jumped out of the car?
He does a lot of not recalling from here on out.
One of the guys taller than one, okay? When they jump out of the car, I would say the shorter one go by Justice side. The taller one was at the front. He was, I can stop?
May?
You may.
Okay, so you can stand up.
The taller one pulled to the front.
Go ahead. This is the car.
Yeah.
Driver's seat, passenger seat, front of the car. Go ahead and show us what you want to
The
do.
taller one was like this. You don't come out the effing car. And he was like with a gun. You don't come out the effing car. The shorter one was at Justice side.
Come step down, please. How close was the taller one to the front of the car if these are the two front seats?
Right, that's the car. The taller one was like this. You don't come out the effing car. You stay in the car. You stay in the car. Don't come out the effing car. And I was like, you know,
Okay, so where were you seated out of these two seats?
I was in the passenger seat.
So I'm gonna sit in the passenger seat. This is where you were seated?
Yeah. And he was like, you don't come out the effing car. You stay in the car. Don't come out there. So I was like, but at that time I was like, that's it. Somebody who knows this. Where they come out the car.
When you're saying, and I understand we're in court, you're saying effing car. Did he actually say effing car, or did he say you don't come out of the fucking car? What did he say?
He said, don't come out.
Yeah, he said you don't come out the fucking
And who
car.
was he referring to when he said that? Why was he saying that to you? What were you
He
doing?
was fighting the gun. And the next one was around to just inside.
He's saying don't come out the fucking car for a reason.
Where's the chain?
No, don't come out the fucking car. Like,
And who was he saying it to?
and that reason is I'm gonna shoot you dead
What was
with your
Jose doing
hands. Like,
in response to that? As one of the gunmen is trying to grab his chain?
I hear it was like, what is wrong?
Did at any point, or were you aware, did Jose even have any weapons or anything on him that you're aware of?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you? Were you armed?
No.
Okay, so tell us next then what happens.
yeah,
After,
cooler than that.
after all that,
Of course not.
He probably wouldn't be dead.
How?
I said,
They can't
I mean, probably
come and,
still
you
would
come
be
and take
dead.
a Biden out of my house.
It would have been just a whole story if they had been armed or going into that scenario.
that's a thing. Because I was like, if I run, I'm maybe get a shot at the leg. If I sit,
Did he just assume their gender? JMK.
JMK, welcome to the Frog Army.
Good to see you here, brother.
Yes, genders were just assumed. Disgusting, isn't it? Like, people in 2023 can't even, like,
to the shop. When I run back to the shop,
Before you go, you can please continue.
obligate proper pronouns. Like, it's
And I'll just ask you.
it's no problem.
When you open the
I wrote my
door,
congressman.
your
We're going
side,
to talk about
you
it.
make a motion with your right hand. Is it automatic or is it like a
I don't
manual
live in Florida, though.
lever that you have to open the car door?
once I touch the button, the car is
Okay, so you touch a button and it activates the door or doors?
one door, that's my door.
One door, okay. And once the door is activated and opens. you
Tweety
basically
says
your light-
badgering the witness, and I'm
What
pretty
happens
sure
is-
this comes close.
Running two sides of the
I
road.
don't think she actually does badger the witness,
To
though.
make up, was trying to call the cops, and I was like, I see, I'm on in the back, I'm on in the out there standing in the front. And he was like, don't call the cops.
If
on the
your
phone."
first pronoun is
And
it, your
don't
second
call the
pronoun
cops
has to
on
be
the phone.
that.
So I just still pick up my phone in my hand. And the first person I called after that, it was Cleo. And I
Why did you call?
You can't be
Leo?
an it shit if you're none of that shit.
because someone already called.
I ain't calling you any of that.
He was the one who asked me to
And I'm just saying, like, if you're not the it shit, then you're not
Now,
that
at the
shit.
point that you're calling Cleo, had anything else happened?
So your
other than
pronouns
you
gotta be
exiting
it
the
and
car
that.
For your life.
I run and they were down there. The two men that could jump out the car was down.
So you left.
Identify as an
Jocelyn
atom
car,
bomb.
and the
You
two
don't
others
want me to
were
go
there.
off?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you
I really
see
don't
anything
want
that
you to
happened
go
with
off.
Jocelyn and the
Calm
gunman
down.
after that?
It's not that serious.
I run up there. The taller guy, as I tell you, the taller guy went around to Jesse's side. The shorter one now come around to the door that I was, my door that I opened, and he go inside the car.
You saw that?
I see that because I was looking
Ugh.
over here and saw some.
This right here is the worst. Like,
I keep looking down there. When I keep looking, I realize that the shorter one come around to my side.
my man's is not even making good
Okay, so it's almost like.
testimony at all.
And then I heard something like, how much time I don't know, but I heard something like exploding.
An explosion?
Yeah.
Had you ever heard, firearms fired in your life?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I understand you're trying to describe what the sound is like, but did it sound similar to you that you've heard that sound before?
The sound wasn't loud like that. I just hear.
How many times did you hear that,
I
like,
can't
explosion
I
sound?
can't recall how much time, but I know I hear it.
And how long after you ran for your life did you hear that explosion sound?
Like, it was very, very, very fast.
Just chewing on the end of the microphone at this point is all unintelligible
When you
nonsense.
saw the two gunmen, the shorter one on the passenger side and the taller one on Jocelyn's side, how long after you saw those gunmen positioned like that did you hear the explosion?
Actually in the same, like, I would say like in a minute or two, the explosion.
What did you do next?
The vehicle, the car that blocked us, drove off, and then I go down. I see everybody going down to the car, so I go down there too.
And what did you see?
Justin was just like, you know, seeing it like that. It's like, you know.
Was he conscious?
I don't see he was moving. He was moving like at all.
Was he injured?
I don't know.
The car that blocked you off, did you recognize that car?
No, I don't recognize that car.
I mean,
What
just as
side of
horrifying
the
as
vehicle
one or
did the
five.
gunmen exit the car?
The side, the car was going
I mean,
When your life is being threatened, you're gonna,
right inside.
you have 3 guns pointed at your head.
Okay, both gunmen
You're
came out
always
the
gonna
passenger
feel more hopeless than when you have one.
side. Okay, so both gunmen came out from the passenger side, one from the front.
One gun makes you feel like you have a chance.
See if there was anybody
3,
else in the car.
you have
Do you know
redundancy.
if the gunmen that came out from the passenger
No,
side
I've had
slid over
one, and
from
I
the
just
driver's
assumed
side
that
or
was
not?
done. So,
Okay.
I just assume if
And,
there's one, or if there's
you
3,
didn't see
if
anybody
there's
else in the
5,
car
then I
from
feel
your
like
vantage
I'm
point?
done. So it just you get
You
so
might
far,
feel
you
like you have a
hesitate.
chance of getting out of this if you've got
You
one
remained
gunman.
behind, correct? In order to
You got 3
cooperate,
guns
you know,
pointed at your head, that's a
to
different
the police when the
ball game
incident showed up.
altogether.
The whole day I was there.
Say that again?
I was there the whole time until everybody knew the police.
The victim with the weapon is the deceased. It's my man XXX.
When you're not talking, Mr. Kerr, just pull back a little bit so that you're not breathing into the microphone because it's very sensitive.
Y'all in Florida? No, we're not.
It's just weird how sensitive it really is, but yet he needs to talk right into it.
I mean, his testimony only gets better tomorrow.
Do you know what city it's in?
I think they said over there is Dixie, somewhere like that.
Off Dixie? Okay. Do you know, for example, are you familiar with South Florida?
No,
Okay.
like that.
I'm sorry?
No.
Not like that. Do you know that what state you were in when this happened?
Are y'all in Florida? No,
It's not a trick question.
No, we're not.
none of us.
I just thought I was in Florida.
Okay. That's
I'm
important.
from
All right.
Michigan.
Was he carrying? Maybe.
Just one moment.
Extension was unarmed. That's the way it
Yeah.
sounds.
The way it looks.
So the victim's also carrying.
Oh,
Gotcha.
goddamn. I hate it when they do that. Because every time they cut the audio feed or the video feed to approach, they do this nasty soundbite. It's
The white
awful.
noise machine.
Yeah. Listen closely.
Yeah.
So I really do have to consider, like, everybody thought this was an open and shut case. This is why nobody wanted to cover it. This is why nobody's covering it.
Right.
Hashtag that. Because nobody's covering it except us.
Oh, okay. Awesome. I'll be right back.
Yep. Tweety US News says, man, I really want to use this phraseology. I really do. It was recorded on security footage. I don't disagree with you.
See, someone took the battery out of there so that I would just.
I'm more interested in why.
10 more hours.
I don't buy the narrative.
I tell you, we'd like to finish at
There's
5,
a robbery
5,
going on.
right there. So we're going to go ahead and call it a day now. Firstly, to the witness, I want to let you know that you're not to discuss your testimony with anyone, including the state attorney or any of the other attorneys. All right?
So nobody's covering it then, Juju?
10:30 tomorrow morning. You come in, sit very back in the courtroom. Over here, okay? But do not discuss case with anyone. All right. Actually, you're excused. You can go now.
Thank you, sir.
See you back at that time. And ladies
I'm
and
not a
gentlemen,
lawyer. I don't think Frog is. I don't think Shirts is. We're just. So nobody's covering it.
Alright.
Stop, sit, leave them, either way, no matter what my deputies are advising. See counsel, defendants, witnesses, anyone else who's in the case in the hallway, they want to ignore you, they're not being rude, they're following my orders. So I would like you back at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Make sure you get here in time to do the whole parking thing, get up, you'll form up in the subfloor reception area. All my deputies will pick you up at that point when you're all there and let us know. I think we should have.
It really does seem like Michael Boatwright got special court exceptions.
I mean,
He was very
he's
clearly
just giving
removed.
instructions to them to what they need to do tomorrow.
But no, I mean, before any of this started happening, Michael Boatwright was removed from the court. The alleged shooter, so to speak, was removed from the court well ahead of everybody else. I would like to know why. This is actually a whole track. Like you gotta go way up to get to any testimony. It's almost an hour in before anyone can just say it. And it's just more of Uncle, I don't know. We're gonna have a lot of fun.
How it is that you,
Yep.
could you explain to the jury how it is that you, an Uber and Lyft driver,
Oh, I did want to
security personnel
tap in
yesterday and today?
after this guy talks, though. I don't want to tap
What are you
in.
saying? What?
I still want to tap in after this guy talks because what the prosecutor says after he finishes his testimony, this is the same guy from yesterday in a way different outfit. But after he speaks, there's some very, very juicy shit that comes down the pipeline about this case. So I want to make sure that when his testimony's done, we can talk about that if we get to it tonight.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Most of this is
Chris, how you doing, bud?
Most of this is legitimately more of what you heard yesterday. So you can do this on 1.75x if you want.
American shirts.
What about me?
Well, hey,
How you doing?
Shirts.
How am I doing?
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Your fans want to hear from you.
I have fans.
Yes.
Oh, dude. Are you serious?
I mean, my only fan is the one in the background that's making a lot of noise at this point, I think.
Everybody loves you, Shirts. Like, I was told to shut up several times the other night because Shirts was talking. Like, mute
Several
everybody except for
people to like mute everybody but Shirts and Frog.
Yeah. Yep. And like just not do a panel for the
State of the Union.
The State of the Union, yes. As a State of the Union.
No. If you try to pass it, I'm gonna.
Yes.
I try to pass it. I'm gonna. Okay. I had this song rolling around in my head. My mind's going blank now. I need to replay that, revisit that a little bit.
We were just talking to Shirts.
Oops. After withdrawing money, I was followed by a dark colored Dodge Journey SUV, not a Grand Wagoneer.
I mean.
Oh, so my FBI friends. I mean, the FBI is going after you, right? They're 20 U.S. news. Because I'm not a Fed.
The difference between the two. You can tell the difference between me and Shirts.
What that you're Fed?
One of us is 100% not a Fed, and the other one lies.
American Shirts, if you want to say something over the top of listening to things, just
please speak up. Like,
I mean, I don't know exactly what else to add to all of this. I mean, I wasn't here for the whole, trial goings on, so I don't know what I would have to add to any of this.
I didn't miss day. I missed day one entirely, so I had nothing to add to that. I gotta actually see this, and I was like, "Wait, what? What?" And here we begin the land of what?
Right, Susie, you have a good one, dear.
Oh, later,
So I hope we can get to this guy's testimony's end because he adds literally nothing to any value whatsoever. Let's just do it for the fans so they can see that I'm not bullshitting them.
By the orders of Darth Hideous.
Take care, Susie.
All right, ready?
Yep.
Sir, the question was, how can you afford it? Are you paying them or someone else paying them? Yeah. So your testimony to the jury is that these gentlemen that have been standing here, dressed in black, yesterday and today, are doing it for free?
Mm. The boy really wants your attention.
Sure, did you see that from Heidi?
Oh yes.
Yeah, I mean that's a beautiful
Well, thank you very
rendition.
much, Heidi. I'm glad you watched. I was going to put out something about Christmas. I was getting some pushback about that, but was very busy around Christmas time. I didn't get around to doing it.
Clumsy wants
But
to
if
know
by
if you've done
popular demand,
radio.
I have such a distinguished voice.
Yes. Have you done radio, Mr.
No, I
Chris?
have. I have not. Not done radio.
Radio's missing shirts. Sorry, Clumsy. Like, he is one of us. Like, he does not belong to them. Okay, we're recapping.
He's so hard to hear.
Yeah, I can't hardly hear anything.
I have it turned all the way up.
I listened to it without both of y'all in my ears, and I guarantee you, he doesn't say anything of relevance.
Wait a minute. This is Law and Crime. Aren't we supposed to have like the copyright cucks jail cell?
I
with the
mean,
logo?
we should have the copyright cage over.
Yeah,
these
the
fools.
copyright cuck cage. Like, isn't that like a prerequisite to like showing this on YouTube now? I guess
I mean, if your name is Nick or Kate and you've been struck by them a bunch of times, we're just commentating on like some shit. Like if they come after Frog, we're gonna have to give them the big old back end.
I understand that you have family and you're saying in a general term that your family came together. But who paid these two individuals?
But no, everybody's looking at the other trial that they're covering. Nobody's looking at this. That's why we are, because nobody's looking at this.
I see there's a couple people saying that they realized that Ozzy's supposed to do it.
Oh, well, yeah. I may have heard a rumor that Ozzy was going to cover this, but he's Australian. He doesn't even like. I know more about being arrested in the United States than Ozzy will ever know about American law. So shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of my house. You're a lawyer from Australia. What do you know about American law? I know more as an inmate than you do, or ever will.
Oh, he probably tackled a kangaroo, wrestled a koala bear.
Yeah. But you've never been an inmate in an American
Had a slapping
jail.
fest with a.
He's never been
Black
an
Widow spider.
inmate in any jail ever. I'll guarantee that right now.
Not Ozzy. Aussie like in AUSSIE. Aussie Overlord.
Aussie over Hayden the Gaiden. I guarantee you, I know more about American law from being in American jail than you will ever know.
Be there on the double.
Meanwhile, Darth Sidious is secretly living in Thailand.
I mean, allegedly. You don't get to know where I'm actually at. You get to know where I'm from. I'm from Michigan. So
we're gonna pull an Adam Krigler, aren't we?
I know where I come from. I don't know where I'm at right now, allegedly speaking.
As long as you say Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraine.
At some point, you press the button, right? The door opens up.
This testimony from this guy just gets so bad today.
Clumsy says that he went total lumberjack Jamaican.
Okay, and then at that moment is when someone tells you.
It's a very interesting take on his attire.
Take out my phone to call the cops. I'm not gonna take out my phone. When I take out my phone, someone stand, I don't know.
He didn't put that on himself. Some girl put that on him.
Right now.
Okay, and this is outside of the place, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when is it that you hear the noises that you described? When you still have your phone in your hand, you call Cleopatra Bernard, correct?
Yes, sir.
At that moment, had you already heard the noise, the explosion that you referenced?
After I called Cleopatra,
Was it before or after you made that call?
by checking the dial number, that's the time I hear the explosion.
Okay. So you're dialing the number and you heard the shot?
So, yes, sir.
Okay. And then is that when you turn around?
I think you might could turn it back to full-time speed right now. I think we're
My phone, I was looking,
we're at about 2 a.m.
Looking towards the car.
I was looking towards the car.
But we got through the whole first day,
Okay.
and
And then you heard the shots, correct?
Yes, sir.
At that moment, are you?
there's a lot of dead air in this one.
With Cleopatra Bernard?
I can't recall what happened.
Okay. And at that moment, when you heard the shots, that you were
So,
looking at your phone,
you-
it's the first time now that you're looking at the car after running away from it, correct?
I'm gonna tell you from what I know of his testimony, it is worth putting on 1x speed to hear how nothing he knows about any of this.
I mean,
And-
I have it all the way up. I wish I could turn it up more.
Yeah, that's the problem is the court audio balance feed. It's just it's so soft because he doesn't have a microphone at all.
Did
And
you want me
neither
to?
does.
Did you want me to continue, or you want me to?
I mean, you can continue, but
Are you done?
his testimony is very much irrelevant. You should put it on
How long does he
2x
go here?
speed.
He only
He's got a
goes
lot.
He goes for
For
a half
what's
hour.
based on what happens on this, he does do a lot. We get into Robert Allen today, which is the testimony you actually want to hear on 1x speed. But just listen to him for a little bit on 1x speed, you'll realize his whole testimony is irrelevant because he doesn't actually know anything about anything at all.
What's up, Val? Good to see you, brother.
I just want everybody else to know what I happened to witness today.
Clumsy. You gotta
Clumsy.
get
Okay,
ready
pretty
for
well.
cover this tomorrow. Be back. Nice.
Clumsy, I hope you don't hate me for missing your stream tonight, but I really wanted to cover this, and Frog gave me the actual avenue to do so. Like, let's do it. So, we're gonna do this. This is a whole weird case. There are a lot of alleged speculations in this case that don't come out in the testimony so far, but they do get addressed. After this guy's testimony is over, there's going to be a huge state's argument that needs to be addressed in full speed, regular time. That'll set up the next witness. But this guy's nothing bigger, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, let's listen to him for a few seconds here.
The moment that now you hear the shots, you're looking at your phone, now you look up at the BMW, correct? And now that's basically the first time that you looked at the vehicle after running away from it. Is that correct?
You asked me a couple of questions just now. Repeat what you said. Ask
Okay.
me them
I understand. I'll walk you through it.
individually.
I'll walk you
Yeah,
through it.
individually. You have to
Okay.
break it down.
I got
Small.
I will. I will. You open up the door. You go down to run away, right? And you run away towards the building,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
When you get to the building, you don't look back. You take your phone out of your pocket, correct?
Actually, if I look like are you telling me that I don't look back?
Did you look back before taking your phone out?
I said, I run up and I was looking at down there at the car. I'm matter of fact, when I run up the car, my phone was like this.
Okay.
I run up. I was so frightened. I was trying to get to call the cops. I see someone out there. Don't call the cops. I'm on the phone with them right now. Obviously, they realize that something going on down there. So that's why that person told me, don't call the cops. I'm on the phone with them right now.
Okay. At that moment, you're facing the BMW or you're
I was
facing
like this. So, like the cars there, I was like this. I was still trying to see what's going on down there.
Okay.
While I'm.
And when you heard the explosions, were you focused on your phone?
I can't recall what I was doing at the time.
Okay. And it was after the explosions that you saw someone going in the vehicle?
So when I was up there, the taller guy leave from my side and go around to X side. The shot one went through my door.
And that you viewed that after you heard the explosion?
I hear the explosion while the taller guy went around to X side. That's the time I hear the explosion. When the taller guy go to X side, the shot one back inside the car as I was actually looking what's going on while I'm up there.
Okay, so forgive me if I'm wrong, but now you're saying that you were looking at the BMW when you heard the explosion, as opposed to looking at
Heidi, if you didn't notice, there's already a show set up for noon.
When I see the taller guy,
It's midnight right now for me.
the shot one go through the door.
Yeah. 2 a.m.
And while that was happening,
We made the last call.
you can answer, sir. When you're looking at the BMW and you're looking at what you just described, them going into the car, you're looking at it and you hear the explosion.
I should have went there at the car. That's the time I went.
I'm sorry?
When they were in the car, I hear the explosion.
And you were looking at the car when you heard the explosion, correct?
I was looking down there at the car.
Now, when Cleopatra Bernard called you and told you to go to the bank, did she make any mention of the fact that?
What's up, Andrea?
$250,000.
No, sir.
Okay, Andrea. Valhalla awaits is in the chat.
Darth, you're barely conscious. Go to bed.
I'm good. I'm actually good.
So, after the shots are fired, right, after you see the shots are fired and everything, do you walk back to the vehicle or do you make that call to Cleopatra Bernard?
I go to the car. I went back down there. Everybody was heading there. And when the cops come, I go down there.
So are you the first person on the scene to walk up to the BMW?
I got the first person. I know I go down there when the cops arrive.
You were one of the first persons, correct?
I say I can't recall if I was the first person.
Okay.
I went when the cops come in, and that's the time I go down there.
At that moment, was Mr. Osborne deceased?
What do you mean, Mr. Deceased? Break it down
Okay,
smaller.
when you walked up to him, did you render first aid?
I did not touch. I just go by the car and look. While the cops
And you tell me I need to go to bed.
You walked up to the car and looked while the cops were there?
The cops were there at the time.
Okay, so the first time that you walk up to the BMW, the police is already there.
So I said, when the car, I go to the BMW when the cops reach me. And that's the time I go down to the car.
Okay, so since you were standing at the building with your phone in your hand, when you heard the explosions, looking at the vehicle. I'm trying to determine, and I'm trying to help the jury determine how much.
Why is he so quiet?
For you to walk up to the vehicle.
I mean, it's a whole problem with him not having a microphone. He keeps talking down and away. There's no microphone.
What
here.
happened to the microphone that they had there yesterday?
They're gonna put it back. I don't know what happened to it, but they are going to put it back.
And sir, the gentlemen that are in the back, the security personnel, do you know their names?
This whole case is just like Florida level ridiculous. It's a whole problem. But he is end up going to get mic'd up.
Was there an individual there that was not police filming? Did you see that individual?
Valhalla really thinks that you need to go to bed, apparently.
Do you recall the
Okay, well, Valhalla can come put me to bed.
that had asked Mr. Osborne for a picture? You remember that individual?
This is hard.
Do you know anything about this case?
Did you ever see him filming the BMW?
No, I don't know.
Is there anything that this guy's going to say relevant to the situation of the case?
Oh no, absolutely not. He's just going to continue deflecting and saying nothing. It's not till the next witness comes up that you actually get to hear testimony that is.
He really likes his turtlenecks, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does really like his turtleneck. That's what you're gonna get out of this. This witness actually.
I'm sorry, anybody that really wants to actually listen to this, make sure you go to the Vaughn Crime
please.
channel. Apparently,
Yeah.
Copyright Cox. Copyright Cock channel.
This, except for us.
Go watch that first bit, big chunk of it. It's really hard to hear.
Oh, it gets even worse with the next guy. The snitch.
The way that the question is asked.
Oh, there's the microphone back. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you think this is bad?
Then it's
Like,
gone again?
just wait. It gets worse. It gets so much worse.
It was there, and now it's gone again.
Anything else, the parties present, jurors are absent, anything else to be brought to my attention before we break for lunch? Have we lunch? Be back about 5 minutes before.
Apologize to anybody that felt they needed to. Who's talking?
This whole shit is just the whole mess.
It's AmericanShirtsAreFirst.com. Only the most base shirts on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Use yourself promo code CoolFrog.
Indeed.
Do that.
15% off anything in that store.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen. You should go check it out before inflation gets too big.
Not sponsored.
Oh, of course not. I mean, sadly not.
I mean, Frog is. He's got a code.
Wait, did you just say Frog has a toad?
Yes. I did.
That's weird. Why do you have a toad? That's just strange.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Don't Joe Biden your way out of these questions.
Once did I lie? Stop it.
Darth Hideous is a real journalist. You can't.
Hold on, we're approaching the point where I asked you to turn this back down. Yeah, go back to where you were, because what comes next is actually relevant to this whole case.
Divinity.
Oh, Divinity showing up just in time.
What's up, dude? You up
Hello,
to?
dude.
There is a significant point where we come to the state snitch that we really need to slow down everything, because she's gonna comment a lot on about what's about to happen next.
They're just double checking that, so I think that is one of the things that we're asking, just literally, not even 5 minutes probably for the both of us. And then the other thing is,
Apparently her snaps on that way.
custody, be shackled, if he can be brought to the stand. I've had that happen at.
God damn. I mean, you're not wrong, but god damn, just
Mechanics of it can be a little awkward.
stop.
And then I'm also asking for clarification on a couple things, which is what I'm going to double check.
What? I shouldn't talk like that.
I'm just saying, like, you just wanna
It's against our
ignore
progressive
that she's
feminist
arguing.
school for.
She's actually arguing
Is gang affiliation.
good solid evidence
And I indicated before, his
in the
gang
spot.
affiliation is connected to all of the defendants' gang affiliation, and so I don't know, because it was brought up in discovery and depositions, that he is a gang member and what and how.
Oh, Valhalla is here. I didn't even know he was here.
Here, I'm saying now.
He wasn't.
That potentially.
He was.
Fuck that guy.
Any one of
The hell you're faggot. Go down fire.
Don't talk like that to Valhalla. It's not nice.
I'm not gonna be nice.
I mean, doesn't he talk that way to everybody though? Like, it's. I thought that was a sign of endearment, actually.
It is. I mean, I love Valhalla. Don't ever get that mixed up. Like, I swear to God, if he keeps saying this retarded, dumb bullshit out the side of his neck, like, I'm gonna stop trying to protect you, and I'm gonna say, go do your own live stream, you idiot.
He does, doesn't he?
I mean, we could get him in here with us right now. You tell me to my face.
What?
Yeah, I don't think so.
You want to do what?
No. I mean, I'm just trying to get through this. Oh.
Yeah, we did. Did we get drunk hideous tonight?
Kind of. Yeah. Nice.
That's why he sounds like he needs to go to sleep, but he's not tired.
Nope. Let's go. I mean, there's a whole lot more. There's a whole lot more really good shit, but you should actually rewind this back to her arguments that are coming up next after that, dude, because they're worth hearing, like, in full speed. I'll shut up if you do.
I've lost what you're talking about.
The
Rewind.
prosecutor's arguments right now. She does make a lot of, like, there's a lot of really good shit that happens right here, right now.
Oh, okay.
A lot of really good.
Rewind. That's what I was. That's why I was confused.
Mhm.
Rewind it to the next argument. I'm like, what?
No, rewind it to the beginning of her arguments, because this
in the
kicks
last
off a
episode.
powder keg. This kicks up. Yeah, this kicks off a whole powder keg of shit. Rewind to the beginning of the argument.
Dan says Cool Frog's babies need more attention. Yep, you got to pay me more. Let's go.
I mean,
Need more money.
oh man, is that real life?
Otherwise, I got to go get a job or go to work, I suppose. I have a job. I didn't quit yet. I didn't quit yet to give you even more content.
Nah, not yet. We're
Yeah.
coming.
If that's something that defense intends to bring out on cross.
Okay, number of different things there. So,
As to,
Commissioner Borat.
as to the issue of Mr. Allen coming into the courtroom, we object. He's in jail. It's relevant that he's in jail. He has an extraordinary amount at stake in his testimony. We think the jury should be able to see that for what it's worth, and we should not be given any special.
The snitch is up next, so that's what makes this relevant. They're arguing over what the snitch can and can't say.
Divinity
Oh,
said,
please.
just gifted 5. Kind of
Yeah.
5 Cool Frog memberships.
Yeah, you are.
If you don't already
on
have a
day one.
membership, go click on that. Go click on it and activate the gift option and collect that.
Yeah,
Do it.
please.
Do it.
Please
Diane
do that.
S.
Who got the
Loftus
memberships?
was gifted a membership by Divinity. Congratulations, Diane. Welcome to the Frog Army.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We'll be paying attention to see if we can catch anybody else catching a membership. Oh, there Valhalla Awaits was gifted a membership by Divinity Side.
He's
There you
pretty
go.
too.
Good stuff. We can't wait around too long for that though, so we're gonna hit
No,
the
we
play
got
button.
we got to get through these arguments because this is a very
Thank you,
important
Divinity Said.
point. Yeah.
Very much so.
With regards to how he has handled evidence.
Are we on 1X? This is very important to what happens next.
We're still on 1X.
Okay.
Alleging that he is a gang member, insinuating that he is a gang member for any reason, we will not be opening the door, and we would certainly object to anything of my, if the court were to construe any of my co-counsel, also counsel, as opening the door.
The also counsel.
His gang membership may or may not become relevant based on his testimony. I would object transferring over the lease since there's no allegation that any gang membership.
I'm wondering who Divinity is asking if they're going to sleep.
Why are we going to sleep?
I'm not going to sleep.
Who's going to sleep? Come say hi, Dave.
Even to sit and talk to the state at this stage, when we haven't even been given notice that he's going to be the witness that was called next, I think it'd be unfair to the defense. We're going to proceed, let's proceed.
Sure, now, if she doesn't like the optics of it, well, that's part of the article with having a cooperative witness in jail, that's part of it. Regarding.
Div's like, I'll talk all over all of this.
I doubt it. I mean, I really wanted to do this because when this whole shit popped up, like, wait.
The optics of it, I actually didn't say optics, it's regarding how it's done, because he has separate, deputies that are handling him. He hasn't taken a stand yet. Any witness, including a witness that has current charges pending because he hasn't been sentenced, is entitled and allowed to speak to his attorney at any moment, including.
Go to bed, Valhalla.
during the time.
Nobody likes you anyway.
The specifics that Mr. Ramirez is talking about, saying it doesn't inure to his.
Valhalla's not busy one of these days. Needs to come and join us.
I guarantee he doesn't.
His client and this particular co-defendant related to gang activity of Mr. Ramirez's client as part of the reason why this homicide was committed. So,
Heidi says, truthfully, Adaptatus, I'm glad you've been talking to the stream trial. You've made it more interesting and gave it context. I knew nothing, wasn't caring until you put your personal spin into it. I knew about this case when the murder first well, the alleged murder allegedly first happened in 2018. I thought this was already wrapped up. I
All
wouldn't have
brought
cared
to you
about
by
it
the
either.
one and only Cool Frog. If you want to support the channel, go down
Yeah.
below.
I mean, listen to what my man said. It's very nice of her to say, like, I have an opinion on this whole shit because I remember when this happened. And it's like, wait, no, this is still not wrapped up? Oh, let me talk about it then. I don't have a dog in this fight, but I have a fight in this dog.
Gotta love that fair and speedy trial there. You know, speedy, real speedy.
I mean, you could waive your right to a speedy trial.
Guessing it's going to be quite obvious where he comes from and that sort of thing.
He's shackled and handcuffed, Your Honor. So.
But I've had many individuals in that situation.
They're about to bring in a witness who is going to really nuke a lot of this case.
What's up, Kiwi Dam? How you doing? Good to see you.
Div, would you please come and join us?
Oh my God, is that girl from all the way long ago?
Well, yeah, from New Year's.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
From
that
New Year's
long?
last
Holy
year.
crap! How are you?
Oh wow.
Okay, hold on. I've actually talked to her a couple times, sort of through her stuff, because she does her own. I'm actually, she gave me a wrench on her channel. I mean, I suppose I could reciprocate the gayness of the wrench.
Reciprocate. Reciprocity is the
Devil?
is the epitome.
I mean,
it's the epitome
The devil.
of all dog shit, probably, but I don't know.
So by the time we get back to 8 o'clock tomorrow night, it would be roughly about halfway through this episode. So I mean, maybe we could.
Do you want to just cut it here?
We cut it here.
Yeah.
We'll cover the rest of this, and
I mean,
then
the best
whatever comes up
testimony.
tomorrow morning, because there's
The
supposed
best
to be.
testimony comes up tomorrow after this guy gets unpaused.
So we watch this, and then we watch the next episode after this tomorrow night.
I'm down.
At 8 o'clock, Mountain Standard Time. It's 10 o'clock for those that can't figure that out. They're on the East Coast.
Yep. 7 o'clock for those of you in the gay regions of California and such places.
What?
Oh, just doing a timestamp.
From the gay.
I mean, some people from California don't know how to tell time.
So
Like, if it's 8 o'clock, Cool Frog time,
anyway,
it's
just
7
talk about
o'clock your time. If it's 10 o'clock Cool Frog time, it's 9 o'clock your time. Apparently we are. Like, I wanted to keep going, but apparently no. And
it.
that's
Say one
good.
more thing here, Dan.
I mean, you could have came and joined us. Get this whole shit going.
Come on, Dave.
Hey, she's not coming. Like,
No,
let's
we're not
just leave
gonna
this off
go.
for tomorrow. We got to give the people something to watch tomorrow because they're not gonna go watch the Alex Murdaugh trial at 2 o'clock in the morning.
What are you talking about? You think Divinity's gonna run out of things to talk about?
No, I said the audience isn't going to want to watch Alex Murdaugh at 2 in the morning. They want to.
Oh, no,
They're gonna
nobody
want to
wants to watch
follow
that
us.
shit. Nobody wants to watch Alex Murdaugh at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just saying, Divinity, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on.
She ain't coming with us. I doubt it. I doubt it 100%.
We'll break down. That's 4.5 hours, of watching that. There you go. There she is. Look at that.
Put some respect on
Divinity.
the check.
My bad. My bad. Had the ace of base in your face. Divinity said.
What's up? Are you guys really leaving? I literally like 3 minutes ago, I'm like, you guys are going to bed? And you're like, no, we're not going
I'm
to
not
bed.
going to bed. Like,
We're not.
if I wanted to end
mean-
the stream.
But you do kind of sound like you're about to pass out there. Drunk hideous.
Yeah, okay.
No, you're gonna make it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be fine.
I actually feel a little
That sounded
secondhand drunk
very
listening to
confident.
you.
I'll be fine after I drink one more of these.
What's up, shirts? What have you been up to?
You know, stuff and things.
Oh yeah. Huh. Sounds boring.
Wow.
It was cute that I got Frog to do this actual trial coverage with me. And I'm the only one who knows more than he does about it.
So did extend what's his name? How do you say his name?
XXXTentacion.
Oh, you have to say all the X's?
Yeah, you do.
XXXTentacion.
Yeah, that's legitimately how they've been saying it in the court.
XXXTentacion.
Tentacion.
Tentacion.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. It's too much.
It's way too
So he
much.
actually shot somebody?
No, he got dead.
He's dead. Oh, he's the
still
dead
not
one.
alive.
Oh shit!
He's
I
the
was
dead
thinking
one.
he was the one with the rainbow hair. Who the hell is that?
That was 6ix9ine.
Oh, 6ix9ine. Oh,
Yeah,
see.
6ix9ine.
Oh, now I feel bad about X. I was
AKA
thinking-
a feminist.
You're misconstruing.
Possibly
Yeah,
lesbian.
I'm getting this
feminist.
messed up.
Yeah. You're
Oh, so he died in his
misconstruing.
car, sitting in his car.
Yeah.
This guy. And then so the kid that's sitting there that I saw, is that the guy who did the shooting?
No,
He's
the
sitting
guy
here.
the guy that got deaded in this one actually got pressed up against the wall by 4 alleged gentlemen, 3 of whom are on trial now, and one of whom is a giant snitch.
Oh.
It's a problem for all the other 3 because the giant
Yeah, for
snitch.
them. Hmm.
That's what's coming up next.
If you hang out with enough bitches, one of them will get you some stitches.
Exactly.
These are facts.
And
Yeah.
if
always
you go
true.
around, if you go around doing stupid shit in public, you could end up in this place too.
Tensation?
Tentacion.
No, Tensation.
No,
Well,
Tentacion.
So many are dead. 69's not also dead though. He's actually alive, right? He's just
Yeah.
a regular snitch.
Yeah. Yeah, 69's just absolute the
Triple
worst.
X sensation. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I was thinking it, but
I mean, there's no place that you make this sound right. Temptation is how I want it. Tentacion is how they say it.
But okay.
Yeah, it's the problem.
69 is dead. Is he?
Wait, he is dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
Are you serious? That's not true.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up.
Look it up. Like
69 is actually dead?
Oh no, not 69. I don't know about 69.
Well, that's weird.
XXX is actually dead.
I know that part.
Yeah.
69.
World is
I don't think. I think 69 is still alive.
I'm gonna Google. Did
I'm almost
69 do
in
the
there.
dead? Oh shit! The first thing, dead or alive?
America Shirts, what are you thinking so far of this trial?
I don't know what to think. I haven't been around long enough to know anything about it, really.
I mean, you're gonna get to the best testimony right after where we left off. You literally heard and missed nothing.
Wait a minute.
You work tomorrow, don't
Leading
you?
up to this.
This is not true because this says it happened 1920, 4 years ago.
Hmm.
X.
Yep.
Not this
Yeah.
X. The 69.
Now this X got actually figured dead or off in June of 2018. This X. The other one.
He's still alive, but the
69
first
who,
two
yeah,
websites on the internet say he gone, which is funny.
yeah, they lie.
He has enough money
They
to
lie.
fix that. I'd probably fix that.
Yeah, you should probably fix that, but the promotion is just good enough to
That's true.
sell more records.
Okay, so with face tattoos, they fade away. Is that true? Seems like these people with face tattoos get to change them.
Depends on who has face tattoos, where and why. Like they do fade.
None of that matters. The
a
why? You're
bit.
like, why'd you get that? It ain't gonna fade.
No. When I said the who and where and why, I meant the mostly who and where.
This right here, Darth.
And-
This right here. She's reading from chat. I think 69's still alive, but I'm not all into any of this. I did hear 69 as a snitch himself, though.
Oh yeah, he was
Snitches
definitely
get
a
Damn.
snitch.
That's
He
what
was a
happens to
whole-
snitches.
A whole dead ass snitch. Like
Heidi, are you a white woman? Because I would really like
she
to
knows.
say some random white woman knows nothing about you, 6'9", but that you're a snitch, and that's what snitches get remembered as.
Yeah, but he was a snitch, though.
Damn it, I had some good to say before the fire. 69 got famous when he snitched. No, he was famous before that. He actually doesn't have terrible music, which is the shitty part.
I mean, yeah, he does.
No, it's not terrible. Let's look. Oh, we can't
It
listen
is
to it.
terrible.
It isn't.
Come on, man.
It's god awful, actually.
God
like-
awful? Okay, maybe I
Yes.
haven't heard enough of it then.
So is
Okay,
this
you just
incident
don't
about
want-
gang activity then? Is that what this is?
Yeah, this
I
is
mean-
allegedly a
Okay.
gang hit, and it is allegedly a gang hit on a young man who was accused of a whole bunch of very improper shit
And that just
with a
successfully
family
withdrew.
member of some kind of the alleged gang who hit him. Like he was
And
20
he
years
ju-
old when he
They,
when
they
he
showed the
passed
video
away.
with the teller, the
Yeah,
lady from the
the-
first video that you guys may have missed or whatever. So,
Or whatever.
the video with the teller, that one when they actually start
no, I
getting
don't.
down into it, realizes that
You killed him in one of
she
the
had
horse
actually
shows
given him
today.
and allowed him to take
Yeah, today.
$25,000 in
Wait a
one
minute.
transaction.
This just happened today. He snitched. Hold on. How did you guys already watch this? You guys watched this earlier in the day somewhere?
I did. I actually spent a whole bunch of time watching the Robert Allen, who is the snitch, testimony in this case versus all the other assailants.
Oh, this is
Like,
interesting. Okay. Hold on. Did the other three know that today was about to happen, or did like a lawyer get it out of him?
I didn't get that far, so I
What the
don't
fuck
know.
are we doing here?
We're assessing the situation. We're covering the trial.
Oh, it didn't happen yet?
No, it didn't happen yet.
Are
The
sure?
outcome has not happened yet, but
Nah, I know
Yeah.
that part, but I've
Episode
How do
1
you-
was technically yesterday, and then episode 2 was today.
I need to click.
I
Which is
know
why
I
we
wa-
watched most. That's why
Yeah.
we watched all of 1 and half of 2. So
Yep.
we'll
I
do
streamed the
the
live
other
coverage
half of 2
today
and the
with
rest
Hayden
of
and Mighty.
3.
Well,
Mhm.
I got news for you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That means you need to get kicked in the
He
skull.
said, Val said, send him a link. He's tired of my bullshit. He wants to get this facts out.
I'm so sick of this idiot.
I got you,
like-
Val. Give me a shoot.
Oh fuck!
You're
Fuck me! Do not bring this idiot in here right now.
I like Val.
Okay, well,
What's wrong with Val?
I mean,
That's my
outside
news
of
for you.
everything,
You can argue with him. It's okay.
Valhalla
Okay.
has the tea.
I'll let you.
he literally has nothing to say on any of this.
Check your
He
He
might-
Discord.
watched
might-
it today. He
might
literally
actually.
said, I streamed the live coverage today with Hayden and Mighty. You said you saw it and told me that the
Yeah,
thing
I
hasn't
know I
happened.
love you too, dumbass. Like, please don't come in here.
Be careful.
Uh-oh. What did he want?
I hope you bring something to the table.
Diane said, yes, argue. I'll argue. Does anyone want to talk about flat Earth?
Because and I don't normally do it, but because his mom does it, he thinks that it actually fixes things is to actually kiss him where he got the
Aw.
ouch. So
It's a
like, uh-oh.
placebo. Their shirts. Darth is the kind of guy that will
You
give
said that like a
his name
pharmacist, and it was
Fisher
weird.
Shina Inu at the
It's a
same
placebo.
time. He be gentleman.
Wait, what?
I don't know what a Shina Inu is.
Oh
but
no! Oh no! Here goes the house.
There's
It's
no
Valhalla.
oh no. There's no
Oh.
oh no. There's no oh no.
There is a whole shitload of oh no.
There's no oh no. Darth, first of all, buddy, you're so drunk. Go to sleep. I love you.
Okay,
Go
child.
to sleep.
Okay, child. When you open with that argument, you've
Anyway.
already
There's
negated
no argument,
anything
Darth.
else you have to say.
There's no
Like you
argument.
literally don't have anything to say. Yeah. Oh, you're so drunk. Go to sleep. Shut the fuck up and tell me where the fuck I'm wrong. You
I'm not
stupid
saying you're
motherfucker.
wrong. I'm not
Okay,
saying you're
you're
wrong.
not saying I'm wrong. So you're saying that like I should just like capitulate to dumb pieces of shit because they told me to? Oh, that's what you're
Darth,
saying.
You are
Fuck out of
creating,
here.
you are
fucking
creating
idiot.
an argument in your
Darth,
head that
come
never
on now.
happened.
No,
You are-
I'm not.
You
I'm
are.
literally not.
You guys.
I am literally telling you you need to go to sleep because I care about you and you're drunk
Yeah,
and
because
tired.
you don't want to talk to me
That's
because
not
I'm
it.
gonna be the one.
This is
to
the
tell
best
you about
version of
yourself.
Darth, though.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, you think
Am I yelling at
you got
Sorry.
think you got your
No,
best
it's just
interest
bitch.
in
No.
mind.
Darth, buddy, I
Mhm.
promise you, I'm not arguing anything you're saying. I just
Okay.
understand that you're very drunk and it's
Okay.
probably in your best interest to go to sleep.
And is that in your universe to tell me?
No, that's
Okay.
not why I came on the show. What I came on
Okay.
the show for was because I've been streaming this trial and I have
Okay.
insight into what
So have I.
going on. Right.
I've been
and
watching.
Okay.
Nobody's
So let me
arguing,
ask you this.
Darth. Nobody's arguing. Calm down, buddy.
About to argue.
I'm calm.
Okay.
The Viking is telling us all to calm down, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. Like, take a
down,
breath. This is
dude.
like the first time in history where the Viking tells us all to calm down.
Wait, did I miss the Super
Let
Bowl?
it be known.
No, that's this
No.
Sunday, babe.
It's just coming.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Whew.
So this trial though.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a couple questions.
Go ahead. First of all, his
Did-
name is pronounced XXXTentacion.
Tentacion.
XXXTentacion.
I like the way the white people say
And
it better.
I like Temptation too.
It's like
So I'm with Valhalla on this, unfortunately.
Okay,
it's like
listen.
station, but with a T. Tation.
Station.
Unfortunately,
They've been
It's triple
they've
X, not XXX.
Yeah.
Triple X.
Triple X.
Oh, I hate him for that.
Well, you should.
XXS
but he's
Tentacion.
gay,
Yeah.
so.
I hate it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm
Tentacion.
not going to say what I'm thinking because we're not in Discord. But
It's
if we were in Discord, I'd be
Triple X
like,
Temptation.
at least shoot him in the leg for that.
You've got
You
an
know?
extra syllable, Darth. It's XXXTation.
No, it's Tentacion. Like, look.
No, that's not how
look
you
at
pronounce
the-
it. That's not it. That's not
It's
it.
how it's spelled.
There are letters there that your stupid ass doesn't read. That's not my fault, you fucking retard. Get your shit together
Okay.
before you talk to me.
Hey, stop calling people down.
Okay, now, no, this guy just
It's literally
snitched today.
TNTACION. The way Frog has it listed in the fucking title of the stream
Yeah, that's how
is
it
the way
Oh,
it is
actually.
pronounced. Tentacion.
No, I don't
You
think that
stupid
extra
fucking
ends there.
idiot.
I don't think that extra ends there. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it.
Tentacion.
Temptation.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Temptation.
You don't do you not know what
Temptation.
you're talking
Temptation,
about?
because it's the
You
X
came in
is
here
stand for
with a
10.
big ass mouth
it's
He's
telling me
like,
I need to
I
go to
just
bed.
want to come in here and
Fuck
cause
outta
a
here.
Oh, so
disruption.
it's temptation.
Tentacion.
Temptation.
No, okay.
Fucking
Okay, hold
retard.
Like he's
up.
temptation.
Okay,
Temptation.
so Valhalla,
Yes,
the
sir.
actual
Temptation.
reason that you came in here
Temptation?
is you have been actually streaming this case.
Yes, sir.
Right.
With Mighty
We were
Bean.
streaming the
Did
live
you watched all of yesterday's and then all of today's or whatever, and
Because we just did that.
it's technically
No, I did not watch yesterday's.
okay. You watched day
So
one.
you're just as full of shit as everyone else. Shut the fuck up. Why are you talking out the side of your neck like you're some sort of expert when you don't even know who this person was
Okay, but I
before
got
they died? Done. You're done.
It's
You're
You're
done.
dead to me, kid.
Darth,
I'll ruin you all the way forward.
Darth, what's his sign though? You don't even know his sign. You ain't serious about him. You ain't a true fan.
You're true fan. You're dead ass. Deflect harder, babe. Mwah.
You don't even
Oh,
know he's
big
an
ass
Aquarius,
fucking
bitch.
booty
What
ass.
you know about it?
You don't even know his middle name.
Yes.
Oh,
His middle name is probably starts with an X. But here's the question.
You don't even know. You don't even know
Our
about
previous I swear to
all
God.
right, time out, Darth.
all
time
the
out,
allegations that were
Time out.
thrown on.
time out.
Okay. Here.
Okay.
Divinity, please ask your question.
Okay. So the one guy snitches today. Did he
Yes.
snitch and everybody knew he was going to do it? He it's
Oh, yeah.
already been known?
100%.
So
He was the only one that's not at the defendant's
Yes.
table today because he was held in custody of the state.
So
Robert Allen.
Tentacion.
Robert
Oh
Allen.
my
God damn
God,
it,
you're
Darth.
right.
Darth.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know I'm right.
Okay.
Am I wrong? Am I?
Okay. No. Both of you are right.
Sort of.
Both of you are right.
So
Yeah,
They
no,
say
no.
it's
I'm right.
EKS is how
He's
you
wrong.
pronounce.
No, it's phonetic. It's X. You
Phonetic is X.
That's not it.
Tentacion.
read.
Phonetic. Here, listen.
XXS Tentacion.
XXXTentacion.
That's
Tentacion.
not
Yeah.
it. That's not it, y'all. That's not it.
That's
So
what it
listen.
says.
XXXTentacion.
It's
Yeah,
not
Google
temptation.
clearly knows rapper Ebonics.
I
Yeah.
could see she definitely has a little culture in her.
I
Totally.
promise you already.
Those
Just
lips are
fighting
on
with me?
screen. Those lips
I-
don't know culture.
Welcome,
Those
like,
lips are not
they
big enough
totally
to know
know
culture.
She's
culture.
taken a lot of the black. I mean, the
Valhalla.
culture D.
Valhalla.
I'm kind of
Yes,
surprised Google hasn't already changed themselves over for
You're not
the
gonna win
history
this
of Black
one.
history or whatever.
There's no
Yeah.
fight,
Surrender
buddy.
it, and-
There's no fight. First of
No,
all,
no
there's
arguing, no
fight.
fighting.
So-
Everybody
It's-
loves
of course
everybody.
not. I'm
How
not-
come the
no
guy
fighting.
wasn't in court today if he snitched?
God damn it! Let me tell you, please.
Oh
So,
wait. Oh wait.
XXXTentacion.
Hold the shut the fuck up.
XXXTentacion.
Hold the shut the fuck up.
XXXTentacion.
Am I drunk?
no, Darth. Is
He
very
was in court today. The snitch was in court today.
Okay.
And we didn't get to cover that. I actually asked fucking Cool Frog to cut it off before that. No, he chose to cut it off before that. Never
I
mind.
chose. Yeah, that was
Yeah, he chose to cut it off before that. But Robert Allen's fat ass is coming into court in the next
That's a
episode.
snitch.
Yeah, that's the snitch.
But why would we wait if we're just gonna sit here and not do it?
Can I
I
tell you
mean,
about the snitch
Frog.
now, please?
Yeah.
Ask
Just tell
Frog.
me. Just spoiler
Frog.
alert it.
Stop
Frog,
talking,
why-
goddammit, it, Darth. Stop talking for a second. Okay.
Do not
appreciate you.
ever
Please.
talk to me like that again.
oh, come on.
I don't
So the
have the
snitch-
authority to get you.
The snitch-
Okay. Hold on. Hold on.
The
Hold on.
snitch
The snitch is
was-
coming in.
Hold on.
The
Hold on.
snitch
A few
was-
things real quick.
Yes,
I don't know
sir.
why this got blocked. I think it should be shared widely. For whatever
Okay.
reason, Diane Loftus's FK shirts. I think she likes you.
Huh?
He wants to do dirty things.
Fuck shirts.
I think she likes
Oh
you,
my
brother.
God, our English language is going to hell.
I don't
if
know
that's
why
how
that
they-
was
Hello,
blocked
shirts.
out,
Yeah.
but
How
that was
people pronounce
blocked. We'll make sure that's unblocked.
So the snitch was there was so when they robbed and
Bobby Allen was the snitch.
when they robbed and murdered Triple X is what they
Mhm.
call
Yep.
him in court. That's what his fucking street
Yeah.
name is,
Okay,
Triple
fair.
X. Okay. So when they robbed Triple X, the snitch was one of 4 people in the car that cut him
Yep.
off and robbed and ended up murdering him.
Okay.
The snitch
Tentacion translates to temptation. Oh, sure.
That's the point.
I don't know. It
of
almost sounded like
his
some of you all
name.
were saying crustacean or something. I don't know what the heck.
No, it's
that's
Triple X
Triple-
Temptation.
that's that Moana song, right?
triple X, however you want to say it.
I thank God we got that
Damn it,
out of
how
the
are we
way.
back here?
Temptation.
I
Oh,
was
by the way,
almost-
Heidi, yes, I agree.
Change
was
the
almost-
title so they stop
was
looking at
almost-
Do you
it.
think you're in the United States? Sorry, sir. Your name's Temptation.
Goodness.
No, I think me and Valhalla are about to agree on the fundamental facts of the case.
We've
Oh,
been
we're not
agreeing
gonna-
the
we're
whole
not gonna
time,
allow you to do that.
fucking- You lovable douche. We've been agreeing the whole
You
time.
asshole, he meant.
Oh, have we?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Remember, I'm monetized over here.
That's why we're a
Wait,
lovable douche.
you could say
That's why I went that route.
Yeah.
You made more tonight in memberships than you're gonna make on this episode at all. So I get to say what I want. I put money in the swear jar.
Probably.
You fuckers can't say
Oh.
shit.
Ooh, she dropped an F bomb.
She's like, I put money in that swear jar.
Divinity?
That's
And
way
that's what
worse than
that's what I
douche.
say. So you guys, you want to swear, you got to throw something in that.
So-
If you want to see what Divinity
Three
said, you got to see what Divinity said.
Like I was almost
3
saying,
beers.
Yeah, let's stop there. Let's get there.
Mm-hmm.
the
Valhalla
snitch.
is so pretty.
The snitch.
Thanks, 3 beers. I appreciate it.
Bob Allen.
I'll kiss you right on the mouth the first time I meet you. I promise you that.
Oh my God,
I
I'm
don't
having
even doubt that
flashbacks to
for some
Jill
reason.
Biden just the other day. Oh God.
Some guys have the personality that you would expect them to kiss their friends on the mouth, like, buddy, bah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you have the face for it.
Oh yeah.
Is that what
I'll
Alice
be the first one.
dressed up as Jill Biden? Is that what they so like they're like buddies
Okay,
with Kamala's
so
husband?
the guy that's the snitch was in the car.
So the
Mhm.
snitch was in
The snitch had to go
driver's
into
side
the place
rear. What?
first. He
What'd you say?
he went into the establishment
Yes, he did.
that X was and then he
with
came
another
back.
dude.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, so here's the facts of the situation, right? Triple X went to the bank. He attempted to withdraw $250,000. The bank was like, you're absolutely nuts.
Yeah, give us a day.
The best we can do is
No,
50.
he literally got
Yeah.
$200,000.
No, he did
back.
not.
He did?
No,
He did.
not. He got 50 grand. And the bank said, give us a little while, we'll figure out the other 200. So he had 50K on him, and he went to
That
a
was coming down the
motorsports
pipe.
store. Huh?
So it was coming down the pipe that the money was coming to him.
Yeah, the bank was working on it. But he had 50 grand cash.
Yeah.
So he went to the motorsports store, something that sells like dirt bikes, motorcycles,
Hold up. I heard he walked into that store with 200,000 on him.
No, he had 50 grand on him, according to the facts of the case.
Mm.
The bank was
Banks aren't going to have $200,000 in cash.
Right. The bank
No,
acknowledges that they
the person had $200,000
Anymore, you'd be surprised if the bank has anything.
I've heard
you're
was
saying he
alleged.
took 500 or 50 out of the bank, but he had 150 on him?
No,
That's what Dart's trying to say?
He
Yeah,
was
that's
able
what I'm
to
trying to say.
withdraw.
Like he
I
literally
hear what
walked
you're
in
saying.
that door with
I hear you.
200,000 in
No.
cash on him.
No, he was
That's
able
what
to
he said.
withdraw. Who said? Who said?
The alleged deceased.
You
walked
How
talked
did
to
the
him?
alleged deceased say anything? And how are you allegedly deceased? Either you're deceased or you're not.
Allegedly.
Darth is at the moment allegedly deceased.
I'm trying to be polite for YouTube algorithms, dude. Like, I'm not.
Diane, hang up more often. Divinity shows
I'm
up
not-
more often than you like to think.
Yeah,
it's great. She's the best.
Tell me more about the allegedly deceased, please.
I mean, he said he walked into that door.
The allegedly deceased said this
No.
yesterday, 2 days ago, before he was allegedly deceased. What are we talking about, Darth?
They broke Divinity. Yep.
Yeah, that was good. Because I wouldn't have caught it.
The allegations
Like,
are
allegedly
as follows. This man walked into this store with not $50,000 in cash, but $250,000 in cash, and walked
Incorrect.
back out the door with $50,000 in cash.
So he lost 200 grand in the.
No,
in the
he spent. He spent.
What did he buy?
$200,000.
He
He
bought
bought
an
9
imaginary
motorbikes. Are you paying attention?
9 motorbikes?
So can I tell everybody what really
Wait.
happened, please?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
he
Tell
went to the
everybody
bank
what really
first.
happened.
Okay, let's hear Valhalla's side of the
He
story.
went
now.
to the bank
Yeah,
first.
I'm interested.
He attempted to withdraw $250,000. The bank was like, "We can't effing do that, bro. That's not something we can do." He ended up, after a very long transaction, leaving with $50K and the bank working on the other $200,000 withdrawal that they couldn't come up with.
Mm-hmm.
So he had his uncle with him that his mom made sure to send because she was nervous about him withdrawing that amount of money. So she sent an uncle with him to have his back, right?
Because he was a 20-year-old.
Dude, I took out a bunch of money from the bank
20
one time,
years old,
and
right?
just walking from the bank to my car, I was so nervous, and no one even knew I had all this money with me. I can imagine
that
having
much
50
cash
grand.
is a
He was
crazy
a
thing to have.
20-year-old
It's ner-
trying to
it's- yeah,
call
it's-
up.
Shure's just the boss. I'll be right back.
We're gonna agree on this, right? Like we
That seems
Here's a
unfair.
20-year-old kid.
I was doing better than
trying to
shirts.
call up $250,000. That's
Okay, either way, so he's got 50
Even
grand.
if
He
you
goes
have
So
into
it,
the
he's got
store.
so he's got 50 grand, and his protection uncle, we'll call him.
Mhm, mhm.
Okay. They go to a motorsports store somewhere that sells dirt bikes,
Rivas
street bikes.
Motorsports.
Riva's Motorsports, exactly.
Yep.
They go into the store. He is
South
very
Florida.
clearly talking to somebody about purchasing
Daytona Beach.
something
Mhm.
important, right?
How long is he in there?
Maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't buy anything.
Nah.
Right. Maybe a little longer. I don't know. I'm judging this off of
It's
the
50. It's 50 minutes of discontent from this point out.
50?
50.
I honestly don't know how long he was there, but
Okay.
based off of the video that was presented in court today, they
Mhm.
showed about 20 minutes of him being in the store, give or take.
Okay.
So he's in the store with his uncle. This car drives past the dealership, pulls around, pulls into the dealership, and thank you, shirts. And two people come into the store, and they are very obviously not there to shop. They walk in, they walk through the whole store the entire time. One dude's on his phone. They walk in, around, out, and they get to the counter. One dude buys like a motorcycle mask, like a neoprene mask that you wear in cold weather in Florida, which is weird. And they leave the store. And as they're leaving the store, they walk across the parking lot to the car they left in. That car leaves the parking lot, goes down the next street and around the corner slightly, and sits there.
Mm-hmm.
So they walked in to identify him, XXX, see him there, see he's got a Louis Vuitton bag, and he's talking about a big purchase. So when he leaves the store, him and his uncle go get in their fancy ass BMW. That BMW goes to pull out of the parking lot, and as it's pulling out of the parking lot, that SUV cuts them off at the exit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The two passenger side doors open up. Two guys get out with hoods and masks on and guns, and they rob him right there in the parking lot. The second the guns come out, the uncle jumps out of the passenger side door and just bolts. He's gone.
What?
Gone.
The protection? He ran away?
The second them guns popped out, that dude is out of the picture, and he never shows back up. So they get into a scuffle through the driver's
Might
side
be the
door.
smartest one in the whole.
Or he might have been the one that set him up.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they get in a struggle through the driver's side window over this dude's Louis Vuitton bag that has $50,000 in cash in it, and possibly over the chain. It's a little unclear. So they get into a scuffle. One of them breaks off and runs around the car to the passenger side door, gets in the passenger side door that's open from the uncle fleeing, gets into a scuffle in the car. The guy at the driver's side door backs up with this little like subcompact rifle thing and puts like at least 2 shots in him through the window. The second that the shots go off, the dude in the passenger side door comes out with the bag. They get in the truck, the SUV, and then they speed off. Now, the snitch is the guy that's in the driver's side back seat. He was also one of the dudes that was in the motorsports store.
Wandering around?
Yes, scoping out the situation.
Where'd Beth go?
I don't know. He said something.
I have
when he
no
left.
idea.
Either he left or America kicked him out.
Well, I was robbed of my powers. I don't know how long ago exactly. So I don't.
You don't have any powers either. We can't bring up chats. Cool Frog's just the host with the least.
Oh,
Nobody
Oh,
else has admin. Cool Frog. Nobody
where
else
she is.
pull up chats.
I don't know where she is.
Who's she?
Anyway, so what? I don't know what he's must be sleeping.
T3 actually has admin
Okay.
because then she runs
What?
shows. She can do stuff during the day.
Fair.
Right.
So, those shots end up killing him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the 3 other individuals in the vehicle are the 3 defendants in the trial. The guy that's snitching was the dude that scouted him out and was in the back driver's side that had technically nothing to do with the actual robbery. And the driver technically had nothing to do with the actual robbery, but they were all 4 involved. They were all 4 planning on doing it and did it.
And so, what did he say? Did he mention the protection uncle being in on it at all?
No, that has not been
What's
brought
up, Meme Copium? Meme Copium
Hey,
says,
Meme.
What's up,
I
Meme? How you
clicked on
doing,
this
buddy?
because I saw Triple X.
So the
Ching ching.
the uncle showed up to court with security today, and I think the defense, I missed this part mostly. I just caught the aftermath of this part. But I think the defense was like, why do you have security? And he was like, oh, the family provided it for me. And they were like, why didn't you have security at the time when he had all this cash, when he went to withdraw $250K? And it was a big shit show. It was bad. The uncle's sus. The uncle's super sus. But
Yeah, because I've taken out. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And they meant to take out more money than that.
yeah, like 5
So
times
they
more.
should've- Yeah, they should have had. I mean, obviously, they should have had some security.
That's
And at
$250,000.
least, okay, so whatever. You don't bring anybody, but then these fools don't even have guns.
My completely on my own hypothesis, like I have no evidence to base this off of, but my guess is the uncle was probably armed. Uncle was probably there with a gun.
But he ran away, so we didn't have to use it.
Well, he ran away because he got
Well,
scared.
for a lot of reasons, but
Right. And
yeah.
that's
That's
my
crazy.
suspicion. Also, like if you have a gun on you and you're not supposed to have a gun on you,
Yeah,
when things pop off, like you don't want to get caught with that gun,
you might
right?
run away. Yeah.
So I think that was probably part of why he ran away. But that's just my complete suspicion. There's no evidence to base any of
That's
that
crazy.
off. Right. The whole thing's insane. So the snitch was on trial all day today, or most of the afternoon anyway, and he's telling everything. He's telling who they are, why they were there, where they were sitting, what guns they had, what caliber guns they were, the words that were said. He's telling everything. He is currently midway through his testimony and has to testify again tomorrow.
Cool.
And the entire case basically rests on this dude's testimony. Because they're all masked, they're all covered. You can't identify anybody involved other than this dude telling the court who they are.
Wow. Well, good. I mean, good for justice.
Yes.
What made him snitch? He got a deal?
So the rest of them are being charged with first-degree murder.
Mm-hmm.
And in Florida, the death penalty is on the table, but I don't believe it is in this case currently. The snitch has already pled guilty to second degree. And I believe I believe he's serving life. But I don't know off the top of my head whether or not he has the possibility for parole.
Watch. He pleads guilty, gets life, and these fools are gonna get less.
No. If they're guilty of first degree murder, they're getting at the very minimum in Florida, life without parole at the very minimum. The death penalty is on the table in Florida. Like I said, I don't know.
What does it take? Yeah, what does it usually take to get it?
I don't know. I'm talking on my butt a little bit here, But at the very least, first degree murder is life without parole. At the very least.
And so he's got the snitch is
He
getting
hasn't-
life, which is technically like what, 25?
He hasn't been sentenced yet.
Oh, I thought he
He
oh, I
pled
thought you were
guilty,
saying.
but he pled
And
guilty,
so
but
that's the sentencing minimum. Okay.
he's still waiting on sentencing. So
I see.
I'm not sure how it's going to play out exactly, but I would expect that dude's at least getting sentenced to 25 years.
Yeah.
Maybe.
How old are they all?
Young, 20s.
20s?
20s.
Well, then he still has a chance at having a life.
Potentially. But that dude, you look at his face, he's not scared. He's just talking. I don't know if it's already like set in and he's given up. I'm not sure exactly.
And it's on and it's live, so everyone gets to see who the snitch was and all that. Oh, that's
yeah, that dude's going straight to protective custody.
Yeah.
Straight to the hole.
It's a long 25 years.
I couldn't imagine doing 25 years in a fucking sorry.
Me either.
It's fine.
In a cement hole. I couldn't imagine.
Yeah.
Sorry, Frog. My bad, bro. I was doing so good. I didn't drop a single F-bomb.
It's appropriate. Susan lets us say them when they're appropriate.
Well, we're
That's
5
the
hours
secret.
in. I think that one might slide, hopefully.
Yeah, plus I said about 17 before you got here. They won't sentence him till after this trial to make sure he holds up his end of the plea.
Well,
all are under 30 years old. Really hate it's Florida, damn. Somebody said they wear those face things because they're afraid of the cold.
Yeah. That's not it. I don't know if you've ever been to Florida, but it's cold's not a thing there.
I don't know. I haven't, but
I was there one time on Christmas Day, and it was 97 degrees.
Whew.
It broke records. It was like
Wow.
6 years ago,
Wow.
7 years ago. It was out of control.
it was 70 degrees today though, where I'm at, and that kind of feels weird because it's winter.
Where are you at?
Southern California.
Okay.
And like there's this layer of green. It really feels like spring last week. And I checked the weather for the next few days. It's going to be just like this. I'm like, yes.
The last 2 days, it was like in the 60s here. It was nice.
And where are you?
East Tennessee.
Tennessee, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we had a bunch of cold and a bunch of rain, and now we're getting a bunch of sun. It's perfect.
It's been nice the last couple of days. I spent 7 hours the last 2 days in the barn cleaning up all the neglect I've let sit all winter. It's a lot of poop to shovel, y'all.
Oh yeah, yummy. You're never gonna get to the end of it. What are you shoveling? What kind of shit are you shoveling?
I have goats, and
yeah.
I've got goats, pigs, ducks, chickens, pigeons, donkeys. But
I used to have goats.
What kind?
I don't know what they
Okay.
were. I inherited them. Well, I adopted them from some lady. They were. I probably knew when I had them what type they were, but I don't remember now. They were super dope. I had one that had this cow pattern. He looked white and black like a cow. They were really, really cool. We ended up. My dog was a pain in the ass and used to chase him around. So I ended up getting rid of the dog and them at the same time.
You should.
They went to the family.
You should.
Well, we're gonna have goat shit in our yard for like ever. I swear you could just never get rid of it.
Goat shit's good though. It's
Yeah.
a cold fertilizer, so it comes out of the butt and perfectly safe to put like in a potted plant or something. It doesn't have to decay at all. It's a good fertilizer. I have Nubians. I have big dual purpose
Nubian.
dairy.
Let me Google this up.
Oh, Divinity! Look at my channel. I have goats everywhere. Dang, girl.
Oh, cute.
She doesn't pay attention to everybody else. She's got her
Listen,
own
I'm
big,
in the
huge
middle of
channel.
cracking the case. I'm gonna make a mockumentary. I just made that
mockumentary?
up right now.
That's good. I like it.
Oh yeah, they're super cute. I have no idea what type of. I don't even know how I would figure out what kind of goat I had, but I guess they all kind of.
Are you looking at my channel or Google?
I'm looking at Google.
Look
Okay, let
at
me go here too.
here. I'm gonna say something in chat. So you're
Okay,
you're a
got it.
mod. Click on that and like look at the last like 3, 4, 5 shorts I made. I got a bunch of babies on the ground.
Aww.
They're super adorbs.
Oh my
Big old,
gosh,
big
so
old crazy
cute.
floppy ears. Yeah. They're adorbs. I'm gonna make a
Do
video
they have
on
names?
not yet. I think I'm gonna have chat help me name some
Are
of
you?
them.
Do you plan on keeping them all?
No, the boys don't get kept. Boys either get sold or butchered.
Yeah.
Girls get kept.
Do you what? How long have you been doing goats?
How often do you keep a boy? Do you keep a boy eventually?
No. If I want a new buck, I get new blood, but I haven't done that yet.
Okay. No. Okay. I got you.
I'm still on my first buck. I'm in, I think, year 3, maybe
Aw.
4, maybe
You get
4.
some lameness otherwise, I suppose. Right.
Well, so there's the breeding that I'm doing is called line breeding. So I breed everybody back to the same buck. And my herd, I'm still on my first buck, and he's amazing. My
Those are
buck is-
chickens? Your chickens are green?
No, those are ducks.
Those are ducks?
What are you
That look
looking
like a
at?
chicken. It says feisty little chickens. I see a rooster.
There's a bunch of ducks, and then I think 3 chickens in that video.
Those are ducks.
Yeah, they're
I see their feet. Oh, I get it.
they're Muscovy ducks. They're from
They
South
look like
America.
Oh, I love them. Do they fly away?
No, they don't migrate at all. So they're here always. They
Aw.
live in
Do you
my
have
barn.
a pond?
I do, but none of them go to it. So those ducks,
Fake ducks.
they're not water ducks. They're like wood ducks.
Their faces are so cute. They look like chickens. Why do I think that?
Because they grow those red bumps, maybe.
Yeah.
And it reminds you of chicken
Oh, they're
combs,
so
rooster combs.
cute. Do you
That
have
could
a
make
bunch of stuff made out of cool ass feathers?
I have a lot of feathers.
Oh, you don't have none of the stuff yet. Oh,
What
this
do you
is
feed
cool.
a wood
Great. I
duck?
don't have time. I don't have time for this channel. I'm gonna be here for the rest of my life. This is why I don't do shit like this.
There's not much
I
on there.
can't leave. I've watched each of these videos 100,000 times.
Well, I would
love it. I'm back
appreciate
to
the watch
sleep again.
hours. I'll tell you that much.
okay, I'm gonna keep it on. That's so cute.
What do you feed a wood duck?
So I feed my ducks and my chickens all together, and I mix commercial, like an all flock, which is like a 20 or 22% protein mix, and then a egg layer because my chickens all lay eggs, and I mix that together, and seems to be working okay.
I don't have chickens anymore either. I got nothing. And now I'm
Get
like,
chickens. Everybody needs
no,
chickens.
fuck that. I had chicken for years and years and years and years. You know what happened? I was spending so much money on eggs. I had so much eggs that I didn't even eat them all. And I couldn't give them away. And at the end of the day, I was like, I wouldn't spend this much money on eggs if I just bought eggs at this point. I don't need
You
chickens. And
would
here's the
now.
thing.
You would now.
I still wouldn't at the price of eggs.
Okay.
But also, we have coyotes here, and our last chickens were taken, and one of our roosters was killed by coyotes. So we're done.
Well, that's why my ducks are still here, because the coyotes take the ducks and leave the rest of my animals alone.
They have a preference, huh?
Well, the ducks sleep in stupid spots, so the coyotes get to them first.
Hey.
The
It is
ducks
what
all
it
sleep
is.
on the ground in the front of the barn because they're stupid. and that's where the,
They get tired and they just
This
like,
is-
here it is. This is where we
it's like,
sleep.
oh, this is I'm sleeping right here.
that's exactly it. The ducks all just like sleep in the barn door. So when the coyotes
Aw.
come in, they go to look for something, and the first 20 things they find are ducks. Works okay for me. Works okay.
Yeah. But do you have a problem with it? Do they continually come back every night for food? The coyotes?
They come back a lot. They come back a lot. But the ducks breed a lot. Like if the coyotes weren't there, I would have a duck problem. Like I would absolutely have to do something with the ducks if the coyotes didn't pick them off.
Do you have a pen for them? Tweety said a duck pen.
No, all my birds are free range. All, well, except for the pigeons. The pigeons have a coop. But
If you had one, would they go sleep in it?
I could make that happen. Yeah. Yeah.
How much would duck would duck could duck wood?
None. Not even a little bit of it.
Duck wood. That's a weird question.
I had to buy 3 dozen eggs this year because I had a lapse in laying hens, and I was really disappointed in the entire situation outside. It's fixed now. I've got plenty of eggs now.
You got plenty of eggs because you went to a different feed.
No, so in the winter, like certain breeds only lay eggs during certain times, and in the winter, a lot
Certain
of breeds,
temperatures, right.
a lot of breeds will stop laying in the winter. And I had some replacement hens that were too young, and the ones that I had stopped laying at the wrong time. So
you went without. You're like, oh damn, I need to go buy damn egg.
I had to buy 3 dozen eggs for the first time in probably 5 years, and I was really disappointed in my chicken.
Oh God, yeah. And the flavor of store-bought eggs is not good. It's not as good at all.
It's not the same.
But still,
it's not the same.
I was the only one that would feed and water and clean and do all the stuff. And in the winter, I'm like have this allergy to cold, and it's like it doesn't show outwardly, but I'm having it, and I didn't want to do it anymore. I was just done. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. I don't eat this many eggs. I will buy eggs, and still, even now, we just don't eat. Excuse me, enough eggs anymore.
Well, and you know, if I got too many eggs, then I'll just start dropping them off at neighbors' houses.
Yeah.
I'll
just have quiche for the rest of your life.
Right. I'll just knock on the door and here's a dozen eggs.
But I had eggs. I mean, I had chickens for so many years that even my family's like, we're good. We've all eaten too many eggs.
Nobody's eating duck eggs.
Wait, I think you can.
I bet you can, but
I don't prefer the taste of duck eggs over chicken eggs. I think they're too rich. However, duck eggs are amazing in baking goods. If you're baking, use a duck egg over a chicken egg, and you will never be happier. So we use them for that. Otherwise they just hatch, and then I have more coyote feed.
Oops.
That's what I assumed.
Right.
You ever just steal a couple of them, make some doubloons out of them? Like halfway through?
Doubloons?
Yeah.
So like I said, I've eaten some duck eggs, but like to be completely honest, the shell freaks me out because it's a much harder.
Did I say the wrong word when I said doubloons?
Balut, I think, is what you're talking about.
Balut,
the Filipino rotten egg thing.
Ew.
No, not rotten egg. No,
Doubloons are gold.
Doubloons are like pirate coins.
Yeah.
Well, so that's what I said. Did I say the wrong word?
I think so. Maybe
you're unborn. Like you'd have like body parts inside the egg.
That's balut. That's the Filipino like egg delicacy where they
yeah. Okay, I
stop it.
It's balut.
What?
Balut. Do you ever do that?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm never doing that's.
Wait a minute. You
I
let
was
the
just-
egg start producing, and then you stop it and eat the little produced stuff inside.
After months after it sits.
I've never done it. I'm just asking
Not-
somebody that would have.
Yuck! Let's all
chance.
do it. I couldn't do it. I don't think I could do it. Actually, now that I say, I don't think I could.
I maybe a chicken, but not a duck.
No,
Not a-
no. Look,
No,
y'all. There's
I couldn't
like
do it.
Balut has like baby duck bills developed and like feet and claws. I'm not doing that. There's feathers in it. There's no way I'm eating that. That's disgusting.
No, it's a delicacy. What are you saying? Don't you shit on this culture.
I'm gonna pass because I have
I'm
cows.
gonna go ahead and pass.
I have cows. I don't want to eat that.
Eggs are
I'm not doing it.
fertilized.
Tweety says if the eggs are fertilized, then that horror show.
Yummy.
Yep.
They eat that nonsense on Fear Factor. I'm not, or Fear
Yeah,
Factor,
Fear Factor.
on Survivor. They eat it on Survivor. I'm
I
not
would
doing it.
eat it on Fear Factor because you're getting paid a lot. There's nothing. I could do it for a price for sure.
I would have to get real hungry before I was able to pull that maneuver off.
No, real hungry might do it. I've never been that hungry ever, but I
I
could do
don't
it
think
for.
I've ever been that hungry.
I could
either.
easily do it for $1,000. How big is the egg? Yeah, could you just like swallow it like a shot?
No, the
Oh,
duck
God.
egg is fairly big.
Yeah, this one.
I still think I could do it for $1,000.
It's not an embryo. It's further developed than an embryo. Like
Do they have bones?
Yeah,
Are they crunchy or soft?
crunchy.
Maybe
You have to-
$5,000.
I can't even like if I'm eating eggs and I bite into an eggshell, I'm done immediately. I can't eat anything else. That's it. Nope.
So
Whoever
little,
cooked it messed
little,
up.
little
I can't
tiny
do it.
little bird eggs or no?
Like an egg is an egg. If it's just an egg, that's fine.
Puke, so gross. I'm not eating babies.
Birds in the egg.
They're
Little tiny
not.
birds.
If there's parts,
It's
to my
chicken. You
egg-
eat chicken and you eat eggs. It's just the middle step where they're
Nope.
not
Okay.
quite either.
Just
Nope.
testing your threshold. Okay, good enough.
Nope.
No disgusting things.
Not that disgusting. I can eat some disgusting things, but like eggs
What?
are my.
Like what? You can't even eat damn eggshell.
Listen, girl. If you want to get off stream one time and talk about all the disgusting things I'll eat, we can talk about it.
Oh, just because you eat ass doesn't make you special.
You ain't the only one. You just got.
But
got
eggs, I don't mess around with eggs. I can't. Mm-mm.
Anybody eat ass for the right price.
Especially that dude down the street for $20.
Including the guy that's below you there in square 4.
Why you think Darth got off anyway?
A guy, ding dong. I'm for my ass eating.
Oh, it's not fun to make fun of Darth when he's not here.
Where,
No, he
That
should
was
come back.
below.
I even asked him, where did you go? Whatever, over on Discord, and then he disappeared from Discord. So
Yeah,
I
he
think
probably fell right to sleep after he threw up.
Look, Darth was in rough shape, y'all.
I seriously tried listening to.
No.
what he had said.
Actually, that was a joke about throwing up. Darth was not in rough shape. He was having trouble getting, but he was actually. I was pleasantly surprised listening to that drunk Darth. There are very, very few times where he's not just burning things down. And yeah, he was kind of whatever with you, but I feel like that was more friendly.
No. I love Darth. Darth,
Yeah, that
loves
was more
me.
friendly.
We're good. I have no issue with Darth.
That was a Darth I could have put up with for a long time. Drunk,
Yeah.
it seemed.
No,
He
I was
fine.
honest to God trying to.
What's
help
happening
him.
here?
I wasn't trying to be a dick.
We're gonna listen to Darth leave the room.
Oh.
We had to listen to it once. Now we're gonna do it again. Leaving with
Awesome.
$50K in the bank, working on the other $200,000 withdrawal that they couldn't come up with.
Mm-hmm.
So he had his uncle with him that his mom made sure to send because she was nervous about him withdrawing that amount of money. So she sent an uncle with him to have his back, right?
Because he was a 20-year-old.
Dude, I took out a bunch of money from the bank
20
one time.
years old,
And
right?
way far back from the bank to my car. I was so nervous, and no one even knew I had all this money with me. I hate this part. I
Yeah,
can imagine
no, that
having
much
50
cash
grand.
is
crazy.
a
He was
crazy
a
thing to have.
20-year-old
It's
trying to
yeah,
call
it's-
up.
Shirts is the boss. I'll be right back.
We can agree on this, right? Like,
I forgot about that. That seems
He was a
unfair.
20-year-old
I was
kid
doing better than
trying to
shirts.
call up $250,000. That's
Okay, either way, so he's got 50
Even
grand.
if
He
you
goes
had
to
it,
the
like-
store.
he's got 50 grand and his protection uncle, we'll call him.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay. They go to a motorsports store somewhere that sells dirt bikes.
Rivas
street bikes.
Motorsports.
Rivas Motorsports, exactly.
Yep.
They go into the store. He is
South
very
Florida.
clearly talking to somebody about purchasing
Daytona Beach.
something
Mhm.
important, right?
How long is he in there? Cool fuck went back
Maybe
to-
15, 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't buy anything.
Nah.
Right. Maybe a little longer. I don't know. I'm judging this off of the
It's 50 minutes of discontent from this point out.
50?
50.
I honestly don't know how long he was there, but
Okay.
based off of the video that was presented in court today, they
Mhm.
showed about 20 minutes of him being in the store, give or take.
Okay.
So he's in the store with his uncle. This car drives past the dealership, pulls around, pulls into the
There he
dealership.
goes. He said,
and-
I'm going to leave. I'm going to.
I seriously, I was trying to listen to it while you guys were talking, and I'm like, I could not hear him. Just couldn't hear him. So I'm like, here, we're just going to share it so I can actually hear it. We can all hear what it seriously, to me, sounded like he was to the point where he was done. He's like,
Yeah.
He was done. He was done. He was out for the count.
Are you worried about him being upset?
No, I just didn't want him to, to be some other reason that he actually took off.
He was
He's sensitive.
He was drunk.
No.
He was
He
very
is
drunk
sensitive.
tonight.
Cool Frog is right, though. He is very sensitive.
He's very
Darth,
sensitive.
buddy, if you
He's not.
catch this on the replay,
He won't. He doesn't watch the replay. That's how come he doesn't know his mic sucks.
I love you, buddy. You're fine. You know you're fine. No issues. We're good.
Yeah. He doesn't. I tried to tell him, dude, your fucking mic sucks. He's like, how would I know? I'm like, listen to a replay. He's like, oh, no, I don't watch that shit.
It sounded like he was just listening. Done.
I think he was just on the verge of literally falling over. Yeah. He needed to go to sleep before I got on. He was oh, dark.
I like that I could feel him focusing on keeping his eyes open while he was also trying to word. Yeah.
Doing that one eye thing.
Like, oh. Yeah.
Stick a fork in. Exactly.
You and done.
Okay, so my entire intention of coming on was to let you know that I knew about this case a little bit, and I wanted to set the facts straight.
Hey, thanks.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Okay.
Streaming tomorrow with Aussie, me, Mighty, and potentially Jeff.
What time does it
on
start?
Hayden's, I think the trial starts at 9. No.
Well,
I think it's a late one. I think it's 11 Eastern.
Oh, good.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would it be 11?
Well, either way,
Either way.
myself and Darth will be back here at 8, and we'll
she's
start.
cutting off
In
your
the
wrist.
we'll start in the middle of the second one that we just cut off, and
Heck
then
yeah.
we'll play through the episode 3.
The more takes on the situation.
America Shirts will probably join us at some point in time, whether he contributes something or not.
The more input on the situation, the better, because that's how people learn.
He turns on his microphone like he's going to say something, and then he doesn't say anything. Say something.
You don't have nothing to say.
Boo.
Boo.
Oh, I didn't expect that actually. Ooh. Was
Gotcha.
set up to die by his uncle? ? Yeah, possibly. That's a good theory. I think Darth felt like you were going to steal his thunder. Valhalla waits. That's Heidi thinks.
I don't think so, Heidi. I
No.
hope not.
Sober Darth might have actually thought that. Drunk Darth wasn't in that frame of mind. You could tell.
No, he was just drunk, y'all. He just,
Yeah,
it was just that
he's-
time. It was just that time. We've all been there. I've been there.
Yeah,
On
he'll be
stream.
sober in like 2 hours and just right back at it. He's kind
Right.
of, he doesn't, yeah. He's a
Darth's
machine.
fine, y'all. He's fine.
What was I gonna say? You guys are streaming tomorrow. Oh, maybe tell Ozzy to unblock me from his chat. It's actually going out, my friend. I appreciate that. I
You?
appreciate that. Yeah.
You're
Oh, you don't
blocking
want to go
Ozzy's
watch
chat?
Aussie anyway. You want to come
I
hang out
haven't
with
been
us.
there in a long time.
Hold
Yeah, he
on,
had
y'all.
blocked me.
Hold on. Just for the record, Ozzy is a very dear friend to me, and
I like Aussie. I get
that
along
dude,
with Aussie.
that
So-
dude has done more for me on YouTube than anybody else by a long shot. That
Good.
dude has really helped me on YouTube. So I got that dude's back on all situations until I have a reason to not, if you know what I'm saying. He's good people. He really
Yeah.
is. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. Hayden's my boy. And Div, if you really want to be in his chat, I will definitely pass that message along.
Yeah, you should.
I will. I will.
Yeah, how long
He's
ago
gonna
was
be
all
Darth-
that drama?
That was like in, I don't know when that was actually. June? Do you know, Cool Frog?
It was like in the
July? I have
summer.
no idea.
What
Yeah.
was it? I'm
June
sorry.
or July when all that stuff happened.
Oh, with Kiwi?
Mm-hmm.
So I've
Bearded Apostle.
Tweety said Darth is entertaining. Diane said drunk is not entertaining.
Did,
And then
have you
Tweety came in with what happened to Kiwi?
Valhalla? Have you heard that name before?
who?
Bearded Apostle.
Kiwi?
Kiwi.
I've heard the term Kiwi. I don't know
Well,
about
no,
Bearded
as a
Apostle.
person.
No,
As a
I-
person, not as a
the
thing.
person. Right. The
I have
person.
heard vaguely of the situation. I don't know shit. I haven't.
No,
heard
I'm not
details.
asking if you know shit. It's just that we're sitting here live.
I know
that's,
who you're
that's not my
talking
intent.
about vaguely. I know who you're
Yeah, I
talking
just
about.
if you know who he is, because yeah, they're like, what happened to Kiwi?
I don't know. I know that
There's issues around this neck of the woods community, whatever.
well, in
Aussie was temporarily removed from my Discord because of connection wise. Was trying to sever connection to Bearded Apostle himself to have, I think, Aussie take it wrong, and like I don't know if he's even realized, if he remembers. I used to join him with Bearded Apostle like all the time when we first started.
well, I know that
I like Aussie. Aussie's a good guy.
I do know that Ozzy is a good guy. I do know that
Right.
Ozzy is my boy, and
Right.
I've never met Bearded Apostle. I had nothing to do with that situation before.
Okay.
That
was before you.
Yeah, that was
No,
definitely
no. You're responsible for everything.
Yeah.
Everything that
Wait,
Mr.
yeah,
Viking Press- everything. It's
It
all
is-
your fault.
it's
We are totally
Listen.
shaming you and blaming you for everything.
Well,
That's
just
exactly
silly.
what this whole.
That's just silly, America shirts. Calm the F down, bro.
I mean, I know it's a stretch, but
I do know this. I do know this. I do know that I personally don't care for the drama. I personally
Yeah, it's rough.
Well, and I personally voiced my opinion at the time, right? And if my opinion gets challenged with logic and that's more than capable of swaying my mind, then I have no problem changing my opinion, right? So
Right.
if I say something today and you present something to me tomorrow that changes my mind, that's a real possibility for me.
Yeah,
And it
same.
should be a real possibility for everybody.
Yeah, totally. It's not, but it should be. Yeah.
It should be though.
People are
right?
married to their ideas because their egos get in their investment, and they don't want to.
That's where people make mistakes. They get
Mhm.
locked into these ideas, and then you can't have a conversation. And I think
Yeah.
conversation is honestly the best thing we have going for us.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think-
hello. that's our differentiator, right?
Well, that's the entire purpose of the First
We
Amendment.
can talk. Yeah.
Right. We have to talk. It's not that we can. We have to.
don't you know we do not have First Amendment anymore?
That's how
Kiwi
you
stuff
have-
like fair and
We have
stuff.
camps.
No.
That's how
Well,
you get to the right answer.
We're not going to talk about fair and stuff now, are we? That's a different type of drama.
No, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that.
No.
You said First Amendment stuff, and it really got into my First Amendment.
Well, but in
annoyance.
my humble opinion, the First Amendment was intended so that the four of us can meet together on a live stream over time and distance and discuss ideas and
No,
hopefully
Tweety.
build and see what we can produce together. Right? It's the four of us build on an idea, not the four of us come up with one of our ideas. If Divinity's got an awesome idea and I've got an improvement on that idea, like why would we go with hers over the improved idea? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And that's what I think the spirit of it is. I think that's what I think that's the benefit to this whole YouTube social media live stream thing that we're doing. I think that we can all get together and produce something cool, and we should.
Yeah, we totally should. Hold on. Kiwi.
Right?
I mean, not Kiwi. Shit, that fucked me up. Tweety US News is saying, I wasn't here when the Kiwi stuff happened. Is Kiwi stuff similar to the Farron stuff? Crap. What am I missing? No, the Kiwi stuff and the Farron stuff is absolutely not similar. Farron is a
I don't know.
fucking the total copyright. Everything. I don't know. I'm sure you know all the Farron stuff. And that's what that is.
Everybody can watch the videos on
But the Kiwi stuff is
that-
way
that
different.
you
It was super.
You can kind of go back on my side and actually go through some of the videos from back when all this occurred or whatever, and you'll see some of the reasons why he's no longer around this community.
Well, and
yeah, he made a fake
let's-
nude of Farron. He's the one that made the fake nude of Farron.
There's a
The
couple.
He did a
videos-
video about it. You probably saw it, Tweety.
The videos are out there. If you want to go look for them,
No,
they're
there's
out
Farron's
there.
videos aren't out there. Actually, she deleted most of them.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. But the videos are out there. If you want to find them, they're out there. And let's just leave it at that.
Oh yeah. Oh
Let's
yeah.
just leave it at that.
There's plenty.
The videos are out there if you want to dig deep enough. And let's just move on. Let's just move on. That's my personal feeling on the subject.
How many beers you get in you there?
I think
What?
that's a
Big
all-the-time
shooters.
opinion, probably.
How many beers you got to drink? How many have you had to drink so far tonight?
Oh, a lot.
Just a question. He's like, one more.
A whole
All of
lot.
them.
And that's no qualms. That's no qualms on anybody. Like,
You reminded me of my brother on that one. He's like a sieve. He's all night.
I drink more beer than I should. I got no beef. Like make your videos, y'all. Like,
it's fun.
But you just said earlier you had cows. What do you mean you don't have beef? What do you?
I don't have cows. I don't personally have cows. I've had cows, and I did say that earlier, and I know what you're talking about, but I misled, so to speak.
Oh,
on the,
my!
on the cow comment, I did mislead.
Oh,
I apologize. I apologize.
I don't know. I don't know. Cool Frog. What's the punishment for that?
I don't like liars.
I'm a giant liar, y'all. I'm a giant liar.
Oh my God, we need
There you go. He
like the
did it.
Project Veritas thing.
bowed
Like
his
that
head
guy,
down.
it's just like he just gets up out of the chair. He just screams, "I'm a liar!" Like that's what we need. Like we need a clip of that and just play it back.
That's that drama thing I was just talking about. That I'm like, just let it go. Just let it go.
Oh, hey, Cake is here. Good to see you, Cake. He said, and people can pop in from across the expanse, listen, share, and comment on those ideas. Good evening/morning, by the way.
Yes. Good
day to you.
evening, Cake. I've never
Top
seen
of
you
the
before.
morning to you too. There.
I've never seen Cake or Cake.
No, I've never seen that person before.
Good morning, you scurvy pirate.
I'm proud to see/meet you. Y'all, Steve Gosney set me up tonight.
Wait, where are you from? Did you already tell me Tennessee?
I live in Tennessee.
Is that where you're from, though?
No, not originally.
Where's your accent from?
Illinois.
Oh, they say y'all there a lot. I see.
So I've come to the conclusion that I absolutely fucking despise the term folks. Hey folks, how you doing?
Folks.
Yeah.
folks.
I hate it. I think it's the worst thing that's
Biden
ever
tried
been
to
developed.
folks us to death
I
yesterday.
feel that way about the word. I'm not going to say it, actually. I'm never gonna
Well,
say
folks, on that
Is it
note,
moist?
Folks.
Divinity?
No. It's twat.
Twat? Really?
Like,
Okay.
yeah, it's such a stinky word.
Okay. I'll give you that one. I hate folks, so I can't really complain too much.
Folks and twat can all get out of here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So,
So you
I've
just
developed.
choose y'all a lot.
Yes.
All right.
I choose y'all because I'm okay with it.
Folks, China's totally not going to eat our lunch, folks. Come on, man. Folks, listen.
I hate that word so much.
Don't start using folks. You're
Please don't.
using peeps or people or whatever you say.
That's fine.
It's already enough.
That's fine.
Moist.
Don't start with the folks thing.
You start calling me folks, I'm just going to refer to you as Obama from now on.
Oh,
That's how it's
yeah.
gonna go.
Wow, immediately I got that.
Predator
I
drones.
heard it in my head. Yeah. Tweety said, I was near Tennessee for a bit. 3 Beer says, moist. Cake, and a very nice to meet you also, Wahala. Diane is laughing and mooing like a cow. I don't know what that's about. And then Tweety's saying, well, I don't know how to say that. Oneida? How do you say this place in Tennessee? Oneida?
Yeah.
All right. That's where they were near.
Are you from there, Tweety? Is that where you live? Oh, you were near there. Okay, my bad. I caught up.
I was near Tennessee for a bit. Chaps and Chappies works. Oh, Chaps? Mm-mm.
And Chapasses.
Not guys when addressing any room. Eek. Oh my gosh, I used to have this bop. Holy shit, he was a boss. He was my boss. And he hated if we said guys. Hi guys, how you doing, guys? But at night, so we worked at a hotel that also had a bar. And so at night, when the people were walking by that weren't guests, I guess you couldn't really tell. But in general, they would come in because they're going to drink or leaving for their drink, be like, hey guys, just to acknowledge them. And our boss would get so angry. He's like, no, it's ladies and gentlemen, all this dumb shit because he was like, you can't call women guys. I'm like, I think you can in this day and age, but I don't know. Chaps, I wouldn't have said that.
course not, and you
Chapieses,
don't-
I would
can't really
never say that.
I think that was chapesses. Like
Oh,
dudettes,
chapesses.
chapesses. I don't know. I don't know.
Chapes.
Diane just says, just call them all
Chaps and
cows.
chapes.
It made sense in my head before I started
Hi,
saying it out
chapes.
loud.
No, well,
Nice,
chapese
chapes.
doesn't make any sense. So I'm completely, I say completely sober because I don't drink, but I'm pretty high. Nope,
That a
I was
girl.
living in Stearns, Kentucky, which is 10 minutes north of Oneida. That's why she said she was near.
Okay.
Cake music is good. I don't know what that means.
It's an Irish greeting?
Cake music is good.
Cake says it's an Irish greeting.
Chapets.
Chapesses?
Chapets? You got to put the question mark on the
Yes,
end of it. Come on now.
Chapets.
Well, that's
Hey, chapes.
Chapets?
I need to hear the accent.
Cake said it, not
Chops and chapets.
not Tweety.
Put the question mark at the end of it.
Moist.
Chapesses. Chapesses. I think it's chapesses.
I think it's at least chapesses.
Oh, you might have it better than me. That might be a
I'm
better
going
way
to
say
throw
it.
up. What's happening?
I'm not sure, but I don't like it.
I don't either.
All right.
You know what it means when somebody says they don't like it?
That means they really do.
It means I need to get off stream so I can beat it real quick. Is that what it means?
Oh, jeez.
Okay. No, I need to get off. I need to get off
Maybe it's a
stream.
California thing because calling women guys is fully normal in this world.
That's normal here too. Like if I called a chick dude, it would be fine. Or at
I
least
mean,
it's fine
on
with
this
me.
world that we call the internet, for us to, just assume off of a name, what somebody is, and be accused of being something because we just decided that name was something that it was, would be really, really ridiculous. I haven't found anybody that's actually gone that far, but
How dare
when I
you
do, oh
assume
my
people-
lord, they'll never forget them.
America Shirts is East Coast. Do you say use guys?
These guys.
Where are you at, America?
Yes, yes. We say use guys. Yeah, use guys.
Where are you at?
He's not going to tell you now.
He doesn't reveal his
He's in the
location.
ocean, the Atlantic.
He
I was
doesn't
hoping for
reveal
like
his
a-
location. It doesn't reveal how old he is. He doesn't reveal anything.
That's
My
why he
bad.
uses the
It
voice
is
changer.
undisclosed.
That's why he has the voice changer, because he doesn't want us to know shit about him.
I was just wondering if you had like a hookup on clam chowder. That's all I was trying to figure out.
He's really a 6'10" burly black man.
Yeah, exactly.
No, he's not.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's tricking you, boy.
All right, y'all.
How dare you assume my
Okay.
race?
I'm done for the night.
This is
And
so
because he's done for the night, everybody else
calling
is done for the night too. Right, Div? You good?
Yeah. Good night, chat. Thanks for
All right.
hanging out with us. It was a lot of fun.
Everybody
night,
check out
chat.
AmericanShirtsAreFirst.com.
Oops, the only the most paid on the planet.
Use that promo code CoolFrog. Get 15% off anything in that store. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. See you at
Later,
noon.
people.
Deuces, y'all.
Later.
Deuces.
Peace.